He didn't lose to a boss, he didn't get outplayed. His character was deleted. One of the strongest solo players in the entire game, gone overnight. No gear, no level, no legacy left. So instead of rebuilding the same warrior, he starts over as something nobody takes seriously. A blacksmith. He's not here to climb ranks again. He's here to find the one who destroyed him. This isn't a comeback, it's revenge crafting. Arpedia Online is known as the best virtual reality game. The game uses a specially designed capsule to deceive the five senses and make the experience indistinguishable from reality. Patented scanning technology allows for the creation of an avatar that perfectly matches the user. All of this is combined with cutting-edge AI that makes NPCs and monsters behave as if they have real feelings. The game offers a fun and relaxing experience without unnecessary stress. Arpedia has been recognized as the best Korean game in the gaming community. Due to its popularity, people began to follow the actions of top players, but one in particular is especially active. This is the rank 50 warrior, Bartz. The reason he was followed more than the top players is because forming parties in Arpedia Online is common sense, and he was a hardcore solo player who defeated a dragon. Many rumors circulated around him. Some believed he was connected to the developers, or that he was a rich kid who spent a fortune on the game, but his real identity is the unemployed Kang Yuhan. He rubbed his chin contentedly, not even knowing why so many rumors were circulating about defeating such a weak dragon. The forums must have been in chaos while he was visiting his grandmother. He logged into the game to have fun, but a surprise awaited him. He found himself completely naked in the middle of the city, drawing stares. Some laughed at him, while others were uncomfortable looking at his assets below the waist and decided to report him to the moderators. The MC anxiously asked them to wait while he got dressed. He went into his inventory, but there too, a surprise awaited him. There was nothing inside. He laughed nervously, not understanding where his items had gone. He went into the menu looking for the bug report button, and when he saw his status window, he was horrified. Name, Bartz, profession, beginner, level 1. Realizing that all his character progress had been reset, he screamed loudly. His mother immediately burst into his room, worried that something might have happened. He tried to catch his breath after the shock he had experienced, and looking at him, his mother swallowed nervously, expecting him to say something bad. But when he turned to her with tears in his eyes and said that his account had been hacked, she stared at him in shock and asked in confusion, "He's talking about the game account." He nodded several times, and then his mother became furious like a wild animal and screamed, "Why is he making a fuss over such a stupid thing? What did he say when he dropped out of college? He said he would figure out his life on his own. And now he sits at home all day and only sleeps during breaks from civil service school. Where did he figure out his life?" After shouting that she was about to have a seizure, she left, slamming the door loudly. Yuhan shuddered in fear, then sat down next to his game capsule and cried even harder. He'd spent so much time and effort on this character. That's how the best solo player, lone wolf, lone warrior, and dragon slayer disappeared. Gathering his strength, he called the gaming company, DreamMax Corporation, and said he thought he'd been hacked. He sent a message and received a reply that the account was fine, but that was impossible. The customer support operator asked if his name was Yuhan, right? He confirmed it and asked him to wait until verification was complete. Listening to the clicking of keys, MC swallowed nervously, and then the operator said his character was created 4 days ago, and he didn't see anything suspicious on the account. He said his Bartz was created back in open beta, his level had reset, and his items were gone. The operator checked and said he could see the character he was talking about. He'd been deleted 5 days ago. He said excitedly that he had been at his grandmother's all last week and hadn't even logged into his account. How could he delete the character? It had definitely been hacked. The operator said their security system was world-class. He regretfully had to report that the problem could have arisen due to poor personal data management. He asked irritably, "Does he mean to say it's his fault?" The operator said their company recommends changing the password every week to avoid such situations. The system said he didn't do this. If he carefully read the user agreement, he would understand that the company is not responsible for problems caused by personal information leaks. Yuhan seethed with rage at every word he said. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and, shouting that he understood everything, ended the call. His voice trembled. He burst into tears again and quietly said that if he hadn't deleted the character, but it disappeared, then it was the hacker's fault. He didn't know who did it, but he wouldn't forgive them. Time passed. His younger brother, Yu-Hyun, came into his room because his mom asked him to pass something. But when he saw him drinking while looking at his character's photo, he was confused. The MC handed him a shot glass and offered him a drink, and he thought, is he completely crazy? He's underage. He crossed his arms and asked, is he completely crazy while studying for the civil service exam? They knew he'd fail. Yuhan said that it was natural that he failed. Today is the day he lost his soulmate. Is it possible to think about anything else at a time like this? His brother looked away and thought it was so pathetic, as if playing all day wasn't enough. What a loser he is. But none of that matters. He said that his mom asked him to get a ladle from downstairs. He asked in confusion, doesn't he see how busy he is? Why doesn't he go himself? He told him that he had to go to extra classes, once again reminding him that his brother was a schoolboy and he was unemployed. MC had no choice but to run his mother's errand. While he was going down to the store, he scolded his little brother because he didn't respect him at all and constantly looked down on him. He entered the store and told his father, who was sitting at the checkout, that his mother asked him to bring a ladle. He asked why she needed it, and he said that he didn't know. It seemed the old one broke while she was cooking rice. He went to the shelf with kitchen utensils, and his father asked what she did with that ladle that she broke it. He answered that he didn't know. All objects have a margin of safety, but he doubted she cared. Then an idea occurred to him. He laughed evilly, which made his father feel creepy, and exclaimed that he understood everything. After that, he quickly ran out of the store without even closing the door behind him and went upstairs. The game has an item durability system. Each item uses it up when used. When durability reaches 0, an item breaks. Therefore, players will look for blacksmiths who can repair them beforehand, and this depends entirely on the level. The more expensive and better the equipment, the better the blacksmith you can trust it to. What would happen if a great blacksmith appeared who repaired things for next to nothing? Everyone would immediately take all their items to him. Yuhan lay down in the capsule with this thought. Bartz was equipped with top-notch equipment. Hackers couldn't just throw it away. If he sold everything before deleting the character, he would be able to find him by the traces of these sales. He would definitely crush him when he found him. When he logged into the game, he found himself in front of a huge gate where his personal assistant greeted him. He asked what he wanted to do, and he told him that he would create a new character. His personal assistant asked him to choose a birthday for his character, and he told him to pick a random number. His assistant said that in that case, his character's birthday would be April 4th. Would the name also be random? He told him that he would name it himself, after which he wondered what name he should choose. He wanted something short but strong, just like Bart's. An idea came to him. He snapped his fingers and said the name Zig. After that, his personal assistant started loading and the gates opened. He logged into the game under a new name, which would definitely become the name of the best blacksmith in Arpedia. But the start of his journey was not easy. When he came to the NPC blacksmith, he told him that he had no chance. It was a job that requires endless patience and endurance, and is not something that any idiot can challenge. If he understood everything, then let him leave his forge. It was the most formidable NPC in the game, Smith Babuchi. He waved his hammer, ordering him to get out of here, and Bart stared at him in shock. There are two ways to obtain a crafting profession in Arpedia, either by purchasing a skill book or by learning on the job. The second way allows you to earn money and gain experience in the profession, but everyone avoids it. The reason is that NPC craftsmen have strange personalities. He tried to avoid Pabuchi the most. He always got angry at him for no reason when he came to repair Bartz's equipment. But now he's broke, so he has no choice. He doesn't think the quests for changing professions will be impossible to complete. He knocked on the door of the forge and immediately went inside, loudly declaring that he would like to become a blacksmith. Pabuchi met him and asked sternly, "Does he want to be a blacksmith?" He enthusiastically confirmed this, adding that he wanted to become the best in the world, but he said that he had no chance, and he stared at him in bewilderment. The blacksmith pointed a hammer at him and said that, just by looking at him, it was clear that he would never be able to do it. MC was indignant and exclaimed that this was unfair. Let him at least test him. Pabuchi scratched his ear in confusion, thinking about this, and Yuhan irritably asked him to order him to do something. The blacksmith agreed, after which he led him to the blacksmith's backyard and, showing him a huge pile of firewood, told him to chop it. He would give him 1 day to do it. He would reconsider his decision if he succeeded. The MC pointed at the pile in shock and exclaimed, "Does he have to chop all the logs?" Pabuchi went back to the forge and said he could refuse if he didn't want to. There was nowhere to go, so Yuhan started working. He swung the axe sharply but missed. He lightly tapped the axe on the log, as if taking aim, and then swung it with all his might and missed again. He swung the axe a few more times, missed a few more times, and finally ran out of breath. After that, he threw the axe on the grass and grabbed his head, shouting, "Why does he have to do this?" Others were taught how to use a hammer right away. A player passing by with buckets in their hands said he thought it was a matter of kinship. The MC turned to him and asked, "Who the hell is he?" He replied that he was also a blacksmith's apprentice. Does he remember being asked for his date of birth during character creation? It seems that determines kinship with different professions. So starting leveling could be really complicated. Yuhan remembered how he'd entrusted the date selection to his assistant and wondered if it was really that important. The player smiled and said he was stuck here because of that too. MC grabbed his head and cursed, thinking he didn't even know about it. Would he really have to create a new character? But then he'd have to level up to 10 again, so he'd focus better on the task. He'd definitely teach him if he chopped some wood. With renewed vigor, he grabbed the axe and started chopping that unfortunate log, and finally managed to hit it after so many misses. After the success came a series of failures, but he worked hard and managed to chop another log. He finally finished late in the evening. Pabuchi came to check on him and was pleased with the result. Yuhan said he told him he could handle it. Now he'll teach him, right? But that wasn't enough. The blacksmith handed him a sword and told him to go to the Rankle mine and get 10 pieces of black coal there. MC looked at him tiredly and thought about the mine. It was best for players between levels 15 and 45 to go there, because a level 45 Furious Boar, the mine's boss, lived there. He asked indignantly, and he's ordering him to go there. What if he dies? He's only level 10 after all. Pabuchi said that he should be grateful that he was giving him this sword. He could refuse if he didn't like something. Yuhan nervously clenched his fist and wondered how bad his affinity was. He aggressively snatched the sword from his hands and asked if he promised to make him a blacksmith if he completed the task. The blacksmith promised him this, after which he went to the mines. Once there, he immediately got down to business and began swinging his pickaxe furiously, missing most of the time as he was releasing his anger. At one point, he stopped and told himself to calm down. This wasn't a game where brute force would work. He needed to remember the motion he'd used while chopping wood. He needed to gently grasp the handle and apply momentum, as if swinging a sword. When he did, there was a rumble, and the system informed him that he'd successfully mined black coal. He rubbed his nose contentedly and laughed, saying that 2 years of experience hadn't been wasted. Recharged with motivation, he got back to work and continued imagining swinging his sword. Now every strike was successful. Soon, he completed the task and went to collect his reward. He walked across the field where the other players were fighting monsters, completely oblivious to them, and thought that the quest to change professions was finally complete. Soon he'd get to that hacker, and then something unexpected happened. A monster appeared right in front of him, and not just any monster, but the Rankle Mine field boss, a furious boar. The boar let out a menacing howl, clearly targeting him, and when he realized this, he ran away with a loud scream, frightening the other players. He thought the furious boar was a boss that appeared in a random location once a day. But why did it appear in front of him? He was counting on leveling up his crafting profession. His health wouldn't be enough to survive even one hit. Turning around, he saw the boar's wide-open mouth, and to dodge its attack, he jumped, and the monster ran right under him. MC wondered if it was targeting only him. That means he can't escape. In Arpedia, artisans aren't designed for combat, but playing in virtual reality means the character is connected to a real body. The main emphasis is on realism. If you have combat experience or a sixth sense, you can win even under unequal conditions. That's why he took his sword and pounced on the boar. He knew its weak spot, right on its forehead. No matter how light the damage, he could defeat it if he hit that spot. He swung his sword, but the cunning boar blocked his attack, causing his hand to bounce back and frightening him. After that, the boar hit him, throwing him several meters away, but he immediately got up and thought that his movements were too slow. He would have collected some agility potions if he had known about this in advance. The boar let out a loud cry and then ran at him, and he thought, what should he do? The only option is to attack the weak spot. Maybe he should try to run away? He nervously clutched his sword, deciding not to run away, and wondered why he was even worried about an ordinary boar. He was Bart's, after all. The character is gone, but the experience will stay with him forever. Filled with confidence, he launched a counterattack. But suddenly he stumbled, and the system, as luck would have it, informed him that he didn't have enough stamina to prank it, so he could eat something. The system window flashed before his frightened eyes, and then, from somewhere off to the side, an arrow whistled and pierced the boar, breaking off its horn. Yuhan stared at it in shock, and the boar looked down at its fallen horn and let out a loud cry, mourning it. The girl who shot it worriedly wondered what she should do. She didn't think it would do so little damage. The boar immediately targeted her, attacking her in revenge for its horn, which frightened her. And MC advised her to shoot at its forehead, its weak spot. She followed his advice and looked at the spot, then fired a powerful shot that immediately felled the monster. The system informed the players that the archer Sia had defeated the furious boar. Yuhan glanced at its disappearing body and breathed a sigh of relief because he had almost died. Then Sia approached him, and when he wanted to thank her for her help, she put her hands on his shoulders and suddenly came close to his face, asking, "Have they met before?" He looked familiar. Maybe she was mistaken? Her smirk and intent gaze made him embarrassed and wondered what was wrong with her. Why was she so close? Not waiting for an answer from him, she asked if he could hear her. He became so excited that he mumbled, and then broke into a run and rattled off that he was very grateful to her for her help. But he had never seen her before and had to return to the quest, so he didn't have time to talk. He was very grateful to her for saving him and wished her luck. She looked after him doubtfully and thought that they had definitely met somewhere. He finally reached the forge. He gave the blacksmith a bag of the mined material and thought that he hadn't seen this mineral before and was interested. Pabuchi took the bag and said that, to be honest, he didn't even expect him to handle it, but he managed to surprise him. He asked irritably if he knew it was too difficult. Then why send him there? Pabuchi thoughtfully touched his chin and admitted that he was wrong about him. With such endurance, it was possible to work, so he was hiring him. MC was very happy, and his personal assistant appeared before him, asking if he wanted to become a blacksmith. He confirmed this. After all, he had gone through so much for this. After that, the system congratulated him on becoming a blacksmith, and his eyes lit up with delight. And so began the life of the blacksmith Zig, who would one day become a legend. Pabuchi asked discontentedly, what was he thinking about? They should get to work already. Yuhan followed him, mentally telling the hacker to just wait for him. Now he could finally touch the tools and make his first weapon. He struck the steel with a hammer, giving it the desired shape, then picked up the resulting blade with pliers and examined it closely, exclaiming that it was simply perfect. Maybe he had talent, but Pabuchi quickly dashed his expectations, calling his work trash and saying that it couldn't even cut a sheet of paper. He would forgive him for the first time, but he should never bring such junk again. He wouldn't pay for it. MC asked him not to jump to conclusions, since this was his first job, but the blacksmith didn't let him finish and ordered him to stop chatting and quickly make 30 short swords. If he brought him even one ugly sword, he would fire him. After that, he left, slamming the door loudly, and Yuhan, barely holding back tears, asked why he was so different from the others. He was always bossing him around. He worked day and night to make this, and all he did was yell at him. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, loudly calling Pabuchi a stupid, bald cheapskate. He swore that he would make the best short swords and set to work. And so, night fell. He picked up his finished sword, and carefully examining the chips on the blade, wondered what the problem was. How are good swords made anyway? Under his feet was a pile of cheap, low-quality short swords that were not even fit for use. And he, looking at all this trash, exclaimed that he would not be able to convince the bald man like that. Despite his fatigue, he returned to work. When he sharpened the sword, he noticed something. There were some blue lines on the blade. He examined his previous works and noticed that they also had these lines, and each one was different. He approached another player and snatched the sword he was working on from his hands, and noticed that his lines were very crooked. The guy indignantly asked him to give him the sword, and then MC pointed the tip right at his face, causing him to become very scared and exclaim, "What is he doing?" Yuhan asked, "Can't he see it?" He didn't understand what he was talking about, and he said he meant those blue lines on the blade. The guy jumped back in fear and exclaimed that he couldn't see anything, and that he should finally stop waving the sword in front of him. MC looked at those lines again and thought for a moment, and then simply threw the sword away. He didn't understand anything, and decided to spend his time on quests. The system informed him of a new task, blacksmith training. A blacksmith must know how to repair things. He must repair 5 broken axes and give them to Pabuchi. He got to work, and after a while stopped and scratched his head in confusion. This time, there were red lines on the weapon. He decided to work it a little with a hammer. Maybe they would disappear when he repaired the item. He struck the axe with a hammer several times and it shattered into pieces, after which the system informed him of the repair failure. Yuhan burst into tears, realizing that he clearly had no talent for this. And then he saw that the damage coincided with the direction of the lines. He finally understood everything. This is how to work with weapons. A new day dawned. Pabuchi burst into the forge and immediately began to scold Yuhan, who said that he would do everything quickly, but he himself had been fiddling with it for several days. He ignored him and approached him, displeasedly asking how much more time he needed for 10 short swords, and he hoped that he hadn't forgotten about the repair training. Seeing the swords on his table, he was very surprised. They were all perfect. While he was looking at them in amazement, MC asked, "How could he? They are perfect, aren't they?" He discovered a shocking truth after several days of creating and repairing items. First, the blue lines. Those are the marks from the hammer striking the metal. The shape depends on the force and distance between the strikes, and the quality depends on the gaps between the lines. Second, the red lines. These are cracks in the metal structure that appear as a result of breakage or poor repair. In theory, if you use this understanding correctly, you can perfectly repair an item. Roughly speaking, it's a cheat that helps process equipment. He didn't sleep for several nights, but it was worth it. He gained an amazing ability. Suddenly, Pabuchi slammed his palm on the table with all his might, causing him to flinch. He gave him a thumbs up with a smile, saying he'd done a great job and had nothing more to teach him. Yuhan stared at him in confusion and asked, "Is that true?" He confirmed it. His skills are already at a sufficient level. To be honest, he was very surprised. Usually such untalented guys give up quickly. MC had an idea and asked if there were people who completed these tasks without any talent. The blacksmith shook his head and told him they ran out of patience. He asked, did he see lines or something? The blacksmith didn't understand what he was talking about either, and then Yuhan thought about it. There's a high chance this ability is related to a hidden achievement, and the condition for obtaining it could be promotion to blacksmith through training from an NPC without having any affinity with blacksmithing. He doesn't recall seeing anything like this online. Perhaps he's the only one who's gone through these difficulties, which means he's the only one with this ability. This thought made him smirk smugly and remarked that everything was getting much more interesting. Once, when he was still playing as Bartz, someone asked him why he so stubbornly wanted to be alone. And really, why? In his school days, he was bullied, mocked, had death wishes, and ridiculed. He decided to be alone because people can't be trusted. When these memories flashed through his mind, he immediately opened his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. Realizing it was just a dream, he let out a sigh of relief. Now he was working at the family store. He rubbed his neck and thought, did he fall asleep because he didn't get enough sleep? Why did his dad even tell him to watch the store if there were no customers? His phone rang. He received a call from an unfamiliar number, and he decided to answer it. It was Yang Hoshik, the customer service manager of DreamMax Corporation, calling him. He immediately said goodbye to him irritably, and he excitedly asked him to wait. He contacted them about the account hacking a couple of days ago, right? He confirmed it, and happily asked if they had decided to restore his character after all. Hoshik told him that they couldn't do that, because that would violate company policy. And when the manager said that they could offer him a small compensation instead, He asked discontentedly, did they really want to buy off the lost character? He didn't need compensation. Let them call him when they decide to restore Bart's. Hoshik said that they wanted to offer him the latest model of the virtual reality capsule for $8,000. Is he really not interested in this? MC was taken aback. All his thoughts were occupied by money, and he excitedly asked him to tell him more about it. After that, Hoshik called the director of DreamMax Corporation, Sun Seok-jin. He asked if he liked the compensation. The manager answered that at first he wanted to refuse, but then agreed when he heard about the capsule. He thinks he will be very grateful to him. Seok-jin smiled slightly, and the manager asked if it was worth it for him to go so far. He even bought the capsule with his own money. He told him that his character was hacked and deleted, but he continued to play this game and chose the Blacksmith class, which everyone avoids. He is curious what he will demonstrate in the next game update. He really can't wait for it. Time passed. Sia wandered boredly around the city. She posted a recruitment notice for a dungeon crawling group on the board and sighed heavily, wondering why it was so hard for her to find participants. She went further and thought that as soon as they found someone, they immediately refused. Maybe the three of them should just go together? She accidentally bumped into some guy and turned to apologize to him, and he did the same. It was Yuhan. Seeing his face, she was very surprised and exclaimed that he was the guy the boar was chasing. It was good that they met. She wanted to invite him to the group, but he quickly ran away so that she wouldn't cling to him like last time. She caught up with him, and with an unperturbed smile, offered to talk to him for a bit, and he looked at her with fear, noticing that she was fast. She overtook him and asked him to just talk, but he didn't give in. When she blocked his way, he stopped and caught his breath, asking what she wanted from him. She handed him her ad and invited him to join her group. He hadn't been to Deborah's dungeon, had he? They say it's a good place for beginners, with lots of experience and money. Of course, MC was there. After all, he was the discoverer of this dungeon. She said she was looking for people to go there with, but so far only 2 had responded. With him, that would make 4, just the recommended number. He declined, and her smile immediately disappeared. She asked why he didn't want to. They kept bumping into each other, so she thought it was fate. He shook his head furiously from side to side, refusing, and she, making a disappointed face, asked why he didn't like the idea. It's easy money, good leveling. He looked away and told her he just didn't like it. He was a loner. Since he didn't have much to do, he decided to start earning money, and a huge line had already formed to see him. The repair success rate was 99%, and it only cost 30 gold, which was why everyone was coming to him. Yuhan tiredly wiped the sweat from his brow and thought that he hadn't expected such a crowd to gather. Maybe he should ask for more money? He immediately slapped himself in the face, forcing himself to forget about it. He didn't care about the money. He needed revenge on the hacker. He called the next person in line, and the man handed him a ranger's bow. It was the only piece of D-rank equipment Bart's had. He had found the hacker's trail so quickly, but it wasn't that simple. There was no mark on the bow. The player casually tossed him 30 gold, and he irritably mentally called him an idiot. This guy's friend asked if he was really going to give her the bow. He smirked and confirmed it, saying that he needed to invest some money in the girl if he wanted to get her. MC winced and mentally said that he wasn't playing a dating sim here, and this guy's friends said that they were going to help her in the dungeon, and they would also give her an expensive bow. Wouldn't it be too risky if she refused to meet them in real life? He called him a fool and told him to think about it. Would she really want to be so rude and refuse when they had done so much for her? He smirked and agreed with him, and he licked his lips and quietly said that if she still refused, they would write all sorts of things about her on the general forum. They would pressure her to have a drink with them. After listening to them, Yuhan thought, will they threaten her? They really are idiots. He felt sorry for the girl they were targeting, and at that moment the guy asked his friend to text her. They needed to remind her about them so she wouldn't forget. He asked what her nickname was, and he irritatedly asked in response, he doesn't even remember that? Her name is Sia. The MC immediately stopped repairing. He called out to the customer and handed him the bow, saying that he was done. The guy wanted to take the bow, but he didn't let go, and thought that the same name was on the flyer that the archer gave him. The guy had already started swearing that he wasn't giving the bow back, and he thought that all players' names should be unique. Most likely, they were talking about her. He suddenly let go of the bow, and because the guy was pulling on it too hard, he fell awkwardly. His friend worriedly asked if he was okay, and the veins on his face bulged with rage. He walked up to the blacksmith and grabbed him by the collar, asking, do you want to fight? He should apologize to him right now, or he'll make him delete this game. Yuhan frowned and remained silent, and then the next person in line called out to Xerus with displeasure and told him to step aside, since his bow was repaired. Stop holding up the others. His impressive size impressed those around him, but that wasn't the only thing that made them tremble. He was Storm Guilford, the leader of one of the strongest mercenary groups, the Red Tigers. He was also a renowned ranker, ranked 45th on the server, and now he was waiting in line to see the blacksmith. Guilford glanced at his broken weapon and thought that this sword brought back many pleasant memories. He had visited several blacksmiths before, but no one dared to take on a weapon with only 10% durability, and if they didn't help him there, he'd have to look for Girion. He noticed the guys in front of him attacking the blacksmith and wondered why they were making the others wait if they had already fixed everything. So he walked up to them and told them to step aside since the repairs were finished, and Xerus stared at him in surprise, wondering where a ranker came from. His friend nervously told him that they were just about to leave, and Xerus politely apologized to him. After that, they quickly ran away, not wanting to deal with him, and Guilford approached the blacksmith, noting that they seemed quite polite. He showed him his weapon and said that it was his favorite sword when he was still a beginner. Can he fix it? He took the sword without much enthusiasm and placed it on the anvil, saying that anything is possible. Guilford thought that although he was only able to repair low-level equipment, the result was amazing. Does he have a hidden skill? MC raised the hammer over the blade and frowned slightly, thinking he needed to concentrate. Why should he worry if it didn't concern him? He remembered Sia and the conversation between those two idiots. No matter how hard he tried not to think about it, his thoughts always returned to it. Guilford was already rejoicing, thinking that when the repairs were finished, he would run to the guild, but suddenly that very sound was heard. The sound of a breaking blade. The system reported that the repair had failed, and the longsword was unusable. It was as if lightning had struck Guilford. He immediately grabbed his sword, or rather, what was left of it, and tearfully exclaimed that it was broken. He wanted to ask the blacksmith how this could have happened, but seeing him log out of the game, he seemed to go berserk. He himself broke the remains of his sword and shouted in rage. Where did he go? After a while, Sia and those guys came to the dungeon. She glanced at the sign at the entrance, discovered by Bart's. She asked, "So this is the dungeon of Deborah?" Alden said it was the lair of the terrible witch Deborah, who had plunged the kingdom of Barkus into chaos 300 years ago. His friend approached the girl and told her not to be too scared. It was a dungeon for beginners, which they had cleared many times before. He wanted to hug her, but Yuhan appeared. He ran up to them and caught his breath, saying that he barely made it in time. They were going to the dungeon of Deborah, right? Sia was very happy to see him, although she called him an ungrateful blacksmith, and he exclaimed, "Why is he ungrateful?" She said that she saved him, and all he does is constantly run away. Apparently, he decided to go on the cleansing with them. Since he came, she extended her hand to him in greeting and said her name was Sia, an archer. He glanced at his hand in confusion, debating whether to shake hers. Then he simply scratched the back of his head awkwardly, ignoring her gesture, and said his name was Zig. She was slightly confused but didn't pay it much attention and decided to introduce him to the rest of the team. They were experienced players, around level 70. Alden leaned toward his friend and whispered, "Is this the blacksmith?" Xerus also recognized him and frowned, then said that the blacksmith had no combat skills. "Are you sure he'll be okay?" Saya smiled and said that everything was fine. He was very strong. She had seen it herself. He smiled awkwardly and said that even so, the crafting profession was a bit unsuitable for dungeons, and thought that this was the first time he had heard a blacksmith called Strong. MC, feigning surprise, suddenly said that it was such a coincidence. They were the same guys he'd met while repairing his weapons. He leaned close to Xerus and whispered an apology for what had happened back then, asking him to take care of him. He wouldn't say anything stupid, so he shouldn't worry. He'd be their loyal dog. Xerus looked at him suspiciously, then walked away and suggested they go into the dungeon. They'd already wasted too much time. His friend whispered, "Is he serious? What if he spills the beans?" He told him everything was fine. If he opened his mouth, they'd stage an accident and kill him. They'd better not try to chase him away, so the girl wouldn't suspect anything. Of course, Yuhan heard everything perfectly well. They entered the dungeon, dark, gloomy, inhabited by skeletons and tree soldiers. Xerus and Alden easily dispatched the monsters, the former wielding magic and the latter a sword. Watching them, Sia marveled at their skills, and Xerus, noticing this, smirked contentedly, wondering if she'd already fallen in love with his brilliance. But she wasn't admiring them at all. She was admiring the blacksmith. Meanwhile, MC attacked the group of monsters. Drawing on his experience playing Bart's, he pounced on a skeleton and struck it in its weak spot, its temple. All its bones immediately scattered across the floor. Then it was the wood soldier's turn. Yuhan figured he had no combat skills, and being surrounded by monsters would be problematic, so he needed to clear everything as quickly as possible. Smiling, he ran toward the soldier and struck its weak spot, piercing its source of power, its heart. Afterward, the monster's body exploded, sending wooden splinters flying, and the system informed MC that it lacked stamina. He wiped the sweat from his face and noted that his strength had drained so quickly. It was a good thing he'd brought cookies. Sia enthusiastically said that he killed monsters in one hit even without skills. She called out to Xerus and asked if he'd seen that. She told him he was very strong. Xerus was very angry. He gritted his teeth and mentally called him an idiot. How dare a noob act so insolently? He wanted to be lenient and drag him along, but he changed his mind. He needed to get rid of him now. Unsurprisingly, Yuhan was thinking the same thing. They continued on, where they encountered ranged opponents. The skeleton charged an arrow with magic and fired it straight at Xerus. He braced himself, then swung his sword using the counterattack skill, changing the arrow's trajectory. It pierced the blacksmith's shoulder, and he felt pain. MC let out a quiet wheeze, while Xerus smiled contentedly, thinking that this was his cool new hidden skill. It would hurt. The skill doubles damage. Seeing what had happened to Yuhan, Sia immediately ran up to him and worriedly asked if he was okay. The system informed MC that he had been paralyzed, and his movements would be slowed for 10 minutes. He forced a smile and told the girl that everything was fine. It was just one arrow after all. But inside, He was screaming in pain. He had set his sensors to maximum settings. The guys approached him and Xerus, who said he looked so tired. Is he out of strength, as expected of a craftsman? His friend mockingly told him not to make fun of him. He was already embarrassed. They suggested he stay there and rest until the paralysis passed. They couldn't carry him, but Sia exclaimed that they couldn't leave him here. MC said it was okay, he would stay. He would catch up with them after a short break. Alden began to assure the girl that there was nothing to worry about. He was right. They knew each other's location because they were in the same group. Sia was hesitant, but still decided to go with them and told him to text her when he was freed from the paralysis. After watching them disappear into the darkness, Yuhan opened his inventory and took out an antidote. As soon as he drank it, the paralysis effect went away, and he smirked and thought it was time to begin. Meanwhile, they walked, Alden lighting the way with his staff, and Xerus handed the girl a bow. They told her that this bow went well with her equipment, and she, looking at it doubtfully, asked, "Is the bow really cheap? It looks decent." Alden told her not to worry. Such weapons are common for their level, and they are not archers, so this will be more useful to her. She smiled awkwardly and said that then she will borrow it during the hunt in the dungeon, and Alden exchanged glances with his friend, thinking that she is so happy. He gave him a signal that it was time to begin, and suddenly someone threw a stone at his staff. He dropped it from his hands and it went out, causing them to find themselves in pitch darkness. Xerus began to swear at Alden and told him to quickly return the light, after which he began to feel the floor, looking for the staff. When it was finally found, he immediately turned on the light, and the first thing they saw in front of them were angry skeletons looking down at them. Alden was scared. He couldn't understand how monsters had appeared there in just a few seconds. They surrounded them, and Xerus noticed Sia was missing and started looking for her, while someone had taken her away. The skeletons chattered their teeth, showing their aggression, and Xerus cursed, telling his friend to attack them. Meanwhile, MC was leading the girl away from them. Because of the torch, she couldn't see who was leading her, and she told him to let her go. Yuhan turned to her and told her to calm down. It was him. She was surprised and asked where they were going. They needed to help those two. He told her not to worry about them. She said they were around level 70, right? This dungeon is recommended for players around level 45. They can handle it and they will move on. After a while, the two finally defeated the last monster, and Xerus wondered what idiot had collected them all. He noticed something on the ground, a whole pile of medium rarity items. Alden examined it and asked if that kind of thing dropped in this dungeon. Xerus responded by asking, what difference does it make? Let him collect everything faster. Their eyes lit up with anticipation. How much money would they make? But someone's stern voice ordered them to stop right there. The woman flexed her fists and said she couldn't believe it. They had decided to take all the items for themselves. Were they those same Xerus and Alden from the forum? Pathetic pieces of trash. Xerus exclaimed in irritation. Why the hell was this low-level scum talking to him like that? But when he saw who was standing in front of him, he took his words back. It was Wong Cholsu, a level 100 player, and behind her was a whole crowd of angry players. MC knew that Xerus and Alden were known on the forum for bullying girls in the game. They convinced some to date them in real life. No one knew what happened at these meetings, but the girls never logged in again afterward, so it was unlikely anything good. The problem was that others couldn't do anything, because it was impossible to contact their victims in the game, so he decided he had to throw this trash out of here forever. Shortly before all this happened, he provoked the monsters, found another group of players, and deprived them of light, causing them to quickly lose to the monsters. The plan was simple, especially for him, who knew every nuance of the Deborah dungeon. When all that remained of the players were their items and their souls, he began collecting their belongings. They realized he had unleashed the monsters on them and vowed to return here as their main character and take revenge on him. Attacking in the dungeon was a popular tactic of the past, hated by everyone. If he makes it look like Xerus and Alden attacked that group, they will come for revenge and force them to leave the game forever. Meanwhile, a group of angry players loomed over the bullies and told them to prepare for the consequences. Xerus excitedly asked them to wait, since they hadn't done anything, and his friend said that they were victims too. One of the players angrily told him to shut up, wearing the ring he bought yesterday. After that, they quickly dealt with them, and Sia noticed that the two had logged out. Were they really dead? Yuhan told her something was wrong. They had messaged him privately and said they had urgent business. She was surprised that they hadn't told her anything about it, and he said that she could ask them the next time they were online, but those characters would never appear in the game again. Sia suggested that they go back, and he sighed heavily, noting that going further would be too difficult for them. He was level 38 and she was 42. He thought that since his goal was achieved, it was time to return to blacksmithing. And at that moment, Sia looked regretfully at the door to the boss room and said that she wanted to clear the dungeon because she would no longer be able to play. Apparently, nothing could be done about it. Hearing this, he changed his mind, and when she was about to leave the dungeon, he asked her to wait and asked, since they were here, why don't they try to defeat the boss? She looked at him perplexedly, and he said that he understood how difficult her situation was. He remembered how he had been oppressed by his mother throughout his childhood, she would smash his game consoles in fits of rage and forbid him from playing on the computer. He couldn't hold back his tears from these memories, and thought that now he had to give this girl memories she wouldn't forget. Sia said she didn't know what he was trying to say, but he was offering her to hunt the boss together. He wiped away the tears and told her to just trust him, and when he opened his eyes, he was very surprised. She had already managed to open the doors to the boss's room. She told him to hurry in, and he, seeing the doors starting to close, immediately rushed to her, asking her to wait for him. He barely managed to run into the room. The doors almost pinched him. Sia asked if 2 were enough to defeat the boss. He answered her that he was at the level of a stone golem, so anything was possible. They wouldn't have any problems with him. He knew this dungeon inside out. Bartz had cleared this dungeon hundreds of times. He couldn't make a mistake even if he wanted to. He would help her, raise her level, and deal with 2 cases at once. Something small ran behind him, and Sia looked around, noting that it was quite quiet. Why was nothing happening? MC said that the boss would appear soon, and suggested that she wait for now, after which he sat down on the floor and thought that a stone golem is usually in the form of a boulder. A squeaking sound began to come from under it, which became louder with each passing second. He turned around and saw a hamster under his butt, on which he sat and crushed it. He immediately stood up and Sia asked, "Is this also a monster? It's so cute." Yuhan knew who it was. It was a hamster sitting on the golem, which meant it was somewhere nearby. He poked the hamster in the cheek a few times, telling it to call its friend, and a second later, there was a crash. He stood up and the girl exclaimed that he was getting closer, and then the stone under their feet began to rise, and MC thought, did the golem appear right under them? They quickly jumped down and raised their heads, watching the stones transform into a golem. When all the pieces connected, it stood firmly on the floor and roared loudly at the 2 players. It was a giant level 60 stone golem, a massive automaton created by Deborah, a guardian guarding the dungeon. Sia was startled by its scream and asked with a nervous smile, "Are they sure they can handle it?" Yuhan confidently answered that they would definitely defeat it if they followed the strategy. After that, he rushed to attack. Sia immediately aimed, saying that she would cover him, and fired. The arrow pierced the gap between the stones in his shoulder, but it did not harm him in any way, it only angered him. He immediately pounced on the girl and threw her aside, and MC meanwhile took out his sword and ran behind the golem. He called out loudly, attracting its attention, and then hit it in the leg and dealt 15 points of damage, but not to it, but to himself. Because of this, he was upset to tears, because it was his attack, but for some reason, he received damage. The golem aimed at him. As soon as he was about to hit it, he jumped to the side, dodging the blow, and thought that his jump was so low. His stats are much worse than he thought. To defeat the golem, he must climb on its head. But how can he do that? And then that same arrow caught his eye, and an idea occurred to him. Having recovered from the golem's blow, Sia returned to the line, but Yuhan told her to stay back and shoot at the golem's joints from afar. She understood everything and immediately began shooting, one arrow piercing his leg and the second one in the shoulder, almost hitting the hamster, and all the others also hit their targets. MC saw a way to climb onto the golem's shoulder, then drank the potion and raised his sword. He rushed towards the golem at full speed, jumped onto its arm, and, using the arrows as steps, climbed onto its shoulder and jumped high. Then he turned in the air and aimed for its weak point, the core. The dastardly developers shoved it right into the top of its head. He thrust the sword with all his might into the golem's head and joyfully exclaimed that he had hit, and light began to emerge from the cracks that appeared. He was already thinking about receiving the reward, but then his body suddenly leaned back along with the golem's head. The monster roared, clutching its head, and Yuhan was falling, which surprised him. Sia deftly caught him and asked if he was okay, and he dumbfoundedly replied that everything was fine thanks to her. After that, he climbed out of her arms, and she said that she would distract him, and he should hide and heal a little. He looked up at her in bewilderment and said that they had won. What was she talking about? When he looked at the golem, his eyes widened in surprise. He clutched his head and screamed loudly, and the core began to emit sparks, covering his entire body. The system informed them that it was now a berserk giant stone golem. This is a condition that occurs when the golem's core is damaged. It can no longer be controlled, and its attack power and speed are increased. After that, the golem began to destroy everything in its path. MC dodged the blow and caught his breath, thinking that this couldn't be happening. He took this dungeon too lightly because he had cleared it hundreds of times. But what was the reason? Was it because he was seeing this behavior pattern for the first time? But Bartz had defeated him easily, and then he finally realized he was no longer Bartz. When the monster attacked him again, he blocked the blow with his sword, and the blade broke into many pieces, which is why he was now weaponless. While he was lost in his thoughts and stupidly sat in place, the golem was about to attack him. But then Sia fired a powerful shot protecting him, after which she grabbed Yuhan's hand and led him along with her. They have low health points, so they need to hide and rest for a while. The monster's eyes sparkled. He began to look around, looking for them, and meanwhile they hid behind a stone. Sia smiled and said she'd already checked, The exit wasn't opening. It looked like they needed to deal with the boss first. She tried hitting the core, but it didn't work. But MC wasn't listening to her at all now. He was in despair. He told her they couldn't defeat him. He'd never seen anything like this before. It was some kind of hidden pattern that opened under very specific conditions. They could overwhelm him with damage or figure out an attack strategy, but his level was too low. It would be better for them to find a way to die with the least pain. She noted that this was too much, and he sighed heavily, saying they had no options. Their level wasn't high enough to figure out the new attack pattern. But Sia didn't think so. She stood up and said with a confident smile that that couldn't be true. If they didn't know, they would find out. Since defeat was inevitable, wouldn't it be better to try to fight to the end? He reminded her that they had low levels, and she said that she was 42 and he was 38, which made a total of 80. She came out of hiding, and he exclaimed that there was no point, and then she said that if they worked together, they would find a way out. She ran to the boss, saying that she would wait for him, and Yuhan plunged into memories to the period when he dropped out of school. He locked himself in his room and hid under the blanket. Then Yuyeon came to him and asked, did he drop out? And what should they do if he doesn't say a word? Their mother was crying. He remembers how he beat up the guys who bullied him. He was bigger, so they couldn't do anything. But now everything has changed. Now he is skinny, hunched over, and a little creepy. He is bad at studying, constantly playing games. MC was indignant at his words and immediately jumped out from under the blanket, asking what he was trying to say. He advised him to pay attention to the people around him. He didn't know what had happened, but he could tell him or his friends everything. He remembered that he had no friends, and Yuhan was about to say a few bad words to him, but he said that he might not believe him. But there were many things that could never be done alone. He left the room, left the door open, and suggested that they go eat. Mom made kimchi. He was waiting for him, so he should hurry up. Meanwhile, Sia continued the battle with the boss. She used the skill Gust of Wind, firing such a powerful shot that it left a mark on the ground, and the arrow pierced the golem's chest, dealing 97 damage. The system warned her that she did not have enough health, mana, and stamina, and she sighed heavily, saying that this looked like her limit. The monster clenched its fist and aimed at her. She froze, unsure how to resist. MC quickly ran up to her and jumped aside with her, saving her from the golem's powerful blow, which would have crushed her for sure. Yuhan thanked her for buying him some time, and he restored his health and stamina. He took out his pickaxe and said she was right. They were going to die anyway, so at least give him a fight, all or nothing. Seeing a stone palm rapidly approaching him, he rushed forward with a cry and swung the pickaxe, cutting off a chunk of his arm. Then he quickly ran to the side, dodging the blow, and seeing his fallen arm, he thought in confusion. Did it work? Was the pickaxe really his weakness? In the system, the pickaxe had no attack power. Then what was this? He climbed onto the golem's arm and began hitting it with the pickaxe. And again, his string of misses began. He wondered why nothing was working again. Was it some kind of bug? But the miss messages kept popping up, so it was definitely built into the game. But what were the conditions of use then? He was about to strike again, and at that very moment, Sia warned him of danger. Looking up, he saw the golem's fist rushing towards him and blue lines on it, which immediately made him recall the words of his teacher. Pabuchi. Ore is a combination of different materials. Even though it becomes one under high pressure, there are cracks between the different materials, and at his level, they are invisible. But if he hits these cracks right in front of him, he can extract something incredible. Following his teacher's advice, he struck the very crack with his pickaxe, and cracks appeared all over the golem's body. His hand immediately burst, and MC jumped to the floor, saying that now he understood everything. He had found its weak spot. The golem growled menacingly, but for Yuhan, this no longer posed any threat. He struck the golem's leg with a pickaxe, causing rocks to fly in all directions. Then he struck again, and the hamster sitting on the monster's shoulder immediately went to heaven. The golem screamed loudly, this time in pain, and the system informed Yuhan that he had successfully mined 10 marble units, increasing his mining skill by 30. Observing the interactions, Sia said that he probably destroyed the boss with crafting skills. That's how MC deprived the golem of all its limbs. He caught his breath, then approached it and grinned. Then he dealt the final blow, and the system reported that Zig and Sia had defeated the rampaging giant golem. After this, Yuhan picked up a piece of stone and, looking at the lines, thought that it turned out that the ability to see this was also suitable for mining ore. Strangely, when he tried to concentrate and see them earlier, nothing worked. But in the end, he was able to defeat the golem. Sia pounced on him and exclaimed that it was amazing. How did he defeat the boss with production skills? How is that even possible? She was so curious. He smiled contentedly and told her it was a secret. He couldn't just tell her that. After that, the system teleported them to another location, some kind of lab. Shia looked around and asked, "What is this place?" He told her that they defeated the boss, after which there is usually a reward room. Looking around, he himself wondered where they were. He didn't remember this. Sia looked at the huge device in the center of the room and the table with various flasks and said that she had a feeling that they make mobs here. MC touched his chin in confusion and thought that the reward room of the Deborah dungeon looked different. Could this really be Deborah's laboratory from rumors? Were they thrown here because of the victory over the Berserk Golem? He's never seen such devices. Sia quickly walked around the device, looked around with delight, and even found a chest. As soon as he heard about it, he was very happy and exclaimed that this was the reward room. Inside the chest were protective glasses called Eagle Eyes, which increase accuracy by 20%, range by 30%, and mastery by 13 points. This is an artifact created by the witch of this world. Yuhan was immediately intrigued by this rare item and asked her to show it to him, but she brushed him off, saying it was hers. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and said there should still be at least 2 chests. He found it and was immensely happy. Inside was an ordinary artifact, which slightly upset him, but still, it was better than nothing. These were witch gloves that add 3 points to defense and magic power. The next item was a guardian blueprint, the first of 2. After completing the blueprint, he could create the black iron that Deborah was trying to develop. Just thinking about the robot made MC imagine a bunch of explosions and thought it was incredible. Can he already make it? But to create a robot, he needs to increase his smelting, assembly, and summoning skills. He immediately put the blueprint away, since for him it was nothing more than an ordinary piece of paper, and took out the next item, a skill book. This is the hero's manual carver who defeated Deborah. If a blacksmith reads this, he will gain the skills to understand the structure and destruction of weapons. Conditions for the structure comprehension skill, the worst affinity with blacksmithing. Completed the Rankle Dungeon quest, a manufacturing skill of rank 6 or higher. Conditions for the weapon destruction skill, mining skill, defeating a rampaging giant stone golem, and a rank 7 structure comprehension skill. He thought, so he can already use the structure comprehension skill, and what is it for? In the manual, the hero wrote that defeating a witch golem is not an easy task, and defeating a giant stone golem is even more so. But then he heard an idea from a blacksmith. All ores are made from a combination of different materials, so gaps can always be found between them. These words allowed him to destroy the golem. He cultivated the ability to see the boundaries of all materials, and developed a skill that allowed him to take this ability to a new level. The more he developed the structure comprehension skill, the easier it was for him to mine ores and break equipment. That's how he learned weapon destruction. MC's eyes lit up with delight, and he continued reading the manual. The witch's battle isn't over yet. She'll definitely return, bringing a powerful army. That's why he didn't destroy her cave. He hopes that those who come after him will understand how to fight the witch's golems and take on her army. He thought, so the battle with the witch isn't over yet? Only a blacksmith can learn the hero skill carvin. Sia approached him and asked if he didn't like the reward. He replied that the reward was good, after which he smiled and thought that it wasn't just good. He'd acquired a hidden skill. Sia suggested that they leave. She looked elsewhere, but found nothing. He looked around. Her clothes were covered in green liquid, and all the flasks around her were broken. When they emerged from the dungeon, the girl stretched and, with a heavy sigh, said that she felt like she hadn't seen the sky in an eternity. Yuhan noted that they had spent a whole day on this. In real life, it had been 8 hours. She was surprised that so much time had passed and said that she needed to quickly exit the game. He wanted to tell her something, but started mumbling, and then she asked how old he was. He told her that he was 20, and she said that they were about the same age. After that, she extended her hand to him and offered to be friends. He looked at her in surprise and confusion, and she asked if he would shake her hand. He excitedly shook her hand and smiled, and she said that she added him on Messenger. She would write to him after exams. He was taken aback by these words and asked, "What exams?" She said that she had midterms starting. She wanted to have time to clear the dungeon before them. She would be back in 2 weeks. All this could have been postponed for later, but they had a lot of fun. Now MC understood what she meant then. She did not leave the game forever. Seeing his reaction, Sia hit him in the spine with all her might, telling him not to be sad. Her blow broke all his vertebrae, but she didn't notice it right away, and said that if anyone saw him, they would think they were saying goodbye forever. It was only for 2 weeks. They would pass unnoticed. Right before her eyes, his body disappeared, and all his things fell out, after which the system reported that Zig had died. She killed the player and became a murderer. Clearly not expecting this, she grabbed her head and exclaimed that this couldn't be. He died? Yuhan wasn't angry. He asked her to take his things, and she exclaimed in horror that her name was now in red. What should she do? He worriedly asked her to calm down, but she didn't listen at all, and then he, already crying, asked her to finally pick up his items. Very soon after those events, MC received his promised new game capsule. He quickly unpacked everything and logged into the game to test it. A week had passed since the stone golem hunt. He'd spent the entire time leveling up his structure comprehension skill. Thanks to this, his item crafting and repair skills had a 100% success rate, and the quality of his gear was impressive. In just a week, he'd become the renowned master blacksmith Bolden. Logging into the game, he tried to pinch his cheeks and noticed that everything felt even more realistic than before. He immediately heard exclamations from the sidelines, and he turned around to see a whole crowd of players who had come to him for repairs. He told them he couldn't work today because he had a quest to complete, but this arrangement wasn't acceptable, and they all started rushing at him, jabbing weapons in his face, asking him to repair at least one item. Suddenly, someone announced in surprise that the Slime King had appeared on the Urk Plain, and all the players immediately turned to this man, their eyes shining with anticipation. It was a super rare mob after all. They all immediately left Yuhan alone and ran to the plain, and that player approached the battered blacksmith. MC thought that the Slime King couldn't appear on the Urk Plain, and that guy said that now they can talk calmly. He came to hire him. Sometime later, Yuhan sat at his desk at the Civil Servants Academy, reading a book while the others listened to a lecture. Suddenly, Yuhan sensed something, and his classmate couldn't understand. What's wrong with this guy? He writes so fast. How extraordinary. A month had passed since the Bart's hack. He had already gained some notoriety, but still hadn't found a trace of the culprit. Most of the equipment was high quality, so he needed to level up his character, and he began searching for a way to do it quickly. He drew the necessary diagram on paper and continued to ponder. For this, he chose the No Sark trade route quest. If it's successful and the trade route stabilizes, major changes will come to Arpedia, leading to a game update. He couldn't miss such fun. Yuhan grinned, covering his face with his hands. A quest from King Barkas was recently announced, in which he would travel with a delegation along a new trade route to the land of the dwarves, Nosark. The quest was under the king's control, so many expected the experience rewards to be high. Nosark is a land of both blacksmiths and dwarves, and he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. But his level and reputation were too low. If he applied in this situation, he was guaranteed to fail the test. So what should he do? The observer from the side didn't understand what was happening. He started grabbing his hair. He's definitely a freak. After a while, Dylan placed his hand on his chest and decided to introduce himself first. He said his name and said he was the head of the Bolden branch of the Gold Rush Trade Association. He had come to invite the man who had become known as the Bolden Repair King to the guild. He was confident he could offer decent terms, so he invited him to join. Yuhan wondered if he should at least try applying. At that point, Dylan apologized and asked again, was he even listening? Yuhan replied, what? No, he wasn't listening. Dylan grew angry and asked him, would he just listen to me this time? Yuhan replied, oh my god, he's not interested in the guild, so he shouldn't waste his time here. Dylan laughed at this and suggested that Mr. Zig probably didn't know about the gold rush. At this point, the protagonist replied that he did know and picked his nose, muttering disinterestedly that it was a trading guild that always came in second place. Dylan tensed up even more and, frowning, replied, Mr. Zig, even second place is a very high position, and they plan to rise to first place soon. So what does he think about that? Maybe he wants to help them become the best in Arpedia? He can offer him a special bonus. But before Dylan could finish this sentence, the protagonist abruptly stated that he didn't want that. Dylan laughed and replied that he thought so, then let him explain the steps to joining. At that moment, he realized what Zig had answered and asked again, perplexed. What? The protagonist had whispered to him, obviously wondering how he would behave with a regular blacksmith. He wouldn't even be able to participate in group hunting. Trading guilds always make you work for them, paying for items at the cost of the materials. Or were they somehow different from the others? Dylan chuckled and replied with confusion that such guilds also existed. He thought about it and decided to suggest, what about the partner position? Yuhan was stunned by the proposal and asked curiously, partner? Dylan smiled and replied, yes, although he usually offered such offers to high-level players. He wouldn't have to do anything special. He could register on their guild's homepage. He would become their manager, and periodic contact would be sufficient. They would have no obligations to each other, unlike full guild members. They could repay with money or information for the creation and repair of equipment. They should start with that, and if he likes working with them, he can always become a full-fledged member of the team. But if not, he should resign in 6 months. At that moment, Yuhan tried to make a decision and think through the whole situation. He kept shaking his head from side to side as he pondered it, when suddenly an interesting idea occurred to him, and he suddenly shouted, okay. He grabbed Dylan by the shoulder with the same hand that had been picking his nose, which made Dylan angry because now his boogers were on his shoulder. Yuhan smiled and replied, then can he listen to his request? Dylan asked suspiciously, what kind of request? After some time, the carriage was traveling through the vast mountains. Dylan saw a notification through the system. Partner position? But weren't these two good conditions for a rookie blacksmith? Was he sure his premonition would be right? Would he really become famous? Dylan replied that it wasn't a hunch, but experience. His coworker asked again, experience? Dylan replied, yes. He'd already seen a low-level player who amazed everyone with his crafting and repair skills. He was talking about the Girion. They told him he was talking about the best coworker on the server. Dylan confirmed this, referring to the greatest master, some of whose items already sell for millions. At that moment, his friend grinned and replied that he'd wait for his results then. By the way, he brought back most of the bonus money. What happened? Dylan grinned and replied that he'd asked for something else. So he took 90,000. It's a merchant's habit. They asked him again, what else? After a while, people gathered around the sign listing people going on the first expedition. Among them was Zig, who saw his name and realized that it was excellent. He'd been chosen. He was very happy and knew time was short, but the large guild didn't disappoint. They even gave him a 10,000 bonus. He remembered Dylan and began to worry. What if he starts throwing him strange requests? Zig stretched and yawned, saying he didn't care. He had to prepare for this quest. Sometime later, in Bolden's eastern square, Joe's bakery. Inside, there was a storm pilfered, and a man holding a huge sword while sitting on his horse. He was the leader of one of the strongest mercenary groups, the Red Tigers, and also a well-known ranker, ranking 45th on the server. Right now, he had arrived at the bakery and was standing in line. Everyone around him looked at him curiously, confused as to why he was there. When he approached the table, everything was finally sold out, and he realized the cookies were gone. He'd never seen anything like that before. The saleswoman said the previous customer had taken everything, and he could ask for more. Guilford noticed the protagonist and, turning sharply, realized he had the cookies in his hands. He grew angry, grabbed him by the clothes, and pulled him toward him. Why had he filled his entire inventory with cookies? Where did he get such greed? The surrounding knights watched in bewilderment as Zig struggled to hold on to all the stacks of cookies. He was content and was already eating them when Guilford suddenly realized who was standing before him and exclaimed. At that moment, his hands began to shake, and he screamed in anger that he was a freak. He called for the blacksmith, and Zig realized what was happening and gasped in shock. He then asked, can he remind him who he is? Guilford grew even more enraged and froze in his own rage, not knowing what to do. He then screamed that he was a complete freak, and every vein on his face swelled from his scream. He had destroyed his precious sword. Guilford began pushing Zig with the cookies, aiming for them to fall in different directions, but he couldn't reach his goal. Suddenly, a bright beam of light erupted between them, and Guilford vanished. He'd left the game, the system reported, and Yuhan looked ahead questioningly. The other knights also didn't understand what had happened, and gaped in shock. Where was their commander? After a while, Guilford found himself next to his wife, who was screaming that he was only talking and not doing anything. He'd told her to put the dishes on him, but she'd already gone grocery shopping, and he was still playing. He replied that she was right, but he couldn't pull the cord. His wife exclaimed in anger. What did he just say? He replied, darling, let her wait. The elbow shouldn't bend like that. Their argument continued, and Guilford shouted, no, that doesn't mean she should twist his legs, dear. The screams continued in their house until their daughter suddenly heard them, clutching her head and asking them to be quieter, as she had classes. She had to distract herself, but she knew there was only a week left, just one more week. After some time, the system reported that a longboat was at the castle gates, the gathering point for a group of expeditionaries. A crowd of people appeared near the row, chatting with each other and appearing agitated. One of them asked another to look away, and he asked again, what's going on? He announced that the Red Tigers were also participating. Everyone around noticed, and Guilford arrived on his horse, surrounded by his knights. People started shouting, is that Guilford? So the rumors were true. In that case, the quest would be simple. At that moment, Guilford turned to his men and asked them to look for him very carefully. They exclaimed, yes, Commander. He was angry because Zig had bought a lot of provisions, and he was probably also participating in this quest. Meanwhile, Zig was indeed near the gate and passed a girl who was offering essential items for the quest at a low price. He noticed her and approached, and the girl asked him to wait a minute. Mr. Blacksmith, may I have some of your attention? Had he ever been suddenly attacked by monsters on the road? Zig thought for a moment, unsure what to say, and the girl answered for him. Of course there were. She always thought that people in industrial professions should have at least one guarantee of survival. Was she right? He replied, yes, of course. At that moment, he thought this was a ridiculous saleswoman, and he'd better cut the conversation short and go somewhere quickly. At that moment, she shouted that in that case, she recommended this item to him. It was a ring, neatly lying on a special pillow, a magic ring with a teleportation function for only 10,000 coins. The protagonist asked, only 10? That's so cheap. Maybe he should buy it? No, it was still a lot of money. He needed to carefully consider whether he would need it. At that moment, he grabbed the bag in his hands and cried out in horror when he dropped it on the table. He realized his hand had moved on its own. The girl replied, thank him for the purchase. May good luck be with him. As it turned out, he bought the ring after all, without noticing the movement of his hand, and said with a grin, okay, no big deal. He can resell it and still make a profit. Suddenly, he saw a system window that informed him that this was a teleportation ring and had a teleportation function. The user would be transported 20 meters in the selected direction, and after 4 seconds, the ring will be destroyed. Zig wondered what teleportation was. The saleswoman put all her things in a cart and said that sales had been great today. She'd thought Bolden was full of simpletons who didn't understand anything about it, so she'd made easy money. At that moment, the protagonist ran up to her and called her a scammer. He yelled at her to give him his money back, as he was so angry. He continued yelling at her, and the girl asked again, what is he talking about, a beggar? He shouted at her to look here. Was she really pretending not to know anything about this? He became even more angry and shouted, how dare she sell this? The girl pretended not to understand what he was talking about and asked again, what's the problem? It's a teleportation ring. That's right. He screamed, does she really mean to tell you that moving 20 meters in 4 seconds is normal teleportation? She's just a fraud. The girl exclaimed, a fraud? Actually, she has a glamorous name, Lizzie. Zig called her names and shouted that it was the perfect name for such a fraud. They grabbed each other's hands and started pushing, when suddenly one of the knights approached them and asked, what's going on here? They were moving soon, so they should be ready. At that moment, Zig exclaimed, Mr. Soldier, she's a fraud. At that moment, Lizzie knocked him down and, running up to the knight, grabbed his hand, hid behind him and screamed that she would tell everything right now. She was just doing honest business. Does he understand that? And this man suddenly pounced on her. She passed him a bribe behind his back, and the knight replied that he understood everything. He He drew his spear and shouted that Zig was a pathetic criminal. How dare he slander an innocent lady? Zig didn't know how to respond and asked, "What the hell is he talking about? She started it." The knight shouted at him to shut up and apologize quickly, otherwise he'd be dragging her cart as punishment, and in that case, he'd be expelled from the expedition. Lizzie, watching, smirked at the protagonist, who was dumbfounded by these words. Lizzie looked at him mockingly. She was a merchant and level 55. After a while, the expedition set off, and Lizzie smirked at Zig, who was deeply embarrassed by the situation. Guilford was pleased and calmly moved through the forest. At that moment, an unknown man, holding a bird in his hands, hid behind a tree, wearing a cloak. He tucked the paper with his bird's letter into its paw and sent it on its way. After a while, the bird spread its wings and arrived at the treasury of the Broden Kingdom. Once inside the castle, it entered through a window to an old man, who explained that the events they had been worried about had already begun. The Barkas Kingdom had sent an expeditionary group. Half of their country's income came from intermediary trade, and this was very bad news. But they had friendly relations with the Barkas Kingdom, so they couldn't stop them openly. He understood what he meant, right? His friend chuckled and answered, "Of course." It was Kira, rank 89, job title assassin. Sometime later, night fell. Zig gaped in surprise and asked himself, how did it all come to this? The merchant Lizzie approached him and asked, "Slave number 1, what are you doing?" He should pitch a tent right now. He was lounging on the ground, stretching his arms and legs, thinking about what a terrible girl she was. Lizzie said she needed to log out for a bit so he could set up the tent and cook. Did he understand? He should answer now. Slave. He rose, clutching his knees, and asked her again. Seriously, she'd definitely gone too far. Had she really decided to make him a slave? He gritted his teeth in anger and exclaimed that he couldn't live like this anymore. Zig clenched his fist and was incredibly tense, causing Lizzie to grin and call for the guards. At that moment, Zig ran to the side and said, "The ground is flat here and it's a great place for a tent. It'll be here." Lizzie grinned and said that he should have behaved this way from the start. Let him prepare everything while she's gone. Understood? The protagonist realized that if it weren't for the quest, everything would be fine. At that moment, Lizzie went offline. Zig continued setting up tents, as did everyone else on the expedition. When he had everything set up properly, he lit a fire and cooked food. He began eating, wondering, he caught the swindler. Why did he get this? Suddenly, he was called, addressed as a blacksmith. This man had heard that he was the best repairman in Bolden. He tossed him a shattered sword and asked him to repair his belongings. It was Guilford's army, who had come to him with their knights. Zig paused his dinner and wondered, are they from the Red Tigers? But why so suddenly? One of the knights menacingly replied that he was called the Repair King, but he didn't seem so confident. He wanted to pick on him as much as possible and drag him to the commander. Zig rose from his seat and replied, okay. He was eating, but this was really annoying. At that moment, he used the magical skills structure, and his eyes glowed with a bright blue light. A moment later, the sword was restored. It was a twilight dagger with a durability rating of 90 out of 90. When the knight took it in his hands, a runny nose even started running from his nose in fear, something he hadn't noticed due to his shock. The protagonist lay down comfortably and began reading. The knights exchanged bewildered glances. They discussed how the dagger was now in perfect condition. Could the rumors really be true? The knight replied that this was very strange, since he'd heard he'd destroyed the commander's sword. Zig turned to them and told them they could leave if they didn't want to do anything else. He was trying to read here, and they were bothering him. He called them old men, causing the knight to become enraged and start shouting, asking why he was acting so shamelessly after breaking the commander's weapon. He broke the dagger into small pieces again in anger and shouted that he wasn't an old man, because they were almost the same age. Zig asked again, what is this old man talking about? How could he do this? The knight shouted that he said he wasn't an old man and called the protagonist a puppy. Let him follow him before he hit him. At that moment, the protagonist closed his book and said that he remembered everything. He was the same old man he saw in the bakery. The knight replied that he wasn't an old man. Zig asked again, was he acting like this because he took all the cookies? The knight shouted, does he really think red tigers can be provoked by some cookies? But the surrounding knights understood that this is exactly what had happened. Zig replied that he didn't care. He smiled and said that he just wanted to let off some steam. Let him attack him right now. A moment later, Zig was unable to move because the knights had tied him up with ropes and bruised his head. Guilford approached him and looked down on him, and Zig shouted at the knights that it was unfair for a crowd to attack one person. He sat alone, surrounded by a crowd of haters. When Guilford approached him, he addressed him as a brat and said he could forgive him if he apologized immediately. Yuhan replied that he stood in line and then bought everything with his own money. So what other apology was there? He should leave him alone right now. He replied that he wasn't talking about cookies. Zig asked again, then what's the matter? He didn't harm anyone in this game. At that moment, Guilford was dumbfounded and asked again. He didn't harm anyone. It seemed that this wasn't going to work. At that moment, the knights helped untie him, and Zig wondered why they were letting him go. When he looked ahead, his mouth fell open in shock, and he asked again, what? Guilford pounced on him from afar, jumping into the air. Zig screamed, what is he doing? A moment later, an incredibly powerful explosion rocked the clearing. Bright beams of light and fire emanated from this explosion. Zig realized this simply couldn't be happening. This event item only had one attack power. The system reported it as a love stick. Guilford attacked him with this very weapon and told him he'd have to beat him into some manners. Zig stepped back, and Guilford swung again, shouting that they were about to to begin a discipline lesson. When he swung the love stick again, he shattered several trees into tiny pieces, which scattered across their clearing. Zig exclaimed, "A lesson? Stop taking out all your anger on him." At that moment, Zig was dumbfounded when he saw Guilford attacking him again, striking him directly, and everything around him erupted in bright sparks. Zig fell to the ground, face down, and lay on the shattered piece. Guilford looked down on him again, and said that he'd tried to hit him lightly, but was that enough? He'd called it a lesson, but the level difference was too great. He decided they'd change the terms right now. If he could touch him, he'd definitely let him go. Zig's entire body shook with pain, and he said that this old man was stubborn. Was he really setting conditions? Did he think a low-level blacksmith would never beat him? Zig recreated his weapons and grabbed them with his hands, saying that everyone looked down on him. He was level 10 out of 330. At that moment, Zig swung at his opponent with incredible anger and screamed, after which their swords clashed and the fight continued. Guilford tried to parry every attack, but was suddenly surprised and stopped. Zig flew off a little to the side, and Guilford realized that this was not bad for a beginner. He had talent. However, he grabbed the love stick again and realized that such guys couldn't overcome the level difference. At that moment, Zig leaped into the air and swung at his opponent, drawing ever closer. When their swords clashed, Zig grew even more enraged and began screaming louder and louder, defeating Guilford, who fell to the ground with his stick shattered into pieces. Weapon destruction is a skill that helps find holes in weapons and destroy them. The prerequisite for using this skill is leveling up his structural understanding to rank 7. Today, the protagonist succeeded in doing so and, looking at the system, smiled. The system reported that his structural understanding had risen to rank 7. Now, he could learn the weapon destruction skill, and he finally did. When Zig realized this, he immediately pounced on Guilford with an attack and thus defeated him. Guilford was dumbfounded by the fact that he'd broken his weapon, and Zig wondered if he was a ranker, but he'd probably never seen such a skill before. At that moment, he grabbed Guilford's neck with his hands and yelled at him to get it now. Guilford watched his actions in bewilderment and was still attacked. Zig wondered if he'd jumped too far away. Suddenly, he accidentally approached him, and they kissed. The surrounding knights were stunned by what they saw and didn't know how to react. It was as if they were watching a movie. Even the squirrel perched on the tree gaped and dropped a nut when it saw what was happening. The same thing happened to the chicks in the nest. Guilford became enraged and shouted that he'd kill him. Damn Blacksmith. Zig felt sick and realized it was his first kiss. At that moment, the knight exclaimed, "Commander, he must keep his promise." They tried to restrain Guilford and keep him away from Zig, but Guilford yelled at them to shut up and let him go right now. One of them said, "Boy, he's so beat up. Let him take his gift." It was a purple potion contained in a vessel. The system reported it as a large elixir that fully restores health. The knight muttered, "Who would have thought he beat the commander? What kind of skill was that?" It was the first time he'd seen a weapon broken like that. Could this really be a blacksmith's trick? Zig chuckled and replied that he couldn't give any details. Then the knight asked again, "Has he joined the guild yet?" He thought the commander liked him. Would he like to join their guild? The protagonist drank the potion, and when his health was restored, he wiped his lips and said that they beat him up 5 minutes ago. Isn't he ashamed to say it? The knight laughed and replied that they hadn't acted very maturely, but he'd broken the commander's sword and run away, so he suggested they forget the whole situation and stop calling him an old man. At that moment, Zig grinned and said he didn't recall breaking anyone's equipment. Then he remembered the shattered board and realized what he'd been breaking. He became angry and realized his mistake, then shook the knight's hand and said, "Yeah, they better forget about that, big buddy." At that moment, the knight screamed again. Who gave him permission to call him that? He's just a freak. The protagonist chuckled and apologized for the incident, then waved at Guilford. He exclaimed, "That's not the point, you idiot." Guilford continued to scream loudly in incredible anger. After a while, the camp fell silent and the sun rose. The guys who made themselves breakfast were shouting that it tasted terrible. Why was it cooked so poorly? His friend replied that he should turn down his sense of taste in the settings before eating. They had nothing to restore stamina with, so they should at least use this. Lizzie came up to them and asked, "Oh my god, have they used up all their supplies?" She handed them a golden apple and asked if they would like something similar. Everyone around was dumbfounded when they saw the golden apple. It was an expensive item, after all. Lizzie said she could lower the price from 10 to 1,000 just for them. They shouted for her to give them 4 apples, and everyone surrounded her. The guys pushed each other to get the apple first. When Lizzie received a new bag of gold, she smiled, thinking that today, too, success awaited her here. At that moment, Zig was painting ordinary apples with gold paint and asked if she really had to go that far to earn money. She was such a naughty girl. Lizzie smirked and replied that he was too young to understand her. Everything in this world is driven by money. She didn't need to increase her level and skills, but her wallet and inventory, and he should think about that. He'd figure out the rest later. She wouldn't give him any more orders. He'd do it when he was done. It was time for her to look for some herbs. Zig wondered why she was so obsessed with money. He didn't understand it at all. When he painted the apple gold, he drew a smiley face on it and exclaimed, "Yes, that turned out pretty good." He'd name this apple Wilson, let it be his companion until they reached the Nosark. Suddenly, When Zig looked up, he saw the tip of a sword approaching. The dagger pierced Wilson, and the protagonist, looking at it, realized it was a kunai. Guilford exclaimed that there was an attack. All fighters should take defensive positions. All the knights tried to move across the clearing, but were immediately destroyed by this multitude of kunai. As it turned out, the kunai had been launched by the same cloaked man, who leaped high into the air and continued attacking one knight after another. The entire clearing lit up with a bright blue light, and an unknown energy appeared near Guilford. He sensed that this was the player's death effect. At that very moment, the tip of the blade appeared near his neck from behind, but Zig suddenly used his weapon destruction skills. He landed next to Guilford and saved him. He grinned and told him he'd owe him one. Surprised, he replied that such an attack wouldn't have left even a scratch on him. At that moment, he wondered if he'd really been behind him without him even noticing. His camouflage skills were truly excellent. When Guilford saw the unknown cloaked man land on a huge rock opposite him, he asked, "Who is he?" Guilford pointed his sword at him, and at that moment the boy grinned and answered, "Who is he? He's the best among the assassins, the man who leads the Black Crescent." The knights were dumbfounded and questioned each other. Black Crescent? Isn't that the famous Assassin's Guild? Is that what he was talking about? Kira confirmed that he was talking about it. He's rank 89 and an assassin. At that moment, the guys received a quest, an attack on an expeditionary group, mandatory. Someone had hired assassins to disrupt trade between the kingdoms of Barkas and Nosark. They must repel the attack and reach Nosark within a specified time. People began to speculate, is this the same Kira? But he's a ranker. That simply can't be true. He's lying, right? But he has the fighting stance of an assassin. He sees no weak points. They will all die. At that moment, Kira spread his arms and grinning, said he hadn't come to kill. His goal was to delay them and earn the title of Patriot in the shadows. They should surrender now so he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. What did they think of this? If they agreed then. But before he could finish his sentence, one of the knights approached him and shouted, "Don't joke around like that." Did he even realize how much money he'd spent on this quest? Would he get it back? Who would reimburse him for his investment? Kira looked at him in bewilderment, then smiled slyly and replied that he seemed to have misunderstood something. At that moment, a sharp arrow flew straight into the knight's neck, and he was destroyed. Guilford covered his face with his hand and muttered, "Oh my God." Kira replied that these weren't negotiations, but a mere formality. They were surrounded by hundreds of his followers, and if they surrendered, they would kill them all. Now, did they understand the gravity of the situation? Guilford realized he wasn't sensing hundreds. He was definitely bluffing. But there were a lot of them in the forest, and if the NPCs died, they would be in real trouble. At that moment, a player appeared behind Guilford with an interesting stone-shaped staff. Guilford gestured with his fingers that he would provoke him and distract him, and that Hensok should block his view of the forest with magic. The mage heard his words, and Guilford placed his trust in him, after which he began counting down from 3 and pointing his fingers at everything. At that moment, Zig chuckled, claiming he was the best assassin, but in reality, he was a petty thief. Guilford stopped and clenched his fist. Zig muttered, "What kind of assassin would reveal himself and then lecture his victims? He should have killed everyone before they noticed him." He pointed his sword at the assassin, who realized he had met the blacksmith again. Zig continued, saying that if he truly was a ranker, he should fight honorably, one-on-one. He surrounded himself with followers and intended to win with dirty tricks. Coward. Kira said that his cockroach voice was really annoying, and he was lucky he broke his weapon and now he was playing tough, noob. At that moment, Kira raised his finger and said, "Guys, kill him." Zig frowned and looked confidently ahead when he suddenly noticed a sharp sword pointed at him from the forest. It was destroyed right above his head, and Zig, delighted, said that it was an attack of this caliber. At that same moment, he was stunned when he looked to the side and noticed a huge number of weapons approaching. At that moment, Guilford shouted, "Now, Hensok." Hensok heard him, and holding out his staff shouted, "Yes." And at that moment, his magical wave helped them create a protective barrier, causing everything to glow bright blue. Kira exclaimed to his subordinates, "Leave no one alive. Let them finish them all off." At that moment, Guilford asked again, does he want to finish them off? But today, only he will die. With these words, he pounced on the main villain and declared, "Berserker mode." Bright red beams of light began to emerge from his body, spreading across the clearing with lightning speed. Numerous rocks were scattered everywhere from the bright flash of light and Guilford's impact. He retreated further and further from the shattered ground, screaming. Kira was attacked and thrown aside. When Guilford landed, Kira was stunned by what he saw. He realized Guilford was standing directly in front of him on the shattered ground and exclaimed, "What an honor." He had been a bit slow. The system reported that his stats were too low, and Berserker mode had been cancelled. Guilford was stunned by what he saw and was struck by the Hydra's blood effect. His health and stats were reduced by 50%. Zig, meanwhile, grinned, grabbed his chin, and thought he was a genius. A second before his death, he opened his inventory and pulled out the log armor. Log armor is a log-shaped suit that protects the entire body, but it's so heavy that the user can't move. He knew the Red Tigers would handle everything themselves, and it was time for him to log out. He tried to log out, but looked questioningly at the system. As he looked around, he wondered how they managed to lose. He stood there dumbfounded for a few more seconds, and after a while, the system reported that he'd received the Hydra's blood effect, reducing his health health and stats by 50%. He realized, Hydra's blood, the outline of a terrifying beast appeared in his mind. It was an item dropped by the Hydra, the boss of the Kadria dungeon. It's a powerful poison that instantly reduces health and stats. When he thought back to his breakfast, he realized, had someone poisoned it? But that was very strange, since the food had been delicious. At that moment, Guilford and Kira's swords clashed. Bright sparks of light erupted, and Guilford struggled to withstand the blow. He felt another bright beam of light above his head, and Kira realized he was a damn monster. He was at this level, even after being poisoned. Were his attacks really not working? They were at a disadvantage. He knew they needed to get the NPC out of here. They had to start moving now. At that moment, he turned away from his enemy, who was dumbfounded by what he saw. Meanwhile, Kira's subordinates pursued Zig and shouted at him to stop immediately. But he didn't stop and continued on his way. Zig thought he might have dodged the attacks, but they would soon catch him. He urgently needed to hide, and in that case, he wanted to run into the forest. He ran at incredible speed, trying to shake off his pursuers. After some time, the cart stopped abruptly. Lizzie was very tired of dragging it alone. She recalled that when Kira had routed the entire army, he exclaimed, "The Black Crescent Moon is preparing to move out of here." They would immediately pursue them when the reconnaissance party returned. At that moment, many of the destroyed knights vanished into pixels. Lizzie heard everything and hid behind a tree. Kira heard a strange sound and turned around, looking intently in that direction. He asked, "Was there a noise?" Lizzie covered her mouth with her hands and tried to remain still so no one would find her. At that moment, Kira drew his dagger and approached the tree, when suddenly his subordinates called him and reported that the reconnaissance party had returned, as they thought they were heading for Rocking Bridge Canyon. Kira, distracted, asked again, "Is that true?" A smile appeared on his face, and he tossed his sword aside, splitting the tree in two, and exclaimed with joy, "The Black Crescent Moon, they are moving towards the canyon. They should get there first and attack when everyone arrives." Did they understand? His subordinates bowed to the floor and shouted back, "Yes." Lizzie was hiding behind that same tree cut in two. She managed to catch her breath from fear, and now realized that if this was the same guild, they were hired killers, and rankers at that. Judging by the number of bodies and belongings, more than half the expedition group was dead. If they fell into another ambush, the game would be over. She needed to warn them quickly. She ran at incredible speed, when suddenly a giant monster appeared in front of her. Lizzie was dumbfounded and couldn't move from terror. The creature began to reach its huge paw towards her, and Lizzie began to squeal in fear. The ogre made eerie sounds and growled. Lizzie was so frightened that tears began to spill from her eyes, and she suddenly grabbed her cart and ran in the other direction, shouting, "Where did the yellow ogre come from?" The ogre pursued her with incredible speed, and suddenly she hit a stone. When she felt this, she froze and fell straight to the ground. When she rose, she found herself completely covered in dust and cried out in pain. At that moment, the ogre was already approaching her, and Lizzie was stunned with horror and didn't know what to do. She remembered that her boss had once approached her at work and handed her an envelope, saying it was a bonus. She asked again, "A bonus?" He replied, "Yes, she had tried so hard, she should buy herself something." She realized that she could start studying if she added a little more money to the money she had set aside. After counting the money, she arrived at the piano academy. Entering her classroom, she closed the doors and heard strange sounds. When she picked up the phone, her sister exclaimed that something bad had happened to their dad. Sometime later, she arrived at the hospital, which debited 2.5 million won from her account for treatment. She said everything was fine, money came and went, no big deal. So she grew up and ended up at the wrong university. Now her career aspirations were global business administration instead of the piano music department. She was upset, but she couldn't do anything about it. At that moment, Lizzie grabbed a stone in her fist, her whole body shaking with anger and hatred. She screamed that she had worked so hard to earn this money. Did he even know how much money she had spent on this quest? She wouldn't give up again. With tears in her eyes, she yelled at the ogre and began pelting the creature with stones. She prayed for the monster to just die right then and there, and continued throwing rocks at it and sobbing. Suddenly, the protagonist came to her aid and pushed the monster from behind, causing it to fall forward. When the ogre reached for Lizzie, she found herself in a magical abyss, and moments later, the ogre vanished from her sight. She was dumbfounded and fell to the ground with tears in her eyes, looking hopefully at the sky. Zig landed nearby and asked again, "So did he die?" He finally managed to do it. Lizzie was stunned when she saw him, and Zig exchanged glances with her. He didn't expect to see tears in her eyes and asked, "What is she doing here?" She didn't move at all and was still in terrible fear. 30 minutes ago, the assassins were searching the forest, wondering where he had gone. He ran here. There was some noise. The guys were trying to find Zig, who had vanished, protected by a single tree. He realized he'd barely escaped them, and now needed to find a proper antidote. At that moment, bright bursts of energy appeared near his feet, and he noticed something was wrong. Turning around, he saw a huge yellow ogre. This is a rare mob that spawns near the Nemesis Mountains. It has high attack power for its level, so fighting it is usually avoided. At that moment, the ogre pounced on him with its huge, sharp club. Zig mused that it would drop a powerful antidote, and an experienced fighter could handle it. The protagonist destroyed one such ogre. Information from the forum, the Nemesis Mountains branch, was in his hands. No matter how powerful the attack, He easily attacked this monster and shouted that an attack is useless if the ogre can't hit its target. He confidently looked ahead, straight into the monster's eyes, and after a moment, after delivering several more fierce blows, the monster lost its strength. The protagonist grabbed a branch and shouted at him to stay put. The ogre began to run away from him. Zig picked up the potion and drank it. The system reported that it was a major antidote that combined the effects of other antidotes and eliminated any abnormal condition. Lizzie replied that he was lying. He meant to say he killed that yellow ogre? The protagonist repeated, yes, can't she see? He had become an ogre vanquisher. The system reported that ogre vanquisher is the title of one who strikes fear into the hearts of ogres. His attack power is indeed weak, but it's enough to kill the monster before it dies. Lizzie frowned and wondered in her mind, did he, with the blacksmith profession, really kill the monster? At that moment, Zig raised his hands in joy and exclaimed that he was healed. Lizzie, watching his actions, thought it didn't matter. It had been difficult for her to do it herself, but now she had every chance. While Zig continued to rejoice, she suggested they work together. He was dumbfounded by the proposal and asked again. What? She replied. He wants to complete this quest too, right? She had a plan to get rid of the Black Crescent. After some time, the group of knights found themselves near a wooden bridge. Guilford's subordinate reported, Commander, there's a bridge ahead. They're almost there. Guilford confidently replied, no, it's not over yet. At that moment, a bright beam from the attack flashed right in front of him. Kira flew to the side and, pausing, tried to catch his breath, muttering that he was impressed. He was sure he'd hidden his presence well. But how had he guessed that? Guilford looked up at him and replied that he should chalk that up to adult experience. At that moment, Kira snapped his fingers and declared that he was talking so much, but in the end, he would be destroyed by this trifle he called him. A multitude of spears began to spread around the knights, approaching their faces. The knights tried to resist these attacks to avoid being hit, but many of their weapons were shattered into pieces. Guilford shouted for everyone to prepare. They must act now. His hensock exclaimed, yes, and at that moment used his wall skill, just as the assassin slit his throat. Guilford cried out in horror, Hensock, no! Kira pounced on Guilford while he was distracted and began attacking him. He bit his lip in satisfaction and remarked that it seemed Guilford's stormy reputation was exaggerated. He only had one final blow left. At that moment the cart stopped abruptly, and Kira heard the creak of wheels and turned in that direction. The sounds continued, and at that moment, Zig arrived, waving his hand at him and yelling that he was a petty thief. Kira watched in disbelief as he approached and realized he was up to something. Zig pulled the cart straight towards his opponent and shouted at him to catch the gift. Kira grabbed his dagger and immediately decided to pounce, saying he'd heard he'd escaped, but now he'd returned. It seemed he really wanted to die. Suddenly, his weapon vanished from his hands, and he couldn't figure out what that smell was. Kira yelled that he had to take the gift now. He threw a fiery bottle toward him, which began to spread flames everywhere and eventually hit his boots, shattering into pieces. Zig exclaimed, now! At that moment, a bright fiery explosion occurred, destroying their opponent. Kira screamed in horror and pain, unable to escape the flames. A moment later, Lizzie arrived, her hand clenched into a fist with confidence. It turned out they were harnessing the explosive spirit's power from the barrels. Some time ago, Lizzie had opened one of the taps and said she'd bought the barrels because the dwarves loved it. Just the smell told you how strong the alcohol was. When she poured a drop onto the ground, she offered to let Zig demonstrate. She lit a match and tossed it toward the drop. A bright, fiery explosion erupted where the fire and alcohol met. She remarked that even a few drops exploded on contact with fire. If they could pour it all on Kira and then set it on fire, it would explode and kill him. Even a ranker would die from that. He's an assassin after all. It wasn't such a bad plan. But before she could finish, Zig suddenly replied that he didn't even know. Lizzie frowned, confident in her idea, and asked, what does that mean? He replied, let's say they somehow get rid of Kira, but what about the rest of the assassins? At that moment, Lizzie considered whether they could blow them up along with Kira. He replied that there was no chance that idiot would be standing next to the group. He was confident he'd get to the most visible spot while the others hid. Lizzie suggested that if they got rid of Kira, then, but before she could finish, Zig said that it wasn't a problem that could be solved by killing the leader, because there were too many of them. Lizzie asked, then what was he proposing? He had a better idea. He asked her to consider this. They needed somewhere to hide before the attack. The plan was simple. They would blow up all the possible shelters nearby, causing the assassins under their command to scatter in all directions in terror and pain. The flames would spread throughout the forest, through which Lizzie would be making her way alone. At that moment, she realized everything had worked as he'd said. Then Zig told her he'd show her the places where, if detonated, the canyon would collapse, and when he gave the signal, she should detonate all the barrels. Lizzie couldn't believe he'd even thought of destroying the canyon. Who was he? At that moment, all of the assassin's subordinates were also destroyed and were at the very center of the fire. Zig, who looked up to notice what was happening, exclaimed in surprise. He smiled and said he'd had his doubts, but everything had worked as planned. The more he learned about structure skills, the happier he became. He needed to do more research when he finished the quest. At that moment, Someone's fiery foot stopped not far from him. The guy asked where he was going. Zig turned around in confusion and noticed his enemy attacking him right in the fire. Zig tried to block the attack, but a bright beam of purple light began to spread everywhere. The boy paused, and the protagonist tried to catch his breath, wondering how he'd survived such an explosion. He was a typical ranker, nothing but monsters. The enemy said he'd regret what he'd done and how he'd angered him. Kira smiled at him, steam pouring from his ears and mouth. He glared at the protagonist, preparing to destroy him with incredible anger in his eyes. After a while, the people gathered near the bridge were about to cross, shouting, "Slow down. They need to let the NPCs and newcomers through first." Guilford, standing next to his subordinate, leaned against him, thinking that he didn't know what caused the explosion, but thanks to it, he survived. They needed to leave quickly before the Black Crescent caught up with them. At that moment, Lizzie ran up to him and screamed, "Mr. Guilford!" She ran at incredible speed and fell right at his feet, trying to catch her breath. Guilford noticed her and said, "What's going on?" She said they'd bought themselves some time and needed to cross quickly to the other side. Guilford asked, "Does she mean she caused the explosion?" Lizzie was sure and answered, "Yes, she and the blacksmith Zig did." Guilford was stunned and asked again, "Zig?" The knight turned to his commander and said that the others had already reached the bridge and that he needed to do so too. Guilford frowned and said he would wait for the blacksmith here. His subordinates asked in surprise, "What did he just say?" He would come sooner or later, and it was better for him to cross the bridge now. Guilford replied that the blacksmith had saved him twice, and he didn't want to remain in his debt, and he couldn't leave without him. Meanwhile, Zig, engulfed in flames, was trying to defeat his opponent. Kira, in earnest, used his skill, but Zig shattered his weapon in two. When a piece of the weapon fell right next to Kira's feet, he grew angry and said that this was also the skill he had used earlier. Everything around him was in flames, and their struggle continued. But did he really think he could be defeated with such petty tricks? Zig replied that this was the voice of a man who couldn't straighten his back due to fire damage. He was doing nothing but whining when suddenly his entire arm glowed with bright bursts of magic, and Zig was forced to bend over. He started screaming, blood pouring from his mouth. He didn't understand where the sudden damage came from. Kira approached him and explained that this skill was called a residual trace attack. Just don't tell him he planned to keep dodging and using these pathetic attacks until the end. He should know his place, you idiot. Zig's body began to shake, and he didn't know how to get up. Kira ominously muttered that he was beating him like a regular bug. At that moment, he swung his foot straight at Zig's head, who cried out loudly, "Now!" Kira was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. Had they really not detonated all the bombs? When he turned around, he noticed something was wrong, but Zig was able to distract him and run away. Kira exclaimed that he was a freak when he realized his own, and Zig exclaimed, "So who's the idiot now?" He fell for such a simple scam. At that moment, Kira found himself near the entrance to the Nemesis Mountain Cave. When he entered, he uttered a terrifying remark that he almost caught that freak, but he wished he could beat him in real life until he died. A bright flash of light erupted near him, and he didn't understand what had happened. Kira staggered back from the attack and realized, "Is that really a cookie?" At that moment, Zig approached him and let out a loud cry of damage. He was so enraged that he approached him from behind and attacked his opponent. He exclaimed, "Great." He hit the right spot this time, when suddenly his opponent vanished from the spot and moved behind him. Zig exclaimed, "What?" The system reported that it was a hidden assassin skill, Shadow Decoy. It summons a clone that moves like the main body but disappears after taking damage. Kira pounced on the protagonist from behind and overpowered him with his legs. Zig cried out in pain and began to fall to the ground. When Kira approached his attacked opponent, he said that he must admit that he had been tough to deal with. Maybe even tougher than Guilford, but this was the end. The games were over. But before he could finish his sentence, his legs were suddenly enveloped in magical green threads. He asked again, "What is this? What's happening this time?" Zig grinned and exclaimed, "Can you see? There are no items or monsters in this cave. But there is one interesting plant here. He can twitch, but he won't be able to escape." The system reported that this cave vine is level 33, grabs any nearby objects, and disappears on its own when the capture time ends. Kira couldn't move and didn't know what to do. Zig watched this unfold, thinking that the stakes were high, but it worked. He needed to watch where he stepped. The veins on Kira's face bulged with anger, and he exclaimed that he was just a freak and would use tricks until the very end. What would he do now without combat skills or weapons? At that moment, Zig grabbed his sword and declared that he didn't need it. He had killed a giant stone golem with this. Had he heard of this frenzied mode? By this he meant a long staff, and Kira asked in confusion. His secret weapon was a regular pickaxe? He shouldn't make him laugh. At that moment, the protagonist swung the pickaxe and shouted that they would now see if this was normal or not. Kira was dumbfounded by the attack and squeezed his eyes shut. When Zig struck the wall, it glowed with magical light and stones scattered everywhere. The entire wall began to glow through the cracks, and Kira couldn't understand. He was an idiot. He couldn't even hit his real target. Zig replied, "No, he had hit it right here." When he pointed toward the wall, lightning sparks continued to spread throughout the cave. It turned out that this was the core of the cave walls, and he had destroyed it. Zig grinned, looked at Kira, and announced that soon the cave would completely collapse. Kira chuckled and said that if something like that could cause a cave-in, then... But before he could finish the sentence, the cave actually began to crumble into pieces. He was surprised by what was happening and realized he'd never heard of such a skill. In his opinion, it was definitely a bluff, maybe it was some kind of mind control. Wait, he's a simple blacksmith. That doesn't make any sense. So the cave really is collapsing? He was about to crush it, taking himself with him. Kira tried to flee the scene, screaming in fear, but the magical threads that bound his legs prevented him. He fell head-on, hitting the ground, and the system reported that he was trapped and couldn't move for 10 seconds. He screamed his name, and that he was a ranker. Did he really think he could defeat it? He was just some blacksmith. Suddenly, he realized he had nowhere to go, and the cave buried him under rocks. He cried out one last time as he experienced terrible pain, and after a while, the system reported that it had been a failed attack on the expedition group. All the assassins hired to attack the merchant groups had been killed, and the Black Crescent Guild members would be punished for failing the quest. Meanwhile, the people gathered near the bridge continued to persuade the commander to cross. Frankly, it was easier for them to admit that Zig was dead. Guilford replied that he didn't look like someone who could die so easily, and his subordinate agreed, as he had hoped the boy would come. At that moment, Zig exclaimed that they better watch their words. He had managed to escape the cave and reach them alive. Despite being covered in bruises and blood, Zig still straightened up and declared that he was alive right here, just in case. The knights exclaimed in surprise that he had returned in one piece, and Zig asked again, where did he look whole? But without that item, he would definitely have died. It was the ring on his finger, the one he bought from that same Lizzie. He knew he only had one chance. He wouldn't make it to the cave exit in time, but with this ring, please, he could. He used the ring's magical powers, and it teleported him 4 seconds later, right next to the entrance, which had been blocked just moments after he'd found himself outside. He was glad that thanks to his wits, he'd managed to survive in such a situation. But it was still robbery, since the ring wasn't worth the money. But he thanked the con artist for it. Lizzie thought he'd only had a defective and useless item, but he'd still found a use for it and survived. Even against a ranker, guys like that were rare, and she needed to find a way to make him her slave. Lizzie came closer and said, as he saw, she told him so. He should be grateful to his friend Lizzie. He replied that she hadn't even told him her age, and at that moment, Guilford chuckled, saying that it was amazing and that he defeated Cyrus single-handedly. Zig replied that, unlike some shaggy old man who only knew how to talk, he'd actually done it, and Guilford got angry and shouted, what did he just say? He had his own problems, okay? At that moment, all the surrounding knights laughed, and everyone's spirits lifted. Lizzie also smiled, as did the commander's subordinates, who were dumbfounded and unsure how to react. Zig suggested that everyone continue on to Nosark. After a while, it began to snow outside, and they found themselves behind snowy mountains. When they arrived at the fortress, a man announced that a group of merchants from the Barkas kingdom had arrived. They should open the gates. When the gates to the fortress opened, the system announced that the quest to create a trade route had been completed. Of the 80 adventurers, 28 survived. These people would receive gifts from the king himself. As the knights began to enter the fortress, they looked around at the ordinary people. The system reported that they had received 1,000 experience and 700 prestige points. Zig had reached level 55, allowing him to craft and repair S-rank equipment. The king's gift is the Videx shield. The system reported that the Videx shield is a rank exclusive to the blacksmith, a royal treasure bestowed by the king. This special skill can block any attack once per day. After some time, the developers discussed the character's name, Zig. A month had passed since his creation and the choice of blacksmith profession. Previously, this user was a ranker, the character Bartz, but after creating Zig, he showed signs of stats and defeated the rampaging stone golem that triggers hidden events. He moved to Nosar, where the next trigger for this event is located. The development team believes this user has a high chance of triggering events in Mycenia. If they're going to allow a level 55 blacksmith to somehow trigger events, then why delay this update? Another developer responded that this event could bring major changes to the entire Arpedia, and if it were to overlap with the update's release, users might get confused, and something unexpected would happen. They should listen. The department head is like that. His words make no sense. The appearance of the rampaging stone golem took almost 3 years, 3 whole years, and he's telling them they need to maintain the update because of the blacksmith's low level? Is he willing to take responsibility for the negative consequences of delaying the date? Kim bowed his head and replied sheepishly that, in the long run, it would be the players. But before he could finish his sentence, the director suddenly entered the office and announced that he would take responsibility for what was happening. At that moment, the developer turned to him, bewildered. Sokjin scratched his head and apologized for being late, saying he'd been so caught up in preparing for the meeting that he'd forgotten about it. Sokjin laughed, and the developer asked him to sit down, then asked him what he meant by that. He'd said he'd take responsibility, so they should delay the update. His colleague asked, but why? He also believed the blacksmith would trigger the events. Sokjin adjusted his glasses and replied that it was just one small detail. He'd actually like to add a few things to this update. He was asking for some time to implement them. At that moment, he opened his laptop and showed his entire team what he'd created. It included an expansion of the continent, production professions, the witch story, a massive expansion of item crafting options, and so on. He'd created an incredibly extensive update and asked everyone what they thought. Everyone around him was stunned by what they saw and realized they'd have to slightly reschedule the schedule to implement the changes. If they don't achieve the expected growth rates, the director will be held accountable. At that moment, Kim turned to him and said, "Director, let him wait a minute. Even if they forget that this isn't related to the original topic, such an update will take them 2 years." The director replied that he had already completed most of the work during his vacation, and the development team was left with the final push. At that moment, Kim was stunned by the realization that he had done everything himself. And Seokjin asked again, what do they think about this? Aren't they interested in how Arpedia will change in the future? He chuckled and continued to look into the faces of his colleagues. Meanwhile, the protagonist, lying on his bed, screamed, laughing that the hacker had been caught. Did he think they wouldn't find him in the NAS arc? He had been waiting for this day so long. At that moment, the protagonist's brother, Yuhyun, became saddened by what was happening. He watched for a while as Yuhan lay on the floor, screaming with joy. When he slammed the door, Yuhan noticed the sound and was surprised. Yuhyun went into the living room and approached his parents, who were sitting at the table, and asked, "Where is Yuhan?" Yuhyun replied that it looked like he'd been playing all night again and was still asleep. Mom asked, "What?" He said he'd study, but he was still playing. Dad turned to her and asked, "What's wrong with that, dear?" He thought it would be better if he did what he loved, especially compared to the past. His wife turned to him and said that it was because of his behavior that he grew up like this and wouldn't be able to earn a living. Asked again, "Is that a problem?" He'll manage their store. He hopes their son will find happiness. They couldn't help him when he was going through hard times, so they need to let him do what he wants now. Yuhan, standing behind the wall, watched all of this. His parents were worried about his health. At that moment, Yuhyun clapped for them and said, "What inspiring words, they'll reinforce this wisdom," and he offered to skip classes today. At that moment, his mother exclaimed that he would never do that, and Yuhyun became upset. Sometime later, evening fell. The protagonist went out into the courtyard and sat on a bench. He sipped his soda and reflected on his life. Yuhyun recalled his parents' words, saying they couldn't help him when he was going through hard times, and therefore should let him do what he wanted. He understood that his mom and dad had too many unnecessary worries, and that he had long since stopped caring about that incident. He put the soda down on the bench, and remembered how he once set down his tray in the cafeteria and asked, "Seriously?" He was 18 years old, and a rat was found in his soup. He shouted to his friends that he wanted more meat, but that was too much. At that moment, he decided to post about it on social media. He is a student at Haklim High School in the Seodong district. Today, they were serving soup for lunch, and he noticed something strange in it. When he looked, it turned out to be a rat. He understands that this is hard to believe, so here's a photo. When he posted this photo on social media, it reached the school administration. A man burst into their office and shouted, "Is that idiot Yuhan in this class?" The kids started whispering, "Who is that?" No one understood what was happening, but it turned out to be Pil-chun, who had transferred from Yangwon Middle School. Everyone there called him crazy too, and they shouldn't look at him because he could hit them for no reason. When Pil-chun approached the last desk, he turned to the sleeping Yuhan and asked, "Is that him?" He grabbed him by the hair and shouted that he should wake up right now. Yuhan couldn't wake up, and drool was pouring out of his mouth. He muttered in his sleep, "Teacher." He wasn't asleep. At that moment, Pil-chun dealt him an irreparable blow right in the face with his fist, causing Yuhan to fall to the ground with blood flowing from his nose. Pil-chun looked down on him and said that he was finished. "You freak!" The MC came home and said he was home. His mom looked at him and asked what happened to his face. Did he get into a fight? He said he fell down the stairs. His mom asked if it hurt a lot. Should she take him to the hospital? Yuhan replied there was nothing to worry about. He was fine. He definitely was not fine. From that day on, his school life turned into a living hell. Kim Pil-chun was constantly looking for him to attack. His friends became more and more distant. He found himself isolated. They beat him up every day. They bullied him. They beat him up and bullied him again. The MC whispered, "Why are they doing this to him?" The guys asked, "What?" They can't hear him. "What is he mumbling there? Idiot." Yuhan clenched his jaw and screamed loudly, "Why are they doing this to him?" Pil-chun looked at him carefully and laughed. The guy said he imagined himself to be a tragic character. He started mimicking him and screamed. He was scared. A man entered the room and said, "Guys, you can't behave like this. If a friend asks them a question, you have to answer it." The guys turned around and screamed, "Hunil, Jong Hunil." He's 18 years old, and he's the student council president of Haklim High School. MC looked at him and thought, Jong Hunil? That's the guy who always takes first place. He walked up to MC and asked, he wonders why everyone hits him. Yuhan? He'll explain. Let him listen carefully. He grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up, pulling him towards himself. Hunil said, just like that. Do you need a reason to hit an idiot? He doesn't like him. Is that okay? MC looked up and saw the guys laughing, and then he punched him in the face. Now he said, Jong Hunil, you idiot. He squeezed a tin can with his hand and started punching the air. He said, you idiot. He better stay out of his sight. He'll turn him into a cutlet with the fighting spirit he got from the game. At that moment, a piece of paper fell on his face and Yuhan screamed. He can't see anything. He hit a guy who was walking towards him and fell to the ground. The guy asked, did he push him? Doesn't he want to apologize? MC said, yes. He started to apologize when suddenly he froze and widened his eyes. Pil-chun said, oh shit, he has so much to do. Yuhan thought, Kim Pil-chun? He asked, have you swallowed his tongue? Is he going to apologize? MC shook with fear and couldn't say anything. Pil-chun grabbed him by the jacket and lifted him up. He asked irritably, did he hear what he said? At that moment, Pil-chun got distracted by his phone and said, he's a lucky idiot. He let go of MC and said, next time let him watch where he's going. He answered the call and said, yes, he's already on his way. After a while, a voice rang out in the restaurant. Will he increase taxes? Yes, he'll raise this issue at the next meeting. The man asked, he knows right that the trade route from Barkas to North Ark was recently opened. Because of this, Lord Broaden's treasury is in a dire state. The tribute from Nambarine has always been too small. Pil-chun said with displeasure, but immediately dismissed. Inol turned to Pil-chun and asked, what's his answer? He frowned and replied, I understand. After a while, MC approached the building with the sign Great Korean Dojo and looked at it. He thought he'd been fine for a long time. Now he's not afraid of other people or leaving the house. He remembered meeting Pil-chun and thought, he'll become a strong version of Kang Yuhan. He'll raise his physical level, and then his mental health will improve too. He abruptly opened the door and greeted loudly. He cried out. He came to study martial arts. He froze and looked at the training session, where men were fighting each other. The man who was lying lowest asked to be saved. He closed his eyes, and MC thought, did he die? He went back to the exit and said, right, he's unemployed, no extra money for training. The man apologized and asked, did he come to sign up for their dojo? Is he a new member? MC replied, no. He just made a mistake. He came here by accident. He bumped into the man's chest and looked up in fear. Taesu frowned and leaned over slightly to look at MC. He screamed loudly, a blacksmith? After a while, MC looked around and thought, how is this possible? How did this section end up being the Red Tiger's base? The master said, now it's clear why his gait seemed familiar to him. Judging by his clothes, does he also practice martial arts? MC asked again. Him? No. He just wants to do some sports. The master screamed, and that's why he came to sign up for their section, right? Yuhan asked, what? No way. He's unemployed and has no money. Taesu said not to worry. He has a special offer for him, a year's membership fee exemption. The master invited him to join. As they say, coincidences happen for a reason. MC thought, why is he pressuring him so much? Taesu smirked and thought, he'll beat the crap out of him and teach him some manners. Yuhan thought, maybe he should try after all. He has nothing to lose anymore. He smiled and said okay. He hopes they'll get along. The master took out an application to join the Great Korean Dojo and said, great. What's his name in real life? MC answered, he's Kang Yuhan. Taesu asked again, Kang Yuhan? He'd heard that name somewhere before. He screamed. He'd heard it. The son of the owner of the store he used to frequent was named Kang Yuhan. He was also friends with his daughter. What's wrong with him? He's dredging up the past again. Yuhan was sweating from fear and apologized, asking if he could know his name. He asked again, didn't he introduce himself? His name was Song Taesu. Yuhan became even more frightened and asked if he could ask his daughter's name. Taesu replied, Charon, but why would he want to know his daughter's name? MC laughed and said, it's been a while, uncle. Taesu asked, puzzled, what do you mean, it's been a while? Realization dawned on him and he asked, is this really that Yuhan? The system window reported, low stamina. Duration, 30 minutes. Health stats approaching 0. Zig lay on the ground and said, this is pure hell. At that moment, Taesu was circling MC, holding his legs. He screamed. It could be considered fate that brought them together again. He would personally train him. After finishing this hellish training, he somehow dragged his exhausted body home and logged into Arpedia Online. He thought he would get a quest from the dwarves, and after completing it, he would level up, and maybe he would master a hidden skill, but it was not to be. MC was thrown out of the forge many times, and he said with tears in his eyes, he, of course, knew that dwarves are a very withdrawn race. Some time ago, the dwarves asked with displeasure, and how can a human be useful? He wants him to say this to him in exchange for thanks? Let him forget it. He thinks they don't know that he actually wants to steal their production secret. Let him get out of here. Zig was on his knees and thinking, who knew that they would be so savage? If he had begged any harder, he felt they would have chased him with knives. The system window reported insufficient stamina. Please let him eat something. Zig grabbed his stomach and thought he urgently needed to eat. After a while, he screamed loudly. Was he serious? How much does a raw potato cost? 1,200 gold pieces? Is he kidding? And why is it stored behind glass? It's just a regular potato. The man said of the two, it seemed like he was the one joking. By the way, their store is considered the cheapest in the whole village. MC thought direct trade had only started recently, but it seemed to him that the prices hadn't normalized yet. He replied he understood him. Then let him give him one. Zig's eyes widened in surprise at the system window, which indicated that he had 817 gold pieces. He thought, what the? Exactly. He used all his money to order iron from the gold rush. Back then, he thought he'd be able to get a job at the forge soon. He apologized fearfully and asked if he could give him a discount and knock off 400 gold pieces. Please. The man pushed him out of the store and shouted, get out of here. MC was currently lying on the ground, wondering how long it had been since he'd eaten anything. Maybe he should just die? If he dies, his stamina will be at maximum after he revives. He can't die. How much effort and nerves it took to level up? There's no choice. He'll have to sell it to save his life. The system window reported that this was a rank A Videx shield, only for the blacksmith. It was a royal treasure gifted by King Barkas. The special skill can block any attack once a day. Zig hugged the shield and thought with tears in his eyes. He really liked this special skill, and it was a shame to sell it, but since it was rank A, he wouldn't be able to use it for a while. Besides, he's unlikely to make money repairing weapons in this village. Gali approached him and said, human, he likes his shield. Maybe he should sell it to him? MC asked again. Is this it? He didn't even know. It was so dear to him. He turned on merchant mode and thought, How come he immediately got a buyer? Is he lucky or something? Gali said, he says he values it. He's got it. He'll give him 5 big gold coins. He can't take more. Zig's eyes widened in surprise and he thought, is that 5 million gold coins? He held out the shield and said, here, let him take it. It's his. Gali said it's costing him a lot, but oh well. He poured the coins into his hand and told him to take it. MC looked at the 500 gold coins, puzzled, and asked, what? Gali said, bye-bye, and jumped into the car and quickly drove away. Zig loudly ordered his shield back. After a while, he was banging his fist on the door and ordering him to come out. Let him come out? Who is he talking to? If he doesn't come out, he will spend the rest of his life under his door. His whole life. At that moment, Gali had already started smashing the shield into pieces. He said, that's it, he finally got all the pebbles. He wondered if this stone was related to that one. After a while, Zig was sitting near a pile of earth and eating it. He thought, that terrible dwarf, does he think he'll leave him alone? He was ready to become his killer. Let him come out. He heard the boy's voice. No need to push. He looked out and thought, who's here? Little dwarfs? They came up to the house and asked, are they ready? The boy replied, of course. The girl said, she's 100% ready. The boy screamed, then they'll begin. They started painting at home and screaming. It's even more fun than they thought. They laughed out loud, and MC said, these little kids. The girl laughed out loud and said, look at this. MC asked, are they painting the wall? He thought about it. They are painting then. It's very childish, of course, but something's wrong. The girl laughed and said, how funny. Zig came up to them and said, guys. They turned around and looked at him in fear. The girl said, it's not what he thinks. They're just. MC smirked and said, yeah, he doesn't think anything. He snatched the brush from her and told her to give it to him. What they were doing can hardly be called drawings. After all, if they paint, then they need to do it properly. He swung the brush and started creating. At that moment, in the forge, Gali said, as he thought, the magic waves don't match. He feels sorry for the money he spent. Nothing can be done. Maybe he should go to the ice palace? He started climbing the stairs and thought, but he'd probably have to fight someone there, and he didn't like that. He sighed and said it would be nice if someone went there instead of him. He opened the door when suddenly Zig saw him and screamed, him! Did he really get out? He grabbed him by the jacket and screamed, you idiot. Let him give him back his shield. He had to go through so much to get that shield, and he tricked him and gave him 500 gold pieces for it. He was a fool. He believed him. 5 big gold pieces. Big gold pieces. That's a sum of 1 million and up, if he doesn't know. Gali silently listened to MC's scream, who asked if he was even listening to him. He continued screaming, and behind them the children stood and listened. Gali asked if he was the one who painted his house. MC answered, yes, he was. It's just child's play compared to what he did, you idiot. Gali looked at it thoughtfully and thought, his scribbles look like the drawings of a 5-year-old. He clearly wanted to depict a broken arm. How cool. Judging by his clothes, he's a human blacksmith. Not bad. Maybe we should assign him to do this? Zig shouted. Could he even hear him? He repeated for the 100th time. Let him return his shield. The children started to leave, and Gali said, the shield. Okay, he'll give it back to him. Just let him let it go. He shook the shards out of the bag and told him to take it. MC said, finally. He froze, seeing the shards, and asked, what are these? Gali asked again, what do you mean, what is this? It's the Videx shield he bought from him. On the ground lay a steel plate made of a golden mithril alloy, a sturdy shield handle, and a garnet filled with magical power. Zig asked again, disassembled? Gali answered, yes. He took it apart very carefully. He just needs to put it back together, and it will be exactly like the old one. He's a blacksmith, so reassembling it will be easy for him, right? MC's face darkened and asked, did he take apart his shield? Gali replied, yeah, so what? Zig grabbed him by the shoulders and said, that's it. He happily asked him to please tell him how he did it. He thought that the standard skills blacksmiths have are creating and repairing weapons. And to make a weapon from expensive materials, you need to follow the instructions. However, making a mistake in manufacturing can lead to losses. What if this failed weapon can be disassembled? It will be possible to recycle the used materials and create new weapons that no one knows about. This way, you can even create items with unusual characteristics. It turns out that existing items can be modified however he wants. He urgently needs to learn this skill. The shield is not the most important thing right now. He grabbed Gali by the shoulders and asked him to teach him. Gali replied, okay then. Human, is he ready to become his apprentice? MC replied, he knows. He knows this dwarven philosophy of theirs, that they must preserve their craft from other races. He froze in surprise and asked, wait, what? After a while, Zig said, there was a smell of mold. Gali opened the doors to the basement and told them to follow him. MC looked down and asked, that's where? They started going down, and Gali asked, does he know anything about Honduras? Zig replied, of course. It's a legendary monster that lives in the northeast of North Ark. It loves jewelry, so the dwarves appease the creature with gems and handicrafts. Apart from the fact that it looks like a thief, it's actually an ordinary, docile dragon. The only thing is that he's very envious that the dragon has so many jewels from the dwarves. Gali said there are fools from the east who offer this lizard handicrafts and gems, but he's not like them. He's going to kill that lizard, develop the gold mines in the north, and get rich. MC thought happily, this is cool. He's not going to send him to kill Honduras, right? Gali said he created this to carry out this grand plan. Zig asked again, what is this? They entered the room and Gali said this. MC's eyes widened in surprise, and Gali said, this is the masterpiece of of his life. Max Dragon. Zig asked in surprise, what is this? Does it move? Gally asked, what kind of stupid question is that? Of course it doesn't move. If it moved, he wouldn't have left it here. His workshop is really small, MC said, puzzled. He doesn't understand anything. Then it turns out that this is just a huge tin can? Gally advised him not to jump to conclusions. All the parts in this are correctly selected and perform their functions perfectly. All he needs to do is find a suitable energy carrier whose shape and wavelength match to provide enough energy for the mana power turbine. Then connect it to the cable and connect all the wires. It's not easy to get such a system. And that's what he thought of. You can use artificial mana power. Of course, this method has its drawbacks. For example, artificial mana power causes an overload which causes polar errors. Zig said, maybe we should try making a weapon out of it. Gally kicked him and shouted, fool, let him concentrate. The most important part begins from now on. MC replied, yes, let him continue. Gally said, okay, they'll get straight to the point. He has to go to the Ice Palace. Zig asked again, to the Ice Palace? At that moment, a loud scream was heard there, a fiery explosion. The player was fighting the undead, swinging his sword. He shouted, a powerful blow. Sia asked, is he okay? Jongsu replied, yes, thanks to her. It seems the rumors about this hidden dungeon Deborah are true. Sia replied, yes, even the monsters here are very familiar. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck them, and the player cried out, Irene, what is she doing? She smiled and said, it wasn't intentional. Jongsu replied, yes, of course, it was on purpose. Irene asked, by the way, how did this dungeon appear if there hasn't been an update yet? Jongsu said thoughtfully, there are many different opinions on the forum about this. There were many theories, but I think someone explained 2 weeks ago how it finally appeared. Irene replied, surprised, I see. Sia turned around and thought, about 2 weeks ago she was clearing the dungeon, Deborah. By the way, after all. She remembered the conversation with MC and thought, she completely forgot to write to him. She was so busy leveling up. She will definitely write how this dungeon goes. She saw Loki covered in blood in front of her and screamed loudly in fear. She asked, oh my god, what happened to Loki? Jongsu asked, has he been fighting off monsters all this time? Irene said she will heal him now. Loki said to look. He pointed his finger to the side and Jongsu screamed in fear. Monster? He ordered Sia to load the bow. She answered, yes. She drew an arrow and squinted forward. She said she can't see anything because of the thick fog. It needs to clear up. She saw MC and widened her eyes in surprise. She asked, what? Zig waved his hand and asked why the fog is so thick. Sia, she screamed in surprise. Zig, how did he get here? Gally said some time ago. The Ice Palace is a dungeon that appeared about 2 weeks ago at the end of the Northern Ice Valley, and these are the monsters that live in this palace. MC asked again, what? Aren't they Deborah's tree soldiers? Gally said yes, but if you look closely, they look a little different. He thinks this might be Deborah's secret development. And this creature can start that, as he said, tin can. Zig asked, a tree soldier perhaps? Gally replied, yes, if you didn't know, Deborah is a genius in magical engineering. Despite its small size, the heart this woman created for the new wood soldier possesses powerful energy. The heart of an ordinary wood soldier won't be enough. But if he could study the heart of the new creature, he could create an energy source to revive this dragon. Zig, this is a test for him. If he wants to become his disciple, then let him bring him 30 hearts of the new style wood soldiers. Currently, Sia asked, Zig, so he came here to complete a quest? MC replied, yes, he was going through hard times, so he had to. He thought, a terrible dwarf, but he spoke as if he was simply taking on an apprentice. Oh well, he was still interested in exploring the new dungeon himself. Sia smiled and asked if he wanted to join their guild. Jongsu said to join them. It wasn't by chance that they met here. They'll help him complete the quest, and he'll help them clear the area. Zig thought the number of party members was a bit overwhelming, and clearing it wasn't his goal. Irene screamed, what? How could a blacksmith be of any use to them? Sia looked at her with displeasure and asked, Irene, does she have something against Zig? Irene replied, no, she agrees. Zig said it was fine. He could handle it himself. Sia grabbed his hand and asked, why is he standing? They needed to go faster. After a while, Irene held her staff forward and cried out, light shield, provocation. Loki stepped forward and set up a defense block. Jongsu used a burst shot and a stone attack. All of this was directed towards the undead. After a while, Zig picked up the artifact, and the system window reported that he had obtained the heart of a new model wooden soldier. He said, this is the last one. The system window reported progress on the quest Gally's trial. The hearts of the new model wooden soldiers have been collected. 30 out of 30 have been collected. MC thought the quest was complete. They get along well with all the guild members. If they keep this up, they'll be able to clear everything in no time. The only thing that worries him is the unknown nature of this dungeon. Irene turned around and said, Uncle, maybe he'll at least do something? Otherwise, he's selfish and only collects items. Sia said, Irene, she's wrong. Zig is saving his energy right now. If he shows off his skills, she'll definitely be shocked. Right, Zig? He smiled and replied, well, sort of. He thought, looks like he needs to do something now. Jongsu clapped his hands and said, okay, enough chatter. This is the boss room. We need to use the necessary items, grab our weapons, and go. Irene ran forward and cried out joyfully, she's first. Sia said, Irene, it's dangerous to go alone. What a fidget. Irene stopped when she saw the girl in front of her. She said, there's a woman crying. She extended her hand to her and asked, Let her excuse her. Is she okay? Jongsu ran to her and ordered not to touch her. The woman grabbed Irene's hand and said, she's caught. She changed her appearance and released a stone cloud. The woman said they dodged, so people only know how to run fast. But what about him, kid? He's slow, so he couldn't escape. She looked at Loki and said, poor thing, let him tell her where his friends went, who abandoned him here alone. If he tells her, she will spare his life, she promises. Loki used provocation and defense, and the woman screamed, okay, if he wants to die so badly, then she will do as he wants. Irene froze in fear, her eyes wide. She asked, what was that? It was so creepy. Jongsu replied, it's Medusa. It's the toughest and most annoying monster in Arpedia. There was talk on the forum that the main boss of the Ice Palace is Medusa, but that's not reliable information. He should have told them, so they'd forgive him. Irene replied, it's not his fault, no need to apologize. After all, it was she who ran there. It was because of her that the guy became like this. MC stood there in the form of a stone, and the system window reported that he was petrified. He can't move for 10 minutes. Irene burst into tears and said he covered her. Sia turned to Irene and told her not to worry. Let her just apologize to Zig after they're done with Medusa. Irene said, Sia, okay. Despite her fears, she'll try to pull herself together. Sia said, but she doesn't know how to fight a monster whose attacks turn you to stone. Jongsu said not to worry about it. He took it just in case. The system window reported a magic mirror. It's a magic mirror that can reflect anything. At that moment, Medusa was fighting Loki and laughing joyfully. She screamed, I think his strength is running out, human. Irene used heal, a light shield and a light cannon, aiming them at Loki. Medusa screamed, what the heck? Irene used a massive flame blast, and Sia fired a burst of fire. These two energies intertwined, followed by an explosion. Jongsu asked, Loki, did they have to wait long? Is he okay? Loki replied, fine. Irene screamed, she's fine too. She suggested launching a counter-offensive. Jongsu said, yes, they're acting according to plan. Irene, have her provide Loki with a health and ability booster. Irene replied, okay. Loki, have him continue to hold the line. He nodded in response. Jongsu said, Sia, they'll go together. He relies on her long-range attacks. She replied, okay. Jongsu said, then let's fight. Irene cried out joyfully. Good luck to them. They headed towards the Medusa, and MC continued to stand petrified. The system window reported that the petrification would be completed in 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Medusa thrust her hand forward and screamed, poisonous strike. Jongsu ordered Irene to stay behind Loki. Sia, let her attack. Sia drew her arrow and screamed, now. She unleashed a triple powerful strike and aimed the attack at the monster. Medusa clutched her head and said, idiots, they finished. Jongsu cried out, Loki. He swung his arrow and attacked Medusa, sending her flying. She said, terrible people. Are they trying to anger her so much? Jongsu screamed. This is the second petrification attack. He ordered everyone to hide behind the columns. He told Loki to do a provocation strike. The Medusa said, stone. She screamed loudly, hurricane. Jongsu took out a magic mirror from his inventory and held it in the direction of the Medusa's attack. He held the attack with great difficulty and directed it in the opposite direction. Shards fell to the floor, and everyone shouted joyfully and rushed to Jongsu. Irene asked, did their plan work? Sia said, everyone did a great job. So the Medusa is dead? Jongsu answered, no, not yet. Irene screamed, what? Jongsu told her not to be afraid. The petrification attack reflected through the magic mirror onto the Medusa, and she won't be able to free herself anymore. You could say she's almost dead. All that's left is to deliver the finishing blow. He asked, puzzled. What's that sound? A bright seal appeared on the ceiling and stones began to rain down. The Medusa asked, what is he saying? Worthless people thought they could kill her. Are they serious? Irene screamed in fear. What happened? Sia screamed. He said she wouldn't be able to free herself from the petrification. Jongsu cried out. He didn't know how this had happened. He suggested they prepare for battle again. Medusa directed her mana towards them and said, life-stealing. Sia's life status began to rapidly decline, and she wondered in surprise, what the hell? Her health level. Everyone fell to the floor except Jongsu. The system window reported that the passive skill Wizard Spirit had been activated. Fainting resistance. Jongsu wondered, life-steal? Medusa didn't have that ability. And why did she break free from petrification again? I don't care. He held the mirror in front of him again, and thought, he'll use the magic mirror again. Medusa cast a stone hurricane and directed it towards Jongsu. The system window reported a state of petrification. The state is active as long as the caster is alive. The Medusa picked up the mirror and said, a magic mirror? How long has it been since she saw that? This vile mirror is her only weakness. But that was before she met Deborah. Now these childish tricks won't work on her. After all, Deborah has bestowed her with her power. The system window reported, Deborah's blessing. This activates automatically when health drops below half. Resistance to all attacks increases, magical defense is significantly increased, and the ability to use some of Deborah's magic becomes available. A Medusa who received Deborah's blessing. The Medusa became many times stronger after receiving power from the legendary witch Deborah. The Medusa screamed. Now she has become omnipotent and invincible. Jongsu thought, nightmare. Everything is not as he thought. This Medusa is different from the Medusas from other dungeons. The Medusa told them to consider themselves lucky. Finally, she uses Deborah's own magic on them. She directed energy towards the players and said, Dark Gate, is this the end? At that moment, MC grabbed a sword and chopped off the Medusa's head, throwing it aside. The system window reported that they were freed from petrification. Sia asked, Zig? The system window reported he defeated the Medusa. Zig's lips began to tremble with tension. He cried out, "Nightmare!" Some time ago he asked Gally if he could use his forge before leaving. Gally asked, "Forge? And what is he going to do?" Zig replied, he was thinking of making himself a weapon out of this, just in case. He thought, everyone calls him the Bolden King of Repairs, but his weapon creation skills are no worse. Of course, due to his low level, he won't be able to make a rank A Videx shield again, but instead, using the shield's components, he can make a weapon suitable for him. The system window reported, the Maiman sword, rank C. Attack power, 90, durability 80. Magic attack power, 3%. Physical attack power, 5%. An item exclusively for the blacksmith. Special skill, this weapon can deal a 100% successful hit, but only once. MC looked at this happily and thought, the whole problem is that this special skill is one-time use. At this moment, Zig burst into tears and clutched the sword to himself, thinking it was so precious to him, and he wanted to use it in case of emergency. But in the end, he spent it on some Medusa. Did he need it more than anyone else? Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted and cried out, and everyone cheered and started tossing him in the air. Sia asked how he defeated Medusa with one blow. Jongsu cried out, "Zig, he is incredible." They lowered him to the ground and he asked, "Wait, what are they doing?" Xia asked again, "What is he doing?" No need to act like a modest boy. Irene said, "Yes, that was very cool." She didn't expect this from a blacksmith. She was completely shocked. Zig said, "No, he's not like that." Xia said, "Look, he sees." She told you Zig is incredible. He was covered in mana, and Irene cried out with joy. Everyone was covered in mana and teleported away from the cave. The system window announced a secret room in the ice palace. Irene looked around and asked, "What the hell?" She thought they'd been tricked. "There's nothing here." Jongsu said, "Yes, there really is nothing. Isn't this a reward room? Since the room is called secret. Come to think of it, it's strange that no one has managed to clear the dungeon yet. Perhaps Medusa wasn't the main boss." Zig said he didn't think so. Medusa is on the list of boss characters. She even had hidden abilities. He thinks this room hides some kind of secret. He fell to the floor, tearing off part of the stone he was lying on. Sia cried out in fear, Zig, is he okay?" His eyes widened in surprise, then he grabbed his head and laughed. He fell to his knees and continued laughing loudly. Jongsu looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Sia replied, "She doesn't know." MC ran up to Sia and said, "Look, it's lime." She replied, "Yes." Zig screamed and it was smeared all over the table. "They still don't get it?" Jongsu cried out, "I get it. There's definitely a reason why lime was smeared on the stone table. That's what it means." MC said, "That's right." He walked up to it and said, "Structure." He saw cracks and started hitting it. MC destroyed a layer of the table and said, "The secret is hidden inside." Everyone started looking at the drawings on the table, and Irene cried out, "This guy is incredible." She knew she could trust him. Sia asked in surprise, "How did he find it?" MC replied, "Well, it's pretty simple." Sia pointed at the table and asked, "What is it?" "It looks like a fresco." Irene said, "There's something written here." She spoke thoughtfully, "But the letters are kind of strange." Jongsu said, "Wait a second. He'll read it now." He adjusted his wizard glasses, which had an intelligence rating of 8. This one's special skill is rune decoding. He began to read out loud what was written. The ancient Mycenaean civilization. The god worshippers will be exterminated for their arrogance. The time of the air fortress's destruction is 7 hours and 28 minutes. Do you need to stop time and travel to the past? The sound of a clock rang out and Junsu screamed, "Oh my god." He looked towards it and asked, "A bell ringing?" Zig covered his face and screamed, his eyes glowing. A bright seal appeared on the floor and Irene screamed. The floor was glowing. Zig thought it was a magic teleportation circle. After a while, a man in the office asked, "Is this true?" Sokjin answered, "Yes." The man said, "They discovered the air fortress in just 2 weeks. Is everything going as he planned?" Sokjin replied, "How good it is that they postponed the update." The man laughed and shouted joyfully, "If everything goes as planned, it will be written everywhere." Sokjin smiled and replied, "That's right, Director. They are continuing to work according to their plan." At that moment, Zig moved and the system window reported, "Sia family, they have completed the Ice Palace." Sia family, the Mycenia Air Fortress was discovered by them for the first time. All guild members are given 2,000 reputation points and the title of Air Fortress Discoverer. Jongsu said, "I understand. Discovering this place is the reward for completing the Ice Palace." The system window reported, Mycenia Air Fortress. A goat appeared in front of them and asked, "Are you the Sia family guild?" He came out to greet them. The system window reported, Mycenia Air Fortress, Royal Palace. The goat said, "Your Highness, guests have arrived." They answered, "Let them enter." The players started chatting, "What's going on?" They themselves don't understand. They entered, where the knights greeted them. The king announced that he is Ivani III, the only king of the kingdom of Mycenia. The system window reported that Ivani III is level 120. He is the spirit of the king of the ancient kingdom of Mycenia. Sia screamed in fear. "A ghost." Jongsu asked her to calm down. "It's not a ghost but a spirit." Sia asked again, "A spirit?" Jongsu answered, "It's a spirit that couldn't pass away because of its attachment to this world. It's a ghostly monster." Sia cried in fear and screamed. She was right. He is a ghost. Irene thrust her staff forward and said, "There's no need to be afraid, Sia. She'll quickly send him to the next world now." Lightning. Jongsu interrupted her and screamed, "Irene, stop." Sia grabbed her, and Ivani said, "For the first time in 300 years, he's welcoming guests. He asks them to calm down and listen to him." Their kingdom of Mycenia prospered for thousands of years. Their magical technologies brought income to the entire world, and they used them as a foundation to rule the kingdom peacefully. But the problem was that these technologies were too advanced. Mycenia was accused of invading the divine domain. Barely surviving, he and a few others of his people escaped on this aerial fortress. Eventually, he found himself trapped underground and became a spirit. Someone asked again, the domain of a god? Ivani answered it was the story of chimeras. They were punished for their creation, but he does not repent of his actions. If the desire to learn and study new things is a sin, then isn't God, who created people so curious, also to blame? He is very upset that the knowledge of magic that he and his people collected and the truth in history is disappearing. He asks for it. This aerial fortress is the only legacy of their kingdom. He wants to restore this fortress and tell future generations about the exploits of Mycenia. Will they be able to fulfill his request? A quest to reconstruct an air fortress. The air fortress of ancient Mycenia collapsed into a dungeon due to a god's punishment. Ivan III is restoring the fortress to spread the word of the Mycenaean kingdom and wants to send his people, who have become ghosts, to the next world. Jongsu asked what to do. Irene replied that she agreed. She felt sorry for the old king. Sia said that although she didn't like ghosts, she would participate in the quest. Zig said he was also in favor. After all, quests are hidden, a rarity in the game. He thought about it. A peculiarity of Arpedia is that refusing a quest can lead to an unexpected fight, and if you fight these guys, you're guaranteed to lose. If the reward is so-so, you can abandon it mid-game. Great, then they accept the quest. The system window reported that he had registered for the quest. Each participant is given suitable personal tasks. The system window reported a task for the blacksmith Zig. He needs to restart the fortress's air reactor. To do this, he needs to repair it by crafting the broken parts. Prerequisites: Precision Assembly Skill Level 6, craft 3 large gears, and craft a power regulation device. Zig asked why the conditions were so difficult. Precision Assembly Skill Level 6. How long will it take? This skill is currently unlearned. Sia smiled and asked, what tasks did they get, guys? She was instructed to go to the elven forest and retrieve some kind of stone. Jongsu said he needed to draw a floating magic circle at the very base of the fortress. It looks like he'll have to go to Norton Tower to learn hover spells. Irene clutched her head and asked if she was instructed to collect holy water in Ramna. Where is that anyway? Loki said he needs to track down Deborah's location. MC thought maybe his task is reasonable. After some time, the snakes reported that these were gifts that the king had prepared especially for them. The king hopes they will make every effort to restore the aerial fortress. The players said in surprise, all the items look incredibly cool, and needless to say, they're all epic level. Incredible. They haven't even completed the quest yet, and they're being given this. The system window reported, C rank Sacred Rune Jacket. Its defense is 75 points, and its durability is 80. This increases mastery by 10 points and stamina by 100 points. It's an exclusive item only for artisans. This is a coat worn by ancient masters. Zig looked at it and thought happily, full stamina restoration. He just accepted the quest and already receives this. So what will they give him after completing the quest? Is it just his imagination, or is this the largest quest in history? Jongsu asked, His Majesty, may I ask him a question? Ivani replied, yes, let him ask. Jongsu spoke, saying that they were his first guests in 300 years. So 300 years ago, the witch Deborah visited him? Ivani answered, yes. This ungrateful woman promised to restore the fortress, but instead, she scouted out Mycenia's lore and fled. Jongsu thought, so that's why the Ice Palace is connected to this place. Zig said, His Majesty, he has a question too. Ivani asked, what is it? Zig asked, well, where do you need to go to get to the ground? Ivani looked at him puzzled and then said, I don't know. He's never tried to get out. At that moment, the players were standing outside and watching. The girl asked, is that the Ice Palace up there? There had been no news of anyone completing it for 2 weeks. The guy asked, how hard is it to get through? Legis approached them and greeted the adventurers. The guy looked at her and asked, is it them? Legis smiled and said, did they bring a magic mirror with them? The guy asked again, why do they need that? Legis said, look, you can tell he didn't search the internet. They say the boss there is the cruel and nasty Medusa. The guy asked again, what? Medusa? How can there be a Medusa? Oh no, he doesn't have a magic mirror. If he turns to stone, what should he do? Legis said cheerfully. That's exactly the moment he might need a merchant like her, right? Okay. She spread a blanket on the snow and laid out the artifacts. She told them to come up to her and not be shy. She has magic mirrors at a really good price. At that moment, the ice behind her began to crack and the players tumbled out, screaming loudly. They fell onto the ice, and above their heads was a sign that read, Discoverer of the Air Fortress. Zig said, look, they see. He told them that if they dig in the direction where the wind blows, they'll definitely get out. But where are they now? They looked around, where a lot of players had gathered near them, and asked, what? These people came out of the wall. You need to look at their titles. It says they are the discoverers of the air fortress. What kind of air fortress is this? Some new dungeon? Has another new dungeon come out? Someone shouted, let them come here. There's something going on here. A friend just told them that those who have completed the Ice Palace have appeared, and the pioneers are called the Sia family. Let them quickly call Gilm. After a while, MC stood in the bathroom and held his head. He said, he's in trouble. Sia said a while ago, we can't discuss the quest here peacefully now. Junsu replied, even if she doesn't say anything, there wasn't such a fuss, even when the zombies opened up. It can't be helped. How about we talk in real life? Irene screamed joyfully. Okay. MC held his head and screamed loudly. He's lost. He's against it. He thought he had a really cool image in the game, but if they saw him in real life, they would definitely be disappointed. A nightmare. Maybe he shouldn't go? Terry greeted them and said, she's with them, the in-game nun Terry. And this is the fastest Arpedia news online. Pan appeared on camera and said hi, and her name is Pan. The first news about the incident that stirred up all the forum participants last night. Terry ordered Pan not to block her. A new territory suddenly appeared. It's the Fallen Air Tower. Pan said that, according to eyewitnesses, this air fortress is connected to the ice palace that was recently discovered in North Ark. Terry asked, what does the air fortress have to do with the ice palace? And does it have anything to do with Deborah? They're also eager to find out, aren't they? People think that the discoverers know the way to solve the mystery. They introduce the discoverers to them. Currently, Jong-soo paused the video and said, they've earned themselves some trouble. Yuha screamed, why were they banned from entering the game? And people are so eager to see them now. Jong-soo said, that's the problem. There's too much attention on them. They opened a new dungeon. And a new territory too. People will run after them to get information, and those obsessed with the game might even go so far as to kill. Yuha screamed. She'll tell them all to attack. She'll teach them all a lesson. Charon asked her to calm down, and Jong-soo asked, by the way, where's Zig? It's already time. MC entered the cafe and asked to forgive him. He was a little late. After a while, Yuha screamed, it can't be. This guy, is he the same guy from the game? He doesn't look like him at all. Charon said, don't even mention it. Zig is completely different in the game than in real life. MC replied, well, that's him. Jong-soo smiled and said, how can I say it? He's puny in the game, but pumped up in real life? Yuhan adjusted his shirt and thought that his body had really improved since he started going to the gym. Was it really that noticeable? Yuha asked to introduce himself. Her name is So Yuha. She's in 11th grade at Seijin High School. She came into the game right after Charon, but now her level is higher than hers. MC looked at them in surprise and thought, in 11th grade? She's definitely not in 8th grade? Jun-soo said his name is Kim Jun-soo. He's 25 years old. He's a 4th-year law student at Harlem University. Sia and he are in the same university club. Jaehoon said his name is Pyo Jaehoon. He's 26 years old. He's a mixed martial artist. He goes to the same gym with him. MC looked at him and thought, what does a seal have to do with it? In Korean, gym and seal are homonyms. He said he meant dojo gym? Jaehoon answered, yes, the Charon family gym. She looked at them in surprise and asked, Zig, does he also go to her dad's gym? Yuhan asked again, Daddy's? Charon screamed in delight. What a small world. She was shocked. MC widened his eyes and said, so, Sia, isn't her father's name Song Tae-soo? She replied, yes, that's her dad's name. He grabbed his head and said, Charon, he is Kang Yu-han. He is the eldest son of the owner of the Hanbok supermarket. Charon screamed loudly, what? Jun-soo asked. So, in short, does that mean they are childhood friends? And Jaehoon already knew about it. Charon screamed, why didn't he tell you? Jaehoon really didn't understand what was required of him and asked, why? Charon grabbed her head and said, no. How come she didn't recognize him right away? Now it's clear why he seemed so familiar. She said, enough. Sharon extended her hand and said, she was a little late with the greeting, of course. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Yuhan. MC shook her hand and said, yeah. She said she was glad to meet him again. Yuha looked at their awkward movements and suggested getting to the point. They had gathered to discuss the quest. They would talk about the quest. About the quest. Jun-soo said, yes, it's time to start. Time passed, and they continued to discuss everything. They finished when it was already late evening outside. MC said, he lives in the other direction. Bye, everyone. Charon asked him to wait and told him to give her number. Yuha hugged her and said, Charon, no, a girl can't ask a guy for his number first. She asked her to give her his number too. MC asked again, his number? After a while, Yuhan looked at his phone contacts and said how many numbers he had. He hadn't exchanged contacts with anyone for a long time. Maybe he should call? No. They agreed to call each other after completing the quest. He threw his phone up in fear and screamed, and then grabbed it with shaking hands. He thought, is someone calling? Really? He looked at the unknown phone number and said, some unknown number. He answered and heard a voice. Hi, Bartz. Although no, now he should be called Zig, MC asked discontentedly. Who is he? The voice on the other end of the call asked again. Who is he? He is the one who deleted his Bartz. MC laughed out loud and the man asked, so what should he do? Level up his new character again. Yuhan screamed, idiot. Is he making fun of him? What does he want from him? He hacked his account and is now gloating? The man asked, why is he so angry? He was very nice to him in the game. MC asked again, what? They met in the game? The man grinned and answered, of course. Did he forget? Yuhan screamed, who the hell is this? A sick idiot. People passing by him started turning around, puzzled. The man replied, dude, let him calm down. He didn't call to argue. Yuhan thought, idiot. He sat down on a bench and said, okay. What does he want? The man offered to make a bet. MC asked again, a bet? The man answered, he already said that he plays Arpedia, and he plays to get rid of all the hacked items. So, while he was sorting out the items, he offered him a game of hide and seek. If he manages to catch him, he will return Bartz to him. What does he think? He is an advanced hacker, so it will not be difficult to return one character. MC asked, what if he can't catch him? The man said thoughtfully, he doesn't even know. Exactly. If he can't, he will delete his blacksmith too. MC replied, they agreed. He told him to watch. If he catches him, he will kill him without hesitation. The man hung up, and MC screamed loudly, he hates him. After a while, the man said, well, he was sitting in the cybersecurity department and saying, he can't track it down. He advises you to give up this business, man. The hacker acted very carefully and cunningly, so even the National Intelligence Service would hardly be able to track him down. Yuhan answered, I understand. After a while, he walked down the street and said, he knew they wouldn't help him, but it was worth a try. He remembered the man's words. Why is he so angry? He had been very nice to him in the game. He thought about it. They've seen each other in the game. Could it really be that? He remembered several characters when suddenly he looked at his feet, where the leaflets were scattered. He told himself to come to his senses. You can't suspect people without evidence. There's no need to give in to senseless tricks. In any case, he would stick to his plan. After a while, he put down the bag of wooden hearts and thought, he'll raise the blacksmith's reputation and track the route of the weapons movement and sale. He said, here are 30 hearts of the new model wooden soldiers. Now it's his turn. Let him teach him how to disassemble objects. The system window reported that the quest, Galley's Trial, was completed. Galley spoke happily. He finally arrived. Now he can finish working on the Dragon Mac. He needs to check right now if it's suitable. MC grabbed him and told him to stop. He promised to take him as an apprentice. He asked him not to say that he forgot. Galley answered that he had forgotten. He rummaged somewhere between the drawers and said, just a second. He held out a tray of tools and told MC to take it. Zig asked, what is this? The system window reported, this is Galley's blacksmith training kit. He replied, what? These are training materials. This book contains all the basics of crafting. Let him read this carefully and learn from it. If there aren't enough consumables, let him speak. He'll bring more. He quickly ran out of the room and Zig looked after him, puzzled. After a while, MC was sitting at the table, asking, what the hell? And this is what he calls training. Okay, he'll think he's studying a skill book. The system window announced that this was Galley's training diary. Zig opened the book and widened his eyes in surprise. He read the headings and said, does this talk about precision assembly? What kind of miracle book is this? It even talks about the skill of precision assembly. He needs this to complete the Mycenia quest. He asked Galley to forgive him for underestimating him. This is the best book. He will learn all the techniques written here. After a while, he destroyed a fragment of stucco and grabbed his head. He was distraught by the failure and thought, even using his understanding of structures, nothing works. This iron board is very fragile. The book said that disassembling requires damage, but the item's durability is very low. If he can't disassemble it, he's afraid to think about precision assembly. Even structures are of no help. Zig imagined Galley and asked, maybe he should forget about him? If he quit, he wouldn't have this nerve-wracking mess. He remembered the man's words. Who is he? He is the one who deleted his character. MC screamed, he will never give up. He will try until he succeeds. He sat on a stool in front of broken iron boards. After a while, Legis slammed a beer mug on the bar and said, nightmare, her trade failed. She remembered MC's image and said, it's all because of this Zig, or maybe not. She should have stuck with him and followed him. What luck, gold and quests of the ancient city. She wants it too. This crazy guy smells of money. Suddenly, a shout rang out behind her. Come here, faster. Legis turned around and asked, what happened? Is someone leaving and giving away their items? Someone answered, no, even better. The players started asking, what's there? A dragon appeared in the center of the city. MC lay unconscious on the floor, and Galley's eyes widened in surprise. A huge dragon soared over the city. Some time ago, he hit the hammer once, and finally got it right. The system informed him that he was mastering the disassembly skill. As his rank increased, material losses would decrease. He took a gear and attached another, and the system informed him that he had successfully assembled the clockwork mechanism. His eyes sparkled with delight. He had finally managed to put everything back together. He turned on the camera mode to capture this momentous moment, but there was a roar. Everything shook, and suddenly something exploded, and he grabbed his head in panic. In the end, the photo captured not success, but devastation. The face of a ferocious mechanical dragon, and how it exploded out of the workshop and flew away. Dylan looked at the dragon in the sky and said, it's incredible. Is this another event or something? He would like to join too, but he is very busy right now. First, he needs to find Zig. He completely ignored the panicked people and scratched his head in confusion, saying that he had ordered so much iron and now wasn't responding to messages. At that moment, a huge iron dragon's paw crushed him, leaving only a bag of money, after which he went on to wreak further destruction. The players were panicking and didn't know what to do with this dragon. Had the boss of this village risen? They needed to save the dwarves and avoid the NPCs. They would catch him now. Watching all this chaos, Legis said, oh my god, people are dying because of a dragon that suddenly appeared. She seemed to pity them. But on the contrary, it was only to her advantage. She was very lucky. She immediately began collecting the belongings of the dead in a cart, checking everything for their worth. After quickly running around the area, she found a pile of valuables and thought that she had done the right thing in coming to North Ark. A shadow loomed over her. Then a crash was heard, and she and all her belongings flew into the air. Turning around, she saw a dragon in front of her, staring intently at her. After that, it opened its mouth wide, preparing to breathe fire at her, and she exclaimed in shock, why is it here? She cursed loudly, the fire in its mouth growing with every second, and this scared her greatly, already preparing for the worst. But she was lucky. The mechanism inside it broke, and it blew up not the swindler, but itself. Its steel body collapsed in front of her with a crash, and she stared at it in confusion, trying to control her heart, which was beating rapidly with fear. After this, Yuhan and Galley were summoned to court as defendants. Hearing the judge's words, he immediately protested. He had nothing to do with the piece of iron that destroyed the village. He told them that he was just a tourist. He was visiting. Galley confirmed it. He and this guy weren't co-workers. MC looked at him in surprise and wondered if Galley really wanted to let him go. He was so moved that he almost burst into tears, but the dwarf's next words made him change his mind. Galley exclaimed that this talentless ape-like idiot couldn't be his co-worker. He was just an errand boy. He shouldn't have trusted this kid to begin with. If it weren't for him, his mecha dragon would be perfectly fine. Yuhan pounced on him, calling him a little fly agaric, and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The dwarf responded by pulling his hair and calling him a monkey-like idiot. The judge banged his gavel several times, asking for silence in the courtroom. He turned to the defendant Galley and asked if he admitted the fact that, by teaming up with a human, he created a mecha dragon, which in turn caused enormous damage to North Ark. He responded with furious shouts. What damage? If the Union had accepted his proposal to jointly develop the dragon, there would have been no damage. He means that all of this happened because the Union ignored his proposal. Everyone got a good look at the mecha dragon, right? When he presented this project, everyone laughed at him. They told him that he wouldn't even be able to crawl, let alone fly. So what in the end? Despite limited materials and terrible working conditions, he made it. If back then, instead of laughing, they listened to him and accepted the proposal, everything would have been fine. MC's eyes sparkled with tears. He imagined himself growing old in prison and mentally exclaimed, has he completely lost his mind? If this idiot continues like this, they will get a life sentence. Why is he so confident about everything? He's so weak in Zig's body that he can't even escape from prison. It would have been better if they had just killed him, with the possibility of being reborn, of course. One of the dwarves said that what Galley said made sense. After all, that dragon's breath even broke the Great Wall. Everyone in the courtroom started whispering, and someone said that the Great Wall was made to contain the dragon's fire. If it had been built properly, then perhaps it could have defeated Honduras. The judge slammed his gavel on the table, telling them to remain silent, and then delivered his verdict. The court finds Galley not guilty of what happened. Yuhan didn't even expect this and was surprised, and the judge said that despite this, they had caused enormous damage to North Ark. They would supply them with all the necessary materials, and within a month, they must create a weapon that could defeat Honduras, which would cover all the damage they had caused. If they failed to do this, the dwarf Galley and the human Zig will be sentenced to life imprisonment. MC was horrified by this court decision. Afterwards, they returned to the destroyed workshop, and he grabbed his head and screamed loudly. Why the hell was he talking all this nonsense? Why should he also rot in prison for the rest of his days because of him? Galley told him not to worry. He told them all this for a reason. Yuhan immediately perked up and said that he knew he had some kind of plan. He had an incredible teacher. And then Galley, with a serious expression, put his hand on his shoulder and firmly said that he would have to go to the fiery mountain. Understanding what was happening on that mountain made MC nervous. Galley said that it may seem like the mecha dragon went wild because of too much energy output, but in fact, it was the opposite. Since the output power coming through the mana gate was very weak, the existing mana involuntarily increased its power. As a result, the mana pump overloaded, generating so much energy in a short period of time. Seeing that Yuhan was completely ignoring him and went somewhere, he immediately grabbed his shoulder with his mechanical glove and exclaimed, "Where did he go?" He was getting to the point now. He displeasedly told him to let him go. He was running away from him. Does he think he has nowhere else to go? The dwarf told him not to worry. He would not leave him without a reward. MC immediately became interested and returned to him, and he said that he would give him a glove he personally designed. With this, one can create steel wire, which, thanks to its special property, never breaks. If he successfully completes his task, he will not only give him this, but also tell him about the secret knowledge of the dwarves. Yuhan put on the glove with a satisfied look and asked what he needed to do. Galley said he liked that he was easy to negotiate with. The task wasn't particularly difficult. He just needed to go to the Flame Mountain and get the dragon's heart. MC was so delighted with the glove that he didn't immediately hear about the dragon's heart and asked, "Is that all?" But then he was shocked. The system gave him the corresponding quest to find the dragon's heart. For the mecha dragon to have sufficient power, it needs a dragon's heart. He must find the dragon's resting place and obtain its heart. The quest period is 1 month in game time. After that, Yuhan set off. The dragon's heart is the source of a dragon's life and the source of mage's energy. It is a very rare item that can be obtained by hunting a dragon, but the success rate for such a hunt is 1%. Alternatively, you can find the place the dragon designated for its death. He didn't have this, even when he was Bart's. Before he left, Galley told him about something he'd once overheard in the elven village. A dragon who was close to the elven leader had gone to the Flaming Mountain to pass away. He was sure the dragon's heart could be found somewhere there. MC clutched his head warily and wondered if he should trust these rumors and go so far. But distance wasn't the most important thing. You needed to be level 80 to hunt on the Flaming Mountain, as it was home to the scent of sulfur dioxide, super cool monsters, and warm lava. He decided not to dwell on it and let things slide. If he was unlucky, he'd just run away. He didn't know it, but the whole time he was traveling in the hot air balloon, something was following him. To pass the time, he started practicing his precision assembly skill. While he was collecting the watch, someone threw a hook onto his balloon, causing it to be thrown from side to side, and he screamed in fright, thinking that the balloon had burst. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a rope hanging from the basket, with someone dangling from the end. Seeing Legis's creepy face, he screamed in fright and, calling her a swindler, exclaimed, "How did she get here?" She exclaimed in response that she had asked him to call her big sis Legis. And what does swindler mean? He exclaimed that he didn't care who she was, a big sis or a demon in a skirt, but let her jump out of his balloon. She exclaimed in fear. Why was he making such a noise? Let him lift her. When she was inside the basket of the balloon, she could finally catch her breath from the fear she had experienced. He asked, what the hell was she doing? Because of her, he almost fell. His whole life flashed before his eyes. Just like she wanted, he picked her up. And now let her get out of here. She grabbed his hand and exclaimed that now she would never let go of him. He grimaced in disgust, and she asked, does he think she doesn't know anything? He's currently flying to complete the Air Fortress quest, right? What is it this time? An ancient civilization, or a golden fortress, or a diamond dungeon guarded by a golem? She had high expectations, but 3 days later they were completely shattered. They arrived somewhere she didn't expect at all. Yuhan said with a smile that they got there pretty quickly, and she, looking at all these red-hot boulders, exclaimed, what does this all mean? In despair, she fell to the ground and started crying, and MC said goodbye to her, saying that he had a lot to do, but she wasn't going to let him go so easily. She grabbed him and angrily asked where he went. Let him explain to her why he came here. The Flame Mountain stinks, and it's terribly uncomfortable here. There could still be an eruption, everything will explode, and they will die. Besides, the scorpions here are all level 80. A scorpion slowly walked towards them and calmly stopped next to them. This is a scorpion soldier. It lives in a cave under the volcanic zone. An insect-class monster, has no intelligence. Seeing this behind her, the girl screamed loudly in fear and jumped aside, dodging the blow, after which she exclaimed, why is all this happening to her? She hid behind the blacksmith and asked him to do something, and he exclaimed that he can't do anything. Had she forgotten that he was a craftsman? She called him a fool and exclaimed that she knew it. After which, he nervously drew his sword and thought that the scorpion was here, apparently alone. Then he would be able to deal with it. But as luck would have it, this scorpion's comrades arrived, 9 more of them, and Yuhan realized that they were finished. He fell to his knees and began to pray, and the swindler called him an idiot and exclaimed in panic, what was he mumbling about? Let him go and fight. The scorpion rushed to attack. Legis was terrified and told him to hurry, and then something flew past her face at high speed and pierced the scorpion's claw. She didn't understand whether it was an arrow or a spear, and then some creature flashed above them. It was a lizardman. A large detachment of lizardmen attacked the scorpions and dealt with them quite successfully. Lizardmen are level 58 mobs, equipped only with a spear. They are reptilian humans with the intelligence of a child. Their heavy spears easily pierced the scorpion's shells, allowing them to quickly finish them off. MC looked around. The scorpions were defeated, and the lizardmen didn't seem to be aggressive towards them at first. He awkwardly approached one of them and said he didn't know what had happened, but they had helped them. He couldn't have imagined something like this would happen to him, to receive help from a monster. Lizardmen understand human speech, right? He wanted to thank them for their help, but they immediately tied them both up and surrounded them, making them both nervous. A level 72 lizard warrior, larger and stronger than ordinary lizardmen, pointed his spear at the humans and said they had invaded their territory and would sacrifice them. And then, Yuhan realized that things were really bad. They tied them to a stick and carried them somewhere. All this time, Legis demanded to untie them, but they just ignored her. MC wondered, where are they even taking them? Even when he was Bart's, he had never met lizardmen, so he didn't know what to expect. Legis screamed and began to beg them to let her go. They weren't tasty at all. Let them eat him instead. He became indignant and exclaimed, whose side is she even on? The warrior ordered them to be quiet and hit Yuhan on the head, causing him to lose consciousness. All this time, he slept peacefully until he began to feel a scorching heat on his face. He immediately opened his eyes and saw that they were being lowered into a fiery pit. He kicked his legs in panic and screamed loudly. If this continued, he would lose all his items. He turned to the girl and asked, doesn't she have any suitable magic trinket like that ring? But she had completely fallen into despair and was already preparing for death. And then he raised his head and shouted at those idiots upstairs. Why did they save them? It would have been easier to leave them there to die. The warrior answered him that they needed to make a sacrifice, and he exclaimed in rage, are they going to sacrifice them? Let them get them out of here immediately. His boots touched the lava. He began to wave his legs in panic and screamed in fear. He called out to the girl and told her not to relax, otherwise she would burn. The warrior said that he was so noisy, he should calmly accept his fate and let them sacrifice him. He swung his axe to cut the ropes, which made MC scream in fear even more than before, but fate was on his side. The leader of the lizardman tribe, a level 57 monster, tapped his cane on the ground, ordering the warrior to stop and let the people go. They are the messengers of the Great Spirit. When the two of them were raised, they dared to make funny faces at the lizardmen, but hid behind their leader. The warrior didn't understand anything. How could they be messengers of the Great Spirit? The leader said there was no need to understand his will. They simply needed to obey. The Great Spirit addressed them and said they needed help from the humans. Yuhan was surprised to notice that he spoke their language quite well, but the warrior objected and exclaimed that they didn't need their help. The lizardmen were strong enough on their own. MC began to gloat at him, saying that they had won only with their numbers. Moreover, many of their lizardmen had fallen in the battle. The warrior indignantly ordered him to be silent, and he feigned insult and complained to the leader that he was insulting him. The chieftain glanced at the man who continued to make fun of him and asked them both to calm down. He then called the warriors and ordered them to first take the great messengers to the dungeon. Yuhan immediately stopped fooling around and exclaimed, What does this mean? They were eventually locked in the dungeon. MC loudly shouted insults, saying they themselves had said they were messengers of the Great Spirit. Legis joined him and added that they had also said they needed the people's help. They both shouted loudly, asking them to let them go. Meanwhile, the chieftain and the warrior decided to discuss the situation privately. The warrior was categorically against this. The rules stated that invaders must be eliminated, all of them, without exception. The chieftain noted that these rules were created by the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit had told them to get help from people. Shouldn't they obey the spirit? With their strength alone, they would not be able to resist the power of the shamans. The warrior calmed down and said that the Great Spirit was right. They didn't have enough warriors. He clenched his fist, remembering how Yuhan had mocked him, and exclaimed that he didn't like people. The chieftain reminded him that the Great Spirit is never wrong, and he exclaimed that he knew it. The chieftain said that then he should know what needed to be done. He nervously clenched his teeth, and the chieftain asked him to let the people go. By this time, they had already gotten out of the prison themselves, thanks to the force of Yuhan's kick. He grinned contentedly and said that it was as easy as pie, and Legis asked, "He destroyed some piece of iron and now he's acting like God knows what." He indignantly clicked his tongue and threatened to leave her here alone, and she immediately began to fawn over him, saying that he was cool. Upon entering the dungeon, the warrior was even at a loss, and the two became nervous, realizing that they were finished. The warrior wanted to tell them something, but they immediately started running in panic. The warrior ran after them and excitedly asked them to wait, saying he had something to tell them. MC turned to him as he ran and gave him the finger, asking if he would stop if he were them. The warrior irritably exclaimed that this is why he hates humans, they're disobedient. He then stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a loud whistle, causing the other lizardmen to immediately run into the dungeon and block the fugitives' path. They were forced to stop. Now they had nowhere to run. The warrior approached them and told them all to stop, saying he needed to talk to the humans. All the entrances and exits were blocked anyway, and they had nowhere to run. Yuhan nervously went into his inventory, thinking that if they were caught, they'd definitely be thrown into that lava pit this time. He needed to do something. He pulled out a pickaxe and turned to the wall, then struck the rocks with all his might and shouted that if there was no road, they could cut one. His blow caused cracks to spread across the wall. He continued to hit the rocks with his pickaxe, and the warrior excitedly asked him to stop. The wall couldn't be torn down there, but it was too late. He'd already made a huge hole, and immediately afterward, the players discovered their hiding place. The boy told the leader they were there, to the west. He easily spotted them thanks to the collapsed wall in the cave. The woman happily said, "So that's what clairvoyant means. It's not for nothing that it's an S-level hidden skill." He turned to the squad and asked, did they all hear him? Everyone began chatting animatedly. There was a huge crowd of them. Meanwhile, Yuhan and Legis ran out into the hole, and the warrior shouted, "What are they doing?" MC mockingly replied, "Can't he see it himself?" He'd installed a window in their house to let in some fresh air. The warrior exclaimed that the situation had gotten worse, and people didn't know about it. Yuhan asked, "What don't they know? Do they even know how expensive it is to install windows in big houses these days?" Legis grabbed him by the clothes, fearfully warning him of danger behind him. When he turned to check, he saw a huge fireball in front of him. They barely managed to dodge the blast, and the giant flames shot straight into the hole in the cave. MC stared in shock, not understanding where it came from, and then players attacked the lizardmen from all sides. The warrior ordered his soldiers to capture the invaders, and at that very moment, the woman hit him on the head and shouted with gusto that the lizard hunt began right now. Let them kill everyone or capture them alive. The players began to overwhelm the lizards with numbers, while Yuhan hid behind a rock and thought, what's going on? Where did so many people suddenly appear? Besides, most of them are above the level required to climb the mountain. For example, that woman, Yuna, is level 92, and her comrade, Sonkomog, is 90. Having recovered from that blow to the head, the warrior reached for his axe and noted with displeasure that the people had come again, but they would fight. He quickly rose to his feet and swung his axe, ordering his soldiers to guard their shelter, after which he himself rushed to the attack, and MC thought, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Doesn't he see the difference in strength? There's no way they can win. Now their best chance of survival was to escape, otherwise they would all be killed. Suddenly, the lizardman leader grabbed his arm, which initially frightened him, and then the lizardman ordered his warriors to run, or they would die if they continued. They should flee to the Saran desert. They obeyed his order and fled, and then Yuna, infuriated, ran after them, asking where they were going. She attacked them from behind, but the warrior immediately blocked her blow and ordered her to stop. Soon, the lizardmen in the area were finished off, and the warriors were defeated. The players waiting for Yuna in the cave called for her, and Sankomage told them to leave her alone. In such a battle-stricken state, she couldn't hear anything. At that moment, Yuna plunged her sword into the warrior's chest and told him to come to his senses. Let him apologize to her for his rudeness. He replied that he wouldn't do that. Let her kill him instead. She pulled the sword from his body and said that he wouldn't live to see it. She would let him live and torture him. She swung her sword with a mischievous smile, aiming for his eye, but suddenly something pushed her sword and she missed. It was Sia. She asked her to stop. The quest description didn't say to torture lizardmen. Yuna immediately ran up to her and furiously asked who she was to tell her what to do. She said that she hadn't told her anything, and Yuna ordered her to shut up. If she was going to tell him what to do, he should pay her first or fight her one-on-one. At that moment, the warrior bit her leg, causing her to scream in pain, and then took off running. Yuna immediately took up her sword and wanted to give chase, but because of her injured leg she couldn't, and Sia simply didn't do anything. Many footprints led to a cave in the Saran desert. When the warrior came to, he saw a chieftain and 2 men in front of him and immediately asked where they were. While he was coming to, the chieftain said that he was just about to explain to the people what was happening. Legis hit Yuhan with her elbow, and he awkwardly said that he didn't know all the details, but it was because of him, because he broke the wall in the cave, their comrades died. The warrior immediately jumped up and exclaimed, "Is he asking for forgiveness?" But a simple apology wouldn't do. MC said that he understood. Several hundred of their warriors had died, and the lizard exclaimed that he was really so stupid. Death follows fighting. Nothing can be done about it. The real problem is revealing the location of the cave. Because of him, they couldn't protect their heritage. It's all his fault. Yuhan indignantly asked, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Has he completely lost his mind?" Legis whispered that no matter how terrifying the monster was, he seemed to have a strange perception of the world. The warrior shouted that he had no right to say such a thing. The honor of lizards does not lie in life. The chieftain stood up and patted him on the shoulder, telling him to calm down, then turned to the people and asked them to do the same. Can they listen to him? Since ancient times, their tribe has guarded the dragon's legacy. Flame Mountain is the burial place of the great dragon Hideus. They have protected his legacy for over 100 years. MC seemed to understand what he meant, and he confirmed his suspicions, saying that all this time they had been protecting the dragon's heart. He grinned triumphantly. He had finally found it. Meanwhile, the players went to turn in the quest. As a reward, they received a whole bag of gold. Yuna noted that there was as much money as they said. She was very rich. Is this the end of the quest? The lizard shaman replied that this was not so. The quest was not yet complete. She belonged to a special kind of lizard folk that could use magic and sorcery. At that time, the chieftain had just told Yuhan and his companion about her. Everything had gone awry since she betrayed them. Since childhood, she had been different. Advanced thinking and human eloquence. In addition to the ability to use magic, she had no flaws. Therefore, he gave her a special title and called her Lizard Shaman. Having lived up to his expectations, she was able to successfully revive the tribe, but at some point, she began to change. He does not know what book she read, but suddenly she desired the power of the dragon's heart. Using this power, she wanted to subjugate the entire tribe. She stole the heart, but was caught and brought to the chief. At that moment, he told her that he trusted her and could not imagine that, because of her greed, she would want to steal the legacy of the Great Spirit. This thing cannot be treated like that. The dragon's heart is a force created to protect the Flame Mountain. Does she want to destroy their abode? The shaman only screamed loudly and disappeared in a bright light. The chief said that they were able to capture her, but lost her. Using witchcraft, she easily escaped. And after all this, she did not stop hunting for the dragon's heart. She used people and eventually attacked them. He desperately resisted, because if the dragon's heart is lost, then a great disaster will happen to the Flame Mountain. If even one of the legacies of the Flame Mountain is lost, it will explode due to the volcanic power that is suppressed by this legacy. They were surprised by this, and Legis exclaimed, "Shouldn't they run away from here quickly then?" The chieftain laughed and said that everything was fine for now, since he had hidden the dragon's heart in the lava. The shaman wouldn't be able to do anything for a while, but she still had a plan. At that moment, she told the people that once a month, the lizardmen perform a ritual to fill the dragon's heart with power, and there was 1 week left until the next ritual. They would definitely come here during that time, so they would wait for them here until then, after which she would give them double the reward. The players immediately began chatting among themselves with joyful smiles, and Yuna clapped her hands, exclaiming that she was incredibly rich. There was no one better than her. She liked her the most. They would guard this cave. 1 week would be enough, right? Sia looked at the woman doubtfully and seemed lost in thought. The shaman said a week would be enough. If the dragon's heart wasn't filled with power within that time, the fiery mountain would explode. After that, the surviving squad of lizardmen set out to search for the dragon's heart along with the humans. Legis started scolding Yuhan, asking if he was crazy. She reminded him how easily he'd promised to return the dragon's heart to them. She asked if he was even in his right mind. He'd seen those humans. There were so many of them. MC ignored her, wondering if she was bothering him so much, following him around and constantly buzzing in his ear. She then started shaking his shoulders, telling him to return that flying thing so she could get away, and then stopped a second later. She noticed something ahead and screamed loudly, exclaiming, "What is it?" Yuhan quickly realized she was frightened by the enormous statue in front of them and smirked, telling her to calm down. He'll show her his plan now. It was a huge statue of the rest of the Sphinx, guarding the entrance to the dungeon of the Pyramid of Another World. Time passed. In reality, it was already evening, and Sia was lying on her bed, bored. She went into a group chat with her friends and asked how they were doing with their quests. They were all busy, and when someone asked how she was doing, she remembered how they mercilessly killed the lizardmen and didn't even know how to reply to the message. After that, she went into the chat with Yuhan, and seeing that he still hadn't responded, she wondered if he was sleeping. At this time, MC was diligently dismantling the Sphinx statue, and the system informed him that he had succeeded in dismantling it, obtaining a solid iron plate. His skill had increased to level 10. He was dismantling the statue, and the lizardmen were carrying away the plates. Yuhan stopped to rest and thought that to finish everything on time, he would have to work all night. After that, he turned to the lizardmen and told them not to relax and to hurry up and carry the materials. The warrior, who was already quite tired of carrying these iron plates day and night, scattered them around in a rage and exclaimed that it was so annoying. He approached Yuhan and said that what he was forcing them to do was pointless. They needed to train. MC chuckled and noted that this was precisely why they were failing. Why did he think they lost to the humans? He replied that they were still fighting and hadn't lost to anyone. And then Yuhan hit him on the back of the head and called him a brat, telling him to listen carefully. Even though they had a lot of stuff, the reason they lost was because of their useless weapons. That's why he was now dismantling this steel statue to get materials. He showed the warrior his battered axe and said that they would never win with such a weapon. He would try to improve their junk, so he should consider themselves very lucky. The warrior said that he got it from his dad, and he realized his mistake. He immediately closed his eyes in memory of his dad, after which he fell to his knees in front of him and asked for forgiveness. The warrior was slightly confused and said that everything was fine. It was just a weapon. There was no meaning to it. MC immediately stood up and exclaimed that his words made him feel even more guilty. He would fix everything now, make his axe even more beautiful and reliable. He furiously set to work, and after a while he had a brand new axe in his hands, with one very cool detail. He showed his masterpiece to the warrior and asked, "It's much better now, right?" he asked. "And this is what he calls fixing? It all looks very strange." The broken axe looked much better. Yuhan exclaimed that there was nothing strange about it. He had made it cooler. The warrior said that he didn't need such a thing. He wouldn't use it. Meanwhile, Legis had her sights set on something. She'd been in the game for a year, and her instincts told her that this pendant was definitely very expensive. She ran up to the chieftain, happily calling him grandpa, and then showed him the dirty stone and asked if he liked it. He smiled and said that it was a very beautiful stone, and she asked if he wanted to trade. She will give him this, and he will give her the pendant. He looked at his pendant and refused, saying that it was personally given to him by the greatest dragon, Hideous. Hearing this, Legis became very excited, because this fact makes the pendant several times more valuable. She immediately threw the stone aside and began showing him various items, asking him to trade with her, but he refused her again, saying that he cannot exchange this pendant for anything, but can offer her this instead. He showed her a flower, the sight of which made her eyes light up with delight. This is a desert rose, which is used to create high-level magic stones. It is a very expensive item. Meanwhile, Yuna was already dying of boredom. She screamed loudly and asked in a rage, "When will those stupid lizards arrive? You can die of boredom here. Do they even know how long they have been waiting for them? Where are they anyway? When she catches their eye, she'll kill them all." Hansen walked away from her, covering his ears, and irritably noted that it had started again. He couldn't concentrate with all that noise. His friend asked where he was going, and he told him that if he kept listening to it, he'd soon go crazy, so he'd go for a walk. He went out into the desert and soon Legis caught his eye. He'd seen her before. He called out to her and asked if she was the one who ran away with the lizardmen, right? Could he ask her one question? She ignored him, as she was completely focused on finding the desert rose. The chieftain had recently told her that the desert rose was certainly rare, but it could be easily found in the surrounding area. Realizing that she was ignoring him, the guy smirked, then pulled out his sword and waved it right in front of her face, asking if she by any chance knew where the lizardmen were hiding. If she says so, then so be it. He will spare her. She irritably took off her glasses and asked who this bearded villain was. He smirked and asked if she was provoking him. Apparently, she was a newbie and didn't know much, but she messed with the wrong person. Just as he was about to strike her, Yuhan appeared. He hit his sword with a hammer, destroying it, and asked what he was doing here. Seeing Legis, he was surprised and called her weakling, asking why she was walking here alone. She exclaimed indignantly, "Was she the weakling here?" He asked in response, "Then why was she wandering around the fiery mountain? Does her level allow her to do this, or what?" She said it was all because of him. He stole her potion. Does he even know how long it took? Looking at them, Hansen understood everything. It turns out she has a boyfriend. The two of them immediately denied it, and he said that it meant they were just more than friends for now. But it doesn't matter. The relationship between a man and a woman is an evil in society. He shed a tear and took out 2 swords, exclaiming that he would eradicate this evil. Hansen, level 80, had never been in a relationship. He ordered them to attack, and MC asked what was wrong with him. Legis told him that she didn't know, and then he ordered the 2 of them to shut up, let them attack together. He would fight them back. Yuhan asked, was he sure he could do it? He would regret it later. The guy pounced on him and exclaimed that it was not his place to say this, but then he heard some kind of ringing sound from the side and immediately stopped. And MC smirked. He looked at the huge army nearby and said that they had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the shaman told the people to get ready. An army of lizardmen was approaching. The warriors took a few steps. Hansen died instantly, and Yuhan, looking at the warriors in the armor he had made for them, grinned and waved his sword, announcing the start of the war. Sankomage used his skill and warned the players that they were coming, but they already knew it without him, because the lizard army was right in front of them. Yuna turned to the players, shouting that they would cause a second smash through their ranks, and ordered the mages to begin the attack. They immediately raised their staffs and created several powerful fireballs and threw them at the lizard army. Several explosions rang out, and one of the players grinned and said they had hit the target. At this rate, they would finish them off in no time. He was about to go and crush the rest, but when the smoke cleared, they saw that the lizards were standing firm on their feet. Even after such a powerful explosion, they all remained alive. The mages were also surprised. They used a 5-hit allied attack and Mega Flame. How did that happen? MC came out from behind the lizardmen and asked, "That's amazing, right? This armor is made by mixing the slime of a magical slime. In physical form, a slime's attack and defense are weak, but this one has enormous magical defense. It wasn't for nothing that he spent all his efforts searching for this slime." He solemnly spread his arms out to the sides, proud of the results of his work, and one of the players asked, "What's wrong with him? Why is he on the lizard side?" His friend said that he actually knew him. "He's the famous player Bolden. His name is the Repair King Zig." The guy exclaimed that his name is such a stupid name. Is he a blacksmith? He thought he was some kind of ranker. At that moment, Yuhan appeared behind him. He swung his sword and delivered a blow that threw him into the air, after which he asked who he called stupid. His words made him very angry and ordered the lizardmen to fight, saying he would turn all their weapons into dust. Afterwards, the players and the lizardmen clashed in battle. The players were confident of victory, but the lizardmen weren't what they used to be. One of the warriors blocked a player's attack, and he nervously wondered how he'd done it. Did they even wear armor before? He decided to warn his comrades that these lizards had upgraded their weapons and become very strong. The players were surprised that the mobs had changed equipment and returned to the fight, and quickly began losing to the lizards. Realizing this, the others decided to quickly run away and simply abandon the quest, while Yuna enjoyed the fight. She used a skill, cutting off the heads of 3 lizards at once, and then screamed loudly and called them all cowards. What were they afraid of? They're just lizards. Left hook, right hook, and done. At that moment, the warrior attacked her from behind, but she quickly noticed this and blocked the blow, after which she asked, "Did they change clothes and come to fight? How cute are they?" The warrior ordered her to immediately return their cave and pounced on her. She blocked his blow, then delivered a counterattack, which he also counterattacked. Yuna gritted her teeth at that moment, thinking that he had gotten stronger since their last encounter. She jumped back, dodging his blow, and thought that he had gotten faster. Or maybe the weapon had just gotten lighter? He struck again, and she barely blocked it and screamed loudly, after which she gripped her weapon tighter and thought that no matter how much equipment improved, a mob was still a mob. She used the skill Blood Rage, which caused 1/2 of her body to become covered in burns. It is a warrior skill that uses all stamina except 10% of maximum health. The skill increases the strength and speed of attacks. She shouted that creatures like him must die, and he panicked, as he understood that this attack was very dangerous. After that, she swung her weapon and a bright purple flash occurred. She smirked and said that he was ready, but it turned out that it wasn't so. She was only able to destroy his armor, and he himself remained intact. Some time ago, MC made him a new axe, but he refused to wear the armor since he didn't need it and he considered it useless. A warrior's strong body is his main weapon. Then Yuhan himself put the armor on him and told him to stop talking nonsense. The advantage of this armor is that it is durable and lightweight. He used all his skills and made this especially for them. Let him listen to him carefully. This armor will give him another chance at life. The warrior said that if his destiny was to fall in battle, then he would not stand in the way, and MC irritably told him to stop talking such nonsense. Isn't the reason he wants to protect the legacy primarily to protect the lives of all tribe members? Then why is he talking about his life so simply? Let him think again. What is really important? Is it the legacy he is trying to protect or the tribe? Now the warrior realized the man was right. The lives of his comrades were paramount. He then lunged forward and swung his claw, dealing Yun a fatal blow. She cursed, thinking that the equipment had finally done its job. Without even turning to her, the warrior continued on, declaring that he would protect his entire tribe. Finally, Yun died. Yuhan, who had been hiding in the shelter at the time, smiled and thought that they would win without any extra effort. Everything was going according to plan. Now, all that remained was to steal the dragon's hearts. Then an image of the chieftain flashed through his mind, saying that if the dragon's heart was extracted from the fiery mountain, an eruption would occur. A warrior appeared on the other side, saying that thanks to him, he learned how important lives are. This made him think. He himself forgot what was truly important. But what's important to him is the quest, not free equipment crafting. He ran past the players and lizards and smiled, making sure no one cared about him. So now was the time to get a dragon heart. But suddenly someone's arrow flew right into his thumb, causing him to feel severe pain. After that, he fell and rolled on the ground, screaming loudly in pain. He hid behind a column and thought, was it the shaman's attack? But she uses magic. Maybe it was a player then? The player fired several arrows at him at once. All of them hit the lizard's legs, causing them to immediately fall. MC noticed that this player was aiming for joints and blocking movement. But why? It's easier to just kill them. He took out a pickaxe and thought, maybe this player has poor weapon control, but this archer hits the joints right away. He decided not to think about it. He didn't care what this player's goal was. He turned to the column and hit it with a pickaxe, causing cracks to appear. A collapse began, and Yuhan, with a wide smile on his face, ran to the archer and said that the arrow must be visible to shoot it. The girl became very nervous. Visibility had become much worse due to the collapse, and her opponent was already very close. After that, MC jumped high in the air and pounced on her, saying that she had finally fallen into his hands, and at that time she quickly drew the arrow, and when they were about to attack, they abruptly stopped, seeing each other's faces. Their looks were perplexed. They did not expect to meet here. Meanwhile, Legis was resting, and she wondered how they were doing there. The chief smiled and said that Zig had made equipment for everyone, so everything would be fine. She was slightly surprised and said that she did not know he was so skilled, and he agreed with her. He also wanted to thank them again. She smiled and said that this should be done not with words, but with actions. He understood her, right? She took all his things, even his clothes. At least, she didn't leave him naked. He said that it seemed like he had already given her enough, and she said that was not true at all. He had missed the most important thing. That pendant, wasn't it the most precious thing? He answered her that he couldn't give it away, because this pendant was a gift that a great soul had given him when she was still alive. Suddenly, the shaman's voice was heard behind him, saying that if the pendant fell into the hands of a stranger, there would be trouble. He shuddered with fear. Then she raised a dagger over his head and said that if this necklace was untied, he would no longer be able to rule the lizardmen. After that, she stabbed him with the dagger, breaking the pendant, and the chieftain was horrified, and Legis was frightened. The shaman said he thought he could fool her like everyone else, but he was wrong. This time, she had fooled him. From the very beginning, her goal was to stay alive with him, since he always hid behind the army and didn't show his face. The chieftain asked what she was doing there, and she said it was a soul and spirit pendant, a handy item that allows one to communicate with spirits. But it was also an extremely frightening thing, since it could be used to brainwash creatures with low intelligence, such as lizardmen. Wasn't she right? He exclaimed that this was complete nonsense, and loudly called for his warriors, but she said that shouting was useless. She put all his servants who remained in the cave to sleep. She didn't think he would send most of the army up the mountain. That was stupid of him, since her real goal was this place. He stood up and asked what the reason was, and she asked irritably, is he asking her now? Why all this? She grabbed him by the neck and shouted that he couldn't not know, because of the stupid rules he came up with. That child and her family, that's why this happened to them. After that, she retreated and said that that was enough. She would put an end to this. An end to these stupid tribe games, sacrifices and fights for this. She would put an end to everything. She pounced on him, was about to attack, but Legis abruptly ran out in front of her and shielded him with her, asking her to stop. Meanwhile, Sia asked her friend what he was doing here. He answered her that he was on a quest. And what was she doing here? She answered him that she was also here because of a quest. After that there was silence, and then they simultaneously asked each other, what kind of quest is this? They both pledged their word to each other at the same time, then started talking together again, and when Sia got fed up, she slapped Yuhan in the face and said that she would speak first. She is on a quest to reconstruct the Mycenia Sky Fortress. To reconstruct the Sky Fortress, the wings of the wind are needed, so she went to the Valley of the Elves, and there the leader of the elves, Harandel, told her that he was very sorry for what she did. She became agitated and asked if she could then get there by plane. He answered her slightly irritably that the spirit world cannot be reached by plane, and besides, there is no way for a human to get there. She was surprised and exclaimed, why can't she get there? Is the midnight crab really that high level? She meant the monster that guards the wings of the wind. Her words made the elf even more angry, and exclaimed that it felt like they were speaking different languages. He tells her about the spirit world, and she tells him about some crabs. The spirit world is where spirits live. Humans can't get there because they don't understand the language of spirits, and if they get lost in the spirit world, they'll never be able to get out. Does everything make sense to them now? She excitedly answered him that she understood everything and asked what she should do now. She really needed the wings of the wind. The elf said that, in fact, he hadn't said there were no other ways. A long time ago, their ancestor gave Hideous a pendant of soul and spirit that could hear spirits. After that, the quest directed her to the fiery mountain, but, finding nothing there, she went into the nearest tavern on the western outskirts of the principality. After eating a bunch of different food, she tiredly lay down on the table and mumbled that there was nothing there. She dug around in this fiery mountain for several days, but no pendant fell out. Then a woman approached her and showed her a drawing of the pendant, asking, is this what she is looking for? As soon as Sia saw it, she immediately jumped up from her seat and started shaking this woman by the shoulders, excitedly saying that this is the very thing she is looking for. Where can she get it? Does she know where it is? The woman asked her to wait, and because Sia was shaking her violently, her hood fell and she saw that it was a lizardman. MC asked, so the shaman was the one who started the conversation with her first? She confirmed it. Apparently she heard that she was looking for the pendant. She wanted to say something else, but suddenly someone hit her with all his strength, causing her to scream in pain and fall. The warrior said that this was the last person he would kill and reclaim their cave. Yuhan ran up to her excitedly and shielded her with his body, asking the warrior what he was doing. She was his friend. The warrior said that the henchwoman of that human leader had died. Did he really betray them? He called him an idiot and exclaimed that he had betrayed no one. He was now trying to understand what was happening here. The warrior ordered him to choose, that woman or them. The threatening warriors stood behind him, ready to attack at any second, and he asked whose ally he was. MC nervously gritted his teeth and wondered what he should do. Should he give them Sia? If he died now, there was a high chance he would fail the quest. Or maybe he should fight the lizardmen. They weren't that strong in a solo battle. If he used the destruction skill in battle, there was a slight chance of victory. He had no idea what to do at all, and the warrior said that the ally's life was important. He was also their ally, so he was asking him to step aside. Yuhan realized something. He smirked and threw the pickaxe on the floor, saying he wouldn't fight them. Was he satisfied now? The warrior confirmed this and told him to give them the woman, but he refused. She was also his ally. What should they do now? The warrior began to lose patience and exclaimed that even if that were the case, he had to give them this woman. And MC said he didn't want to. He wouldn't fight them, but he won't give up Sia either. The warrior nervously shouted his name, and then Sia stood up and patted Yuhan on the shoulder, saying that it was okay. They didn't have to fight, because there was no reason for it. They were all being deceived by the leader of the lizardmen. Right now, he took advantage of Legis's protection, and piercing her body through, struck the shaman. Some time ago, the shaman's sharp claws froze right in front of the girl's face. She asked, is she familiar with him? And that's why she was protecting him. Legis answered her that she didn't know much about him, but she wanted to say that she couldn't leave him to die, but instead, the truth burst out of her mouth. For the first time in a long time, she met such a simpleton, and she couldn't lose him. The shaman didn't understand what was being said, and awkwardly asked, did she say that out loud? She grabbed her hand and asked her not to touch him. He hadn't given her everything yet. This lizard had given her a golden future. The shaman asked her to stop clowning around and step away. If she didn't, she would have to kill her. At that moment, a sharp blade pierced her body. The chieftain called her a fool and said that she remained the same as she had always been. Her plans had always been chaotic and too impulsive. She hadn't changed at all since the moment she decided to rebel against him. She should have killed him and the man without hesitation. After that, he pulled out his sword and the shaman fell and plunged into memories. From birth, she had surpassed the other lizardmen in high intelligence. Because of this, they had always been rude to her. The chieftain told her that there were only the two of them. Everyone else was equally stupid, so they didn't know what was important and how to act. Only the two of them were born wise, and only they were capable of reviving this tribe. The chief believed in her, and following him, she became a shaman. After some time, she met her husband, and they had a child. By the chief's order, she hypnotized her comrades and sent them to war, telling them to fight. They must protect their cave from humans. She also helped with the sacrifices. Having chosen several lizards, she led them to a fiery pit and assured them that this was a good deed. If they did not do this, the Great Spirit would awaken the volcano. She would never forget their sacrifice. After that, they jumped into the pit without hesitation. And when her husband died in the war and her child was sacrificed to the Great Spirit, she learned the whole truth. Still not reconciled to the loss, she wandered around the cave, quietly muttering that this was how it happened. Nothing could be done. If they hadn't done this, the entire tribe would have been in danger. Her husband and her child would all be in danger, so there was no other way. She came to the chieftain's dwelling and accidentally touched his book with her hand. Of course, she became curious about what was hidden in the book. And from it she learned about the dragon's heart, a huge source and apparatus for storing energy. If a sacrifice is made to the heart, it will glow purple. The creature that absorbs the bright purple dragon heart will be reborn and become a new dragon. Her eyes widened in shock, and then she screamed hysterically. She should have realized earlier that he was a mutant, who was many times smarter than all the lizardmen. Then she stole the dragon's heart. She knew much more about magic than anyone, and she should have guessed that the Great Spirit would not be angry and blow up this cave. The Great Spirit does not need any sacrifices. This was all the plan of a lizardman who wanted to become a dragon. The chieftain distracted her from stealing the dragon, excitedly exclaiming, "What is she doing?" He didn't even let her explain and ordered his warriors to capture the shaman, and she couldn't do anything about it. She tried to convince them that they were all being deceived, that a dragon's heart was something completely different, and that their chieftain simply wanted to satisfy his own needs, but nothing worked. The chieftain smirked and said that the shaman had simply read a strange book and was now spouting complete nonsense. To stop her from continuing to spout this nonsense, let them throw her into the lava. The pendant activated, and the lizardmen fell under hypnosis. They all continued repeating the same phrases: capture the shaman, protect the legacy, kill the shaman, protect the cave. Then the shaman looked down regretfully and said that her fellow tribesmen were very stupid, that the lizardmen really were complete fools. After that, a bright light suddenly filled the entire cave, and she fled. She had to take revenge on the creature that had completely ruined her life, but she couldn't stand up to the entire tribe alone, and so she didn't know what to do. After escaping, she stumbled upon a cave filled with desert roses, and she saw an opportunity. She went to the city, found Yun's group and asked them to join her in attacking the lizardman's cave. Everyone agreed, but only for money. After that, the shaman continued her search. In one of the taverns, she found Sia, who was interested in obtaining the pendant. And now, falling to the ground, she saw this pendant in front of her and remembered how Sia said that following this strategy, many lizardmen would die. She herself said that her fellow tribesmen had been brainwashed. The shaman asked, does she think this will change anything? As long as the chieftain lives, she cannot be stopped. They were all stupid to begin with. That's why they were brainwashed. And now, dying, she realized that she had ultimately become the same. She considered them narrow-minded, ignored them, and for the sake of her revenge, she disregarded their lives. She looked at the chieftain and extended her hand towards him, thinking that it was already too late, but at the end she would atone for her guilt. The next second, a bright flash of energy flew forward, piercing several targets in its path. Then the lizard chieftain walked forward, sighing loudly. He placed his hand on his neck, where a symbol had formed, and asked in surprise, what is this? He began to look around, and then said, everything seems fine. If she died during the attack, did her magic not work? Then he pointed his foot at the prone Legis and said, she kept doing all sorts of strange things until the very end. Useless. He delivered a few kicks and added, idiot. At that moment, Legis appeared behind him and indignantly shouted, what is he doing, Grandpa? She clenched her fist in irritation and shouted that she was trying to protect him, and he stabbed her in the back. Traitor. He looked at her and thought, this woman, how did she manage to survive? The next second, Legis drank a restorative potion, and then he asked, what difference does it make? One more hit, and she'll die. Then he pointed the weapon at her and said she seemed to have lost her mind. She said she was protecting him? No, she was using him, and she tried to save him only so she could use him later. But he doesn't blame her because he's the same way and uses everyone and everything. Absolutely everything is just a stepping stone for him to ascend and stand at the pinnacle of all living things. She can consider that an honor. With these words, he pointed the weapon at her face, and she frowned at him. Then he mentioned that she had participated in the revival of the great dragon creature. At that moment, Legis indignantly thought how infuriating it was that he confessed to all his crimes with such relish. Does he act like this because he thinks he's defeated everyone? Then she summoned the system window and thought, players have a cheat called Call a Friend. After she called Zig and summoned him, he'd stall for time somehow. Then she noticed a message in the system window saying she had no friends. She said, right, she didn't add him. Then she desperately said, she's gone. The next second, the lizard chieftain pointed his weapon at her, but at that moment, huge rocks began falling from the cave ceiling, raising clouds of dust. At that moment, the protagonist walked forward and said they had arrived. He asked, hey, swindler, how is she? They came to save her. Then he looked to the side in surprise, noticing the dropped loot, and shouted in surprise, swindler? Then the system reported that Legis had died. The protagonist looked up, noticing his nickname, and sighing with relief said that his inscription hadn't gone out, so he's alive. Then Legis said, never mind, kid. The problem now isn't that, but rather the chieftain. Before she could finish speaking, a hand rose from the rubble, and then the entire lizard chieftain emerged. He crouched down on the rocks and said, Zig, he's come. He was worried that he still hadn't returned. Had he dealt with everyone in the cave? Then a warrior walked forward and said that they had won. The cave was theirs again. The chieftain said, how wonderful. Then they must quickly return to the cave. There was very little time left. If they didn't make a sacrifice by the end of the day, there would be an explosion. The next second, the warrior pointed his weapon at him and said, stop, chieftain. He wondered what he was doing, and the warrior asked, where was he going in such a hurry, chieftain? The day had already passed. The others also pointed their weapons at him, and he added, the spirit wasn't angry and didn't blow up the cave. There was also no need to make sacrifices and protect the legacy. Sia added that his lie had been exposed. He must surrender. The protagonist exclaimed how much he had suffered, making equipment for him within the allotted time. And it was all a lie? The next second, the chieftain covered himself with his hands, then laughed and, spreading his arms to the sides, released a stream of powerful energy. MC was surprised. What was wrong with him? Could you really go crazy after taking damage? Then the chieftain said, so, there's no need to pretend now. He took out a pendant and declared, warrior, he must kill people. The next second, the warrior grabbed his weapon, and the protagonist looked on in bewilderment as the warrior flew forward, swinging his enormous axe. He delivered a powerful blow, and dust rose into the air. The protagonist cowered in fear, then looked ahead in surprise, noticing how the chieftain fell to the ground from the powerful attack. He grabbed his shoulder and, rising, indignantly shouted, warrior, what is he doing? He said attack people. Then the protagonist sighed with relief and said he was scared. He thought he was going to hit him for real. The warrior looked at him and asked why he had to hit Zig. Then the chieftain pointed the pendant forward again and shouted, warrior, I give you the order again. He must kill these worthless people. But the warrior hit him in the face with the axe again, causing him to fall to the ground again. After that, MC approached him and, pulling his cheek, asked why he was okay. He replied that he was always okay. Then the chieftain raised himself up on trembling hands and, clenching his teeth, thought, damn it, why can't I brainwash him like before? Has he really broken down? No. It's all because of that mark on his neck. He doesn't know what kind of witchcraft it is, but it blocks brainwashing. So that shaman's spell worked? Then the protagonist pointed his weapon at him and, smiling, said, okay, he's drying it out. Does he have any last words? Nothing to say? At that moment, The chieftain picked up a few stones and then threw them forward. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and said, "Wow, throwing stones is his new skill? How scary. If one hits him, will he die? Come on, he has to attack again." Then he looked ahead and shouted in surprise, "Where is he going?" He noticed the chieftain running in the opposite direction and shouted, "Where is he going, you freak?" After a while, a flaming mountain. The chieftain rappelled down to the lava itself and walked forward. The system reported, Dragon Scale Cloak, level 3 fire resistance. Dragon Scale Boots, level 5 fire resistance. You can walk on the surface of the liquid in these. He looked ahead and said, "We must endure this. We must hurry now and return the dragon's heart." Even though the heart won't glow a beautiful purple, it has been absorbing life energy for a long time. Even if it's not perfect, if he eats it, he can gain incredible power. With these words, he stuck his hand into the lava, taking out the item, and shouted that he would take revenge on the ungrateful warriors and people. He would make them suffer hellish pain. Then he looked in surprise at the item in his hand and asked, "What?" He sank to the ground and then desperately said, "It can't be." He put the dragon's heart here with his own hands. Then he slammed his fist on the ground and shouted, "Where did it go? Where is it?" The dragon's heart, to which he dedicated his entire life. At that moment, MC stood in front of him and, holding the heart in his hand, asked, "Is this what he's looking for?" He had come here a little earlier and taken it out of the lava. Not long before, he used the galley glove. This can be separated from the base by shooting a steel wire, heat resistant. Currently, the protagonist put the dragon heart to his face and thought how good it was that he grabbed it. Then the chieftain shouted indignantly, "How? Him?" He waved his hand towards the protagonist and shouted for him to give it up. "It's his." He delivered another blow and MC easily dodged, raised the dragon heart up and asked, "Really? Does he have proof that it's his?" He shouted, "Of course. The light purple color is proof. The dragon heart only turns purple when life force is slowly poured into it. The heart is light purple. The coloring isn't quite perfect, but he achieved this color after 100 years of offerings to the dragon heart. This is proof. Did he get it? It's his." Then the protagonist looked at the object in his hands and said, "My God, it turns out he filled this dragon's heart with life force by sacrificing his subjects and people. Did he get it right?" The chief shouted, "Right, that's right. So he must give it to him right now." But after that, the protagonist smiled and turned around, asking what he would say to this. At that moment, a huge number of lizard warriors appeared from the shadows, and the chief was surprised. What? They walked forward and began to indignantly say that the chief had deceived them. It was all a lie. The chief is a liar. But he shouted, "Hey, they have to stop." He said, "Enough. They got it all wrong." But they continued to advance and say, "The chief is a liar. This was all made up by the damn chief. It was all a lie. The sacrifice and the legacy are not true." Then the chief shouted that he had been deceived too. He can explain everything. But at that moment, a warrior stood before him, and he, noticing him, shouted, "Warriors, will they believe him? This is all that man's plan." The next second, the warrior swung his enormous axe, attacking the chieftain. With that action, he declared, "The chieftain is no longer their ally." The chieftain's body split in two, and the pendant flew far back. At that moment, MC looked in surprise at the dragon heart in his hand and asked, "What? Had the color deepened? Or was he mistaken?" Then Sia ran up to him and cried out in alarm, "Zig, is he okay?" He smiled and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Of course it's no big deal." But the next second, his health drained, and he spat out a clot of blood. The system reported that his stamina had been reduced due to volcanic gas poisoning. He dropped to all fours, and Sia, frightened, ran to him and cried out, "Zig, what's wrong?" She lifted him up in her arms, and he said, "Sia, she needs to listen to him carefully. If he dies, she needs to take care of this, and the money, and this, and return it to the bar." Then he looked up and, noticing the plant, thought that when it fell, his life would end at that very moment. But the next second, a bright flash flew past them, and the lizard warrior shoved a small piece of grass into his mouth, telling him to come to his senses. He should eat this volcanic herb. It will make him feel better. The system reported, volcanic herb, a special herb that grows around volcanoes, an antidote to poisoning. He continued shoving the herb into the protagonist's mouth and telling him to open his mouth. "Here's the antidote." Then the system reported, the poisoning has been cured, he's healthy. After that, the warrior handed Sia a pendant and told her to take it, human. She looked in surprise at the decoration in her hands, and the system reported she had achieved the goal of the quest to restore the Air Fortress 3. A pendant of soul and spirit, 1 of 1. Then she smiled and thanked him, and the lizardman's heart began to beat even faster. He sheepishly looked away and said, "Sia's quite a good partner." Then the protagonist pointed a finger at him and shouted, "Why is he blushing so much, huh?" After that, several more lizardmen approached them, and one of them, stepping forward, handed them a weapon and told him to take a look, and they did so. MC took the item from his hand and asked what it was. He replied that it was a weapon. He had watched him make weapons, and it was inspiring, so they decided to give it a try too. After that, the protagonist pointed at them and, laughing, asked, "Is this a weapon?" He thought it was a lump of coal, but the lizards looked at him pitifully and asked, "A lump of coal? It looks that weird." But they tried so hard. Then the protagonist turned away and, looking at the weapon, said, "If you think about it, it generally looks like a weapon." He was wrong. After that, he handed the lizards Galley's textbook and told them to take it. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Can they even read?" "Well, it's better than nothing. Here's a gift from him for them." In response, the lizards thanked him. After a while, the warrior knelt down next to the totem and then a subordinate approached him and shouted, "Sir, everyone is ready, they can go." He stood up and replied, "Okay." The lizards leave the nest. After a while, the protagonist leaned on the edge of the basket and said, "Time is running out, where's Legis?" Then he looked away in surprise, noticing her running towards them and yelling for them to wait for her. She was pulling a huge cart with her. The protagonist pointed at it and asked, "What's that back there?" Sia said, "Who knows?" Then Legis ran up to them, and the protagonist asked, "Hey, what's that?" Legis wiped the sweat from her face and asked, "Is this?" She found a desert rose VN near the spawn point yesterday. This is the jackpot. Do they even know how much this is worth? With that, she folded her arms across her chest, then looked ahead in surprise and shouted, "What the hell is this?" She grabbed her head, noticing how the protagonist and Sia started flying away in a hot air balloon. She screamed, "Where are they going?" MC reached out to her and shouted. She said, "There's no room?" She must put it in her inventory or carry it. She ran after the balloon and shouted, "There's no room in her inventory," and Sia stuck her hand out of the basket and shouted, "Hey, she has to take her hand." The next second, Legis jumped into the balloon basket and shouted, "Zig, what is he doing, you impudent brat?" Sia noticed that this was too much. She told him to just die. Sia added that he should apologize to her personally. Then the girls looked at each other in surprise, and Sia smiled and said that she was pleased to meet her. She was Sia the archer. Legis smiled back and, introducing herself, asked if she was Zig's friend. She answered that's right, they became friends in the game. She said that if she was Zig's friend, then she was hers too. She would be happy to be friends with her. Sia said that she would call her Legis, she should call her Sia. At that moment, the protagonist clutched his head and thought that they had just met, but had already become friends. Then, surprised, they approached the edge and looked down, asking, "Huh?" They saw a group of lizard men who raised their weapons and shouted, "Zig, they are grateful to him." In response, he smiled and waved at them. He shouted that they would see each other again sometime. Sometime later, the city walls of North Ark. MC looked at the girls and asked, "So this is where they were saying goodbye?" Sia extended her hand forward and suggested meeting after they prepared for the Mycenia quest. The protagonists looked from side to side and said that they would contact each other if anything happened. "Sia, Legis, they will cross paths somewhere later." She replied, "Yeah, but she will still follow him as soon as she sells the desert roses." He looked at her and indignantly shouted, "What? She will continue to follow him? Does she even have a conscience?" One of them came closer and shouted indignantly, "Conscience? What do you mean conscience? If it weren't for her on the fiery mountain, he wouldn't have completed the quest, you idiot," he shouted, but she didn't do anything at all. At that moment, Sia smiled and said, "They're so friendly." They looked at her with irritation and shouted, "That's not true at all." She replied, confused, "Oh, never mind." Sometime later, the protagonist was walking down the street, holding the dragon heart. He looked at it and thought, if he sells it, he'll make a lot of money. No, he needs to complete the quest first. He shook his head and thought about getting the dwarven's secret technique. After that, he raised the heart above himself and shouted, how he's looking forward to this, the secret technique. He's already running after it. At that moment, Honduras was watching him from behind the wall and whispered, "I see. Interesting answer. Well, that might be possible in his case. Since it was his choice, he would respect it." At that moment, several children moved away from him and started muttering, "Hey, they should look at this old man. Is he talking to himself? Is he completely crazy? Scary." Meanwhile, MC approached Gali, and he said he didn't even think he would actually get the dragon's heart back. The protagonist said that he was begging, maybe enough of these practically impossible quests, huh? After that, the dwarf handed him a scroll and told him to take it. Their secret technique was hidden here. The protagonist snatched it from his hands and, inhaling the smell of paper, said, "Finally, is this the technique?" Then he unrolled the scroll and said that he would see what they have here. He started reading and then was surprised. What is this?" It said, "Hello, his name is Gali, a dwarf of the Redbeard clan. He is currently looking for a country suitable for immigration. He was once the head of the North Ark Forging and Weapons Brigade, but he was falsely labeled an extremist for choosing the wrong apprentice, and is now considered a criminal. However, this is just one big mistake. If they can accept him, he could raise the level of blacksmithing to a higher level, given his excellent skills." The next second, Gali snatched the scroll from him and shouted, "Oops, wrong scroll." He handed him another one and told him to take the right one, but MC reached for him and shouted, "What the hell is that? He wants to give it up?" He replied that it was only for an emergency. The protagonist took the scroll and indignantly said, "Enough already, he knows him." And then Gali folded his arms across his chest and looking at him said, "He's thanking him, and all he does is snap at him." After that, MC read the contents of the scroll. It said, "Superheated coals. Superheated coals are created by combining bitumen and artisan dust. These coals produce higher quality iron by removing impurities at temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees Celsius." He asked, "Superheated coals?" The next second, the dwarf asked, "Do you know why human weapons can't compare to dwarven weapons?" Because their iron is already different. Dwarven iron lasts 10 times longer, but is lighter than ordinary metal. And what's essential for the production of dwarven iron is superheated coal. Producing coal capable of generating temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees Celsius has been a secret kept exclusively among the dwarves for hundreds of years. But times have changed. It's time to abandon their traditions and share their technology with the world. Zig, as the first human to create superheated coal, must tell the world about this technology. Then he began to look around in surprise and asked, "What? Where did he go?" Meanwhile, the protagonist thought, dwarven iron is simply incredible. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, Mining skill rank 7, Smelting skill rank 4, Fabrication skill rank 4, Alloy skill rank 7, Weapon assembly skill rank 6, Repair skill rank 4. He smiled as he looked at this, and thought that most of his blacksmithing skills were now at least level 4. If he applied this to forging dwarven iron, he would blow away any blacksmith except rankers. And what about ordinary players? If he could compete on price, he could even beat the dwarves. Then he thoughtfully said, wait, there's a high demand for repairing rare items in North Ark, so if he did this then, he would get this? He thought, okay, this way he can find a wrestler's weapon. At that moment, Dylan approached him and asked, Mr. Zig, is he listening to him? He replied, not really. He told him to listen. He leaned his hand on the chest that had appeared, and said, here's the iron ore he ordered. He couldn't contact him, so he arranged for delivery right away. He'd written to him when he was available in North Ark, but there was no answer, so he contacted him a couple more times, and then he disappeared completely. He was worried that his game had been disconnected, but then he seemed to be back, and he had no idea how much time had passed. But MC scratched his ear and said he'd been busy. What's he really so angry about? He shouted back that he wasn't angry, it was just that promises had to be kept. Then the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and, smiling, shouted at him not to worry so much. And he thought he definitely needed it now. Then the protagonist said that he would stay in North Ark while he prepared for the Mycenia quest. He beat his chest and added, it's all because he's going to set up a forge here. At that moment, Dylan looked at him in surprise and shouted, what? A regular user wants to found a forge in North Ark? When even for him, Zig, it's impossible. MC smiled looking at him and told him not to worry. He was determined to succeed. This would all go according to his plan, unless God himself intervened. Then he looked up in fear, and the protagonist turned around and asked in surprise, what? A huge mechanical dragon appeared before them, and the protagonist thought, God's will. Rocks flew in all directions from its enormous iron legs, and Dylan, turning around, said he couldn't even believe it. He'd be crushed by the dragon twice in the same place. What a coincidence. What a terrible game. The next second, the iron leg actually landed on him, and the system reported that Dylan had died. MC, breathing heavily at that moment, said, Gally, you idiot, and he said everything would definitely work out this time. Damn swindler. Then he abruptly covered his mouth with his hands and sighed with relief, but the next second, the dragon turned sharply, looking at him, and the protagonist, sweating with fear, asked, did he hear him after all, huh? Meanwhile, Songsun Hansu-hee too was walking down the street and said, damn, this isn't fun at all. The game is terrible. It needs content. It's boring. He wants at least something interesting, exciting. And then he looked in surprise at the protagonist, who ran past him, a gust of wind lifting his skirt. He screamed, hasn't he ever been taught to apologize? He turned around, noticing the dragon's toothy maw aimed at him. He asked, which one? The next second, the system reported that Songsu Donghansu too had died. At that moment, the others ran in the opposite direction, shouting, he's there! One of the players pointed his sword forward and shouted, hurry. They have to shoot. This is their God-given chance. If it really is a dragon, they're gonna loot a ton of stuff from it. Several people charged at the dragon, firing arrows and striking it with melee weapons. A cloud of smoke rose up, and the protagonist asked, is he dead? But the next second, the head of a mechanical dragon emerged from the smoke, and the protagonist looked at it in fear. The dragon sharply pointed its maw at him, and he screamed in fear, backing away. He turned sharply and started running in the opposite direction, shouting, what the hell is he even chasing? After a while, he stopped, breathing heavily, and said, damn it. He's at a dead end. He looked at the wall in front of him, and at that moment, the mechanical dragon was behind him. He thought he was done for. He could break down the wall and escape, but with a level 4 mining skill, he wouldn't be able to build the North Ark. Then he smiled and said, wait, what the hell is he talking about? He's running away because his dragon scared him? Oh yeah. Then he conjured a pickaxe in his hand and said, he's the one who needs to run away from him. He'll show him the power of a former dragon slayer. The next second, he pushed off the ground and swung the pickaxe, shouting for him to take it. Then he struck and thought, damn, galley, he created a surprisingly strong dragon. Then he leaped forward and thought, damn, I should have tried to break through the wall after all. The next second, the dragon looked at him in surprise, MC, and asked, what? Then the creature fell to the ground, raised its paws, and started crying. And the protagonist, perplexed, said, what the hell is going on here? Then Endurus came up to him and said that he can't control himself. A newborn was given too much strength and a powerful body, and not knowing such a simple truth, the parent punishes him. Isn't that sad? Then the protagonist turned around and shouted in surprise, what the? Who the hell is he? He started looking around and asked in surprise, where did he go? And at that moment, Endurus rose to the heights and raised his hand, creating a huge magical symbol. He said, poor thing, it will calm him down. He frowned, and the system announced, Endurus, ancient dragon, level 200, ruler of the northeastern mountains of North Ark. He said, wait, Endurus? At that moment, several people were watching from a large screen. A man slammed his fists on the table and shouted, what's going on? Is this how the story is supposed to unfold? Another guy looked at his tablet and said that it wasn't. Originally, Endurus was supposed to go berserk at the sight of the mechanical dragon and destroy North Ark. But how did it all come to this? Sokjin smiled and said, most likely because of the dragon's purple heart. He asked, excuse me? He said that because the player brought a purple heart instead of a regular one. a real dragon was born. Honduras felt sorry for him, so he didn't get angry. Then the man slammed his fists on the table even harder and shouted, "Does he mean to say that another valuable event has gone down the drain? And again, because of this kid? Or what?" He answered, "Exactly." Sokchin laughed and asked, "But isn't it great that everything doesn't go according to plan? How will the story of Arpedia unfold now?" Meanwhile, Honduras approached the protagonist, holding a mechanical dragon, reduced in size, and told him to take responsibility for his child. The protagonist asked in surprise, "What?" He looked at the cute little creature in his hands, and then the dragon said, "Popo." MC picked it up and asked, "Is it his child?" Honduras replied, "Yes, that's right. He understands the meaning of his words, doesn't he?" He screamed, "He doesn't understand anything. How can anyone understand anything when he's spouting such nonsense? He's a human, and he's a dragon. They're not even the same species." Then Honduras looked at the system window and said, "Except for ancient dragons. Regular dragons are born after life force and mana have been poured into their hearts for a long time. More often than not, no living creature is capable of producing the same amount of life force as a dragon, so it's obvious that the dragon becomes the parent. However, the protagonist said it works. He said yes, he was there when the child was born, and therefore the responsibility is his." MC looked at Popo and shouted, "He's making fun of him. Who is he even to force him to raise him just because he witnessed his birth? He's a dragon too, so he should be the one to babysit him," he thought. "So who knows when this thing will go berserk again? He can't handle this alone with a ticking bomb." Then Honduras concentrated energy in his hand and asked, "Does he mean to say he refuses?" Then he aimed several ice shards at him, and the protagonist hugged Popo and said, "No, of course not. He was just lonely. What luck. He would take full responsibility and raise him." Honduras then said that he was glad he was a responsible person. After some time, the players were walking through the city, and the guy said that he was sure he went to where he hid. Stupid dragon? He must go out and fight them. They must kill the dragon. Forward. Just then the protagonist noticed this group of people and asked anxiously, "Lord Honduras, what should they do?" "People." Then he was surprised, not seeing the dragon, and asked, "What? Lord Honduras?" After some time, the protagonist pinned a note to the tent and said, "Done." In the note he wrote, "Dear Galley, he thinks he's already on his way, so he's leaving a letter. This bipedal lizard is his mechanical dragon, so it's only fair that he raises it, right? He should take good care of it." Postscript: meeting him was the worst thing that ever happened to him. He hopes they never see each other again. Then he put the box with Popo on the ground and smiled and said, "Well, this is his home now. Does he understand?" Then he looked at the creature's cute face and said that he was sorry, but he was not leaving it because he was bad. People were looking for the mechanical dragon now. If he took it with him, who knew what he would get himself into? And he didn't want to get into trouble. Besides, it was none of his business what might happen to him. Then he thought for a minute. After those words, he really did look like some kind of villain. At that moment, people pointed their weapons at him and shouted, "They are here." He's Zig, Galley's successor and accomplice, right? He's under arrest for extremism and attempting to overthrow the North Arc regime. MC turned around in surprise and shouted, "What?" People ran towards him and shouted, "Grab him." But he ran in the opposite direction and shouted for them to wait. It wasn't him. After a while, Legis was walking down the street. Then she called up a system window and said indignantly, "Zig, you idiot. Why isn't he answering her messages? What's the point of adding him as a friend if he doesn't even look? If this asshole is making money behind her back, she'll kill him." The next second, the protagonist ran past her and she asked in surprise, "Zig?" She shouted, "Listen, where is he running like that?" Then she turned around, noticing a crowd of angry people, and screamed, "Oh my god." After a while, they ran into the forest and the people were shouting, "Where did that idiot go? Maybe there? This way. The tracks lead this way." At that moment, the protagonist peeked around the corner, noticing that the people had moved on, and sighed with relief. The next second, Legis, standing next to him, asked, "Are they gone?" She was holding a few branches of a bush, and the protagonist screamed in fear, looking at her. He screamed, "Where did she come from?" The next second, Popo jumped up to them and MC screamed, "What's this following him?" Popo hit his chest and he said, "What's that babbling about?" The next second, Legis grabbed Popo in her arms and screamed, "How cute. What's the baby's name?" "His name is Popo? How cute. He was looking for Zig too, right?" Then the protagonist said irritably, "Two parasites, but it can't be helped. Even if he asks them not to follow him, they'll still come." Then he walked on and said, "Hey, Stalker and Lizard. They need to get moving if they're going after him. We need to get out of here before the dwarves come back." The next second, Legis lifted Popo above her and screamed, "She's told you 100 times that she's Legis, and the baby's name is Popo." He replied, "Yes, yes." Then she followed him and asked, "Where are they going this time?" He replied, actually, he wanted to establish a forge in North Arc, but since that was no longer an option, he was thinking about the kingdom of Aberon. He would open a forge in the local neutral zone. After some time, the kingdom of Aberon, the province of Nambarine, the Nambarine market. The man approached the blacksmith and was indignant. 1,200 gold for repairs? Is he kidding me? He replied that he was the only one kidding here. They won't take less than 1,200 from him here. He has the cheapest shop. If they don't like it, they should go find another place. People gathered around and the man shouted, "The cheapest? Yeah, right. Prices are like that everywhere here. That's why 1,200 is the minimum, okay?" Then the man started flexing his fists and said, "He's an idiot. Did you decide to play with the wording?" The next second, Fox stopped him with his hand and said that this blacksmith was from the Blue Dawn Guild. "Did you want to fight with their team?" He replied negatively and added, "It was some kind of misunderstanding. But before he could finish, Fox hit him in the neck, then walked on and said, "Then fine." He hoped there wouldn't be any more misunderstandings. The man rubbed the bruised area and said, assholes. His comrade put his hand on his shoulder and said, this is a real ripoff. It's always been expensive here, but with the arrival of Blue Dawn, prices have skyrocketed. I wish there was an affordable forge here. Meanwhile, in the forest, MC stuck a note in the ground and, smiling, said, great, they're ready to open. After a while, whispers started around town. Hey, has he heard the news? What news? They say a forge has opened up here by the mountain range. He's talking about the Cat Mountains? Aren't there tons of monsters there? Yeah, that's weird, but rumor has it they don't show up there anymore. Seriously? Is that even possible? That's what he's telling him. But the most important thing is that blacksmith has incredibly low prices. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Legis were looking at the sign and simultaneously lost in thought. The protagonist folded his arms and said, what nonsense? Legis hit him on the shoulder and shouted, what nonsense? You couldn't have done it better yourself. Effect is important here. Does he understand? Effect. He, the idiot, doesn't even know the basics of business. This won't do. If this is it, then this is it. How about trusting her to promote the products? He waved his hand and replied that he had already signed a contract with Gold Rush. She bit her thumb and said, damn, it's too late, so she'll find another way to make money off of this. After some time, MC was busy creating a sword and then he raised it up and, smiling, shouted, the long sword is ready, and this is really done differently thanks to superheated coal. He bit the tip of his sword and added, what's with that glow? And how hard it is. The next second, Legis slapped him in the face and yelled, stop messing around. No time to mess with things. Can't he see? With these words, she pointed her finger at the crowd of people gathered one by one. They were chatting. Do they really have dwarf-level armor for only 3,000 gold? So, they don't have to sell a kidney to pay for repairs anymore? That's awesome. And Legis yelled, the people are waiting. The protagonist looked at her with irritation and said he was working. She yelled at him to work faster. Quick, grab the hammer and get moving. She looked indignantly at MC as he returned to work, and then turned around and yelled, miss. She walked up to the girl and asked, does she want an iron ingot? She looked surprised. An iron ingot? Why would she need that? The next second, she pointed at Popo, who was chewing on an iron ingot, and the people who noticed him squealed with affection. The girl shouted, what a cutest creature. And then Legis told them to come over. Popo's favorite food for 500 gold. Only 500 gold. They said, food for Popo? Then a man stood at the front and shouted that he'd take 10. The others told her to give her 100. The protagonist looked at her and thought, damn swindler, 500 gold for an iron ingot the size of a peanut? She clearly has no conscience. At that moment, Guilford approached him, and the protagonist cried out in fear. Guys, Guilford lifted him up, grabbing his face, and he screamed at them to let him go. Guilford asked how dare he open a shop without their knowledge? As punishment, he would repair all their equipment for free. He said, Red Tiger. He looked at the man and added, if they want to fix it, they have to pay. He thought that's why he didn't say. How did they even know where he was? Then Guilford threw him aside and asked, he wants them to pay? The bastard decided to disobey the trainer. Now he'll teach him another lesson. With these words, he reached for the sword behind his back, and MC shouted, what's wrong with this old man? He's completely lost his mind. Then the man laughed and said that he was jealous. He found out that he was playing with Charon. The protagonist was surprised. What? Then the trainer attacked him, and he shouted, so why take it out on him then? At that moment, Guilford remembered his daughter saying that she didn't want to play with him. Tears streaming down his eyes. He was throwing punches in front of him, and then smoke rose in front of him, and an explosion thundered. And then the protagonist looked ahead in surprise, and Loki was standing in front of him. He said, Brother Loki. Then Guilford said, by the way, he also played with Karen, right? Jaehoon? He won't forgive them. If he can't do it, then neither can the others. At that moment, the man grabbed him from behind and told him to calm down. He knew Jaehoon had a duel soon, and then MC looked at Loki and thought that he would never grow up like him. Never. After that, Loki handed him a note and said that he wanted to give this to him. He thought it might come in handy. Then the protagonist looked at the Guardian blueprint, one of two. The system said that after completing the blueprint, he would be able to create the black iron that Deborah was trying to develop. He presented the box and said the second half of the blueprint that he found. He was just going to give it to him? He looked at Loki with admiration and said that he was grateful to him, brother. But where did he get this? At that moment, Loki remembered all the trials he'd gone through and then said he'd stumbled upon it by accident. He was surprised. And that was it? So that's his whole story? Oh, he found it while doing the Mycenia quest. He nodded and said, yeah. The protagonist thought, yeah, he really isn't much of a talker. Then Legis appeared from the window and shouted indignantly, hey Zig, what's he doing there? Can't he see people waiting? Get to work. He replied that he was already working, actually. Then he looked at the people and said, so did everyone hear her? They should go. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Aberon, the province of Nambarine, the castle of Lord Nambarine, sitting on the throne in the castle, Cage asked, have the taxes gone down? How so? Box sat on one knee and said, it's all because of the new forge that opened near the mountain ridge. They offer high-quality weapons and repairs at low prices. That's it. He asked, is that it? Can't they charge him taxes? He replied, but it's a neutral zone. Then Cage pointed his hand at him, concentrating his energy in it, and said, Fox. Magic chains bound the man by the neck, lifted him up, and he told him to answer. The system reported, Lord Nambarine, Cage, rank 78, swordsman. After some time, a note appeared on the sign saying closed. The protagonist said desperately, finally finished. Then Guilford approached him, holding a sword in his hands, and asked what he meant by finished. He still had to repair their equipment. The protagonist fell to the ground and screamed that he was terribly tired. Can't he see? He replied that he could see, and then he grabbed his legs and said that if it was so hard for him, then one lesson wasn't enough. With these words, he lifted the protagonist and began spinning him around while he screamed loudly. Meanwhile, Loki approached Popo and said he was cute. He extended his hand toward him, and then Legis abruptly snatched the dragon from his hand and shouted, "What the hell is he doing? Popo doesn't like it." At that moment, blood gushed from Loki's finger, and Legis added that he shouldn't touch it without permission. Loki looked at his hand and then, holding out a huge bag of money, told her to give him all the ingots that were left. She screamed, "This very minute." Meanwhile, the red tigers laughed loudly, and then one of them turned sharply, hearing a voice. "There he is." He looked in surprise at Fox, who placed his hands on his waist and said, "Yes, he is Fox, treasurer of Nambarine." At that moment, several guild members ran in the opposite direction, and meanwhile, MC put his hands on Loki's shoulders and wondered what was wrong with him. "Is he okay? Where did all that blood come from?" He replied that he was happy. The protagonist asked with what. Then Guilford pointed at Popo, who was being held by Legis, and asked, What kind of lizard is that?" And Loki said irritably, "He himself is a lizard. The baby's name is Popo. He likes metal things, iron ingots or equipment, and he also speaks Po. He has sharp teeth, and when he bites, it feels like he's been pierced by a spear, but even that is cute and adorable. He is the most adorable creature in Arpedia. He has no idea where he comes from." But Guilford looked at him and asked, "Is he broken?" The man next to him said, "Loki just likes cute things." At that moment they heard a scream, "Attention." Fox approached them and shouted that he, martial artist Fox, treasurer of Nambarine, had come to collect taxes from a blacksmith who had opened a shop here without permission. He must come forward and obey the Lord's orders. Then the protagonist said, "They've completely lost their minds there. This is a neutral zone. This doesn't belong to Nambarine. That's all. If he can count, he should look at the main page and read it." With these words, he approached. Fox pointed at him and said, "The only one without a brain here is him. This place is recognized as indirect territory of Nambarine by a special law, and in Nambarine, blacksmiths are required to pay taxes." He thought, what? The next second, Fox pulled out a flag and shouted that if he refuses to pay, they will declare him an enemy of the Blue Dawn Guild. Those present were surprised. Blue Dawn. Blue Dawn is a subsidiary guild that emerged from the high-ranking Iron Cross. They're aggressively expanding their territory at the expense of their patrons' prestige and capital. Thanks to the Iron Cross's support, the guild has gained a large number of members and mercenaries. Because of their extremely aggressive stance, few dare to stand in their way. But MC said, "Okay." He thought he'd heard that Nambarine had a new ruler. Apparently, Blue Dawn had taken his place. Getting into trouble with a major guild is bound to cause problems, especially when that guild rules the surrounding territory. Then he walked forward, scratched his head, and said, "Okay, how much do I need to pay?" Fox said the entry fee for forges is 200,000 gold. The monthly protection fee is 100,000 gold, and 40% of the income is paid daily. Oh, and they also need to provide weapons if they need them. The next second, the protagonist slammed his fist in front of him and shouted indignantly, "They've completely lost their minds." He jumped aside. MC added, "This is too much. Even hardened bullies leave money for travel, picking pockets. But these idiots are crossing all boundaries." Then Fox thrust his fist forward and said that he meant well, but he decided to challenge Blue Dawn. What, would he really dare fight him? The mad dog of Blue Dawn? In response, the protagonist pointed his sword at him and shouted, "Of course, you idiot! He'd rather close the store than pay all his taxes." In response, Fox smirked and said that he would make him regret this. Sometime later, his face was covered in bruises. He sat on the ground and screamed. They overwhelmed him with numbers. Shameful cowards. MC thought that they had done nothing. Then Fox lowered his head and thought, "Damn, if he comes back empty-handed, Lord Cage will be furious. He needs to think of something." Then he glanced sharply to the side and noticed a man putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asking, "Hey Zig, have you been gaining strength or something?" He replied, "Well, the training at the dojo has paid off." The next second, Fox snatched Popo from Legis's hands and raising his hand shouted, "Attention! Do they see this cute lizard?" He pointed his energy-coated hand at the dragon. He added that if they didn't pay their taxes voluntarily, he would kill it. But before he could finish speaking, a sharp weapon flew into his face, severing its head. The system reported that Fox had died. Loki had become a murderer. Loki said, "Do you want to die, you bald dog? It's not enough to gut him and feed his insides to the mongrels, you idiot. He'll smash his stupid skull and crumble it into fish food." Those present thought in surprise, "Oh my god." Then the system reported that Loki from the Red Tigers had killed Fox from the Blue Dawn Guild. Blue Dawn has the right to challenge the Red Tigers to a guild battle. After a while, Cage asked, "So he returned empty-handed?" Fox, sweating with fear, sat on one knee before him and answered, "Yes, he had no choice. Even he couldn't defeat a crowd of people at once. Plus, he was killed by a member of the Red Tigers." He asked, "Red Tigers?" He answered, "Yes, sir. It seems they are protecting this forge." He thought they were on friendly terms. Then Cage said thoughtfully, "He says a red tiger. Okay, he's free to go." He answered, "Yes, sir." He then headed for the exit, and the Lord said, "Well, this is getting interesting." Meanwhile, a fist flew past the protagonist's face, but he abruptly pulled back. then grabbed the trainer by the leg and threw him over himself. After that, he smiled and said, "Oh shit, and yet he has talent. Yuhan, does he really not want to be a professional athlete?" he asked in surprise. What? Then he imagined the training of professionals and answered, "No, no way." He said, "Really, he needs more time to think?" Okay. He was surprised. No, he said, "No. By the way, where's everyone?" The coach pointed a finger behind him and said, "Let's go to the Capsule Cafe. Go do it." The protagonist asked, "Capsule Cafe?" He said they have a guild battle next week, so the boss rented an entire cafe for them all to gather there. He said, "Ah, so that's it." Then he asked in surprise, "Wait a second, do we have to repeat that?" After a while, the representative of the Iron Cross Guild, Moon Youngtaek, asked, "Guild battle? They already paid for their last territory war. Now they're asking for help with a guild battle? Are they completely out of their minds?" Cage waved a finger and said, "This isn't just a whim. Didn't he see that their opponent was none other than the Red Tigers?" He was surprised. Red Tigers? They wouldn't have agreed to a guild battle so easily. He said, "Didn't he see that one of their members had PK'd one of their subordinates? And they all knew the rules, right? In that case, the system simply wouldn't let them refuse if they challenged them," although he was surprised that they'd agreed to a fight of extermination. Then he looked at Behemoth and asked, "He remembers, right? Every time they tried to take the Central Territory, that damned Central Alliance got in the way, squealing afterwards that the Central Zone was for beginners, and the Red Tigers were their main fighting force. If they defeated them, retaking the center would be much easier." He didn't think so? Behemoth, Guildmaster Iron Cross, crossed his legs and said, "Fine. If he could destroy the Red Tigers once and for all, he'll write off all Blue Dawn debts, including support for the guild battle." Cage asked, "Really?" He said, "But if he fails, he'll be held accountable." "Understood?" He nodded nervously. Sometime later, the Tazar Plains, the Wanderer's Tavern. Dylan abruptly opened the door, entering the room, and apologized for being late. The work had taken longer than expected. He smiled awkwardly, and the protagonist, looking at him, said, "Whatever. What about the information?" Before he could finish, Dylan sat down next to him and said he was delivering goods to a principality located between the Serene Desert and the Kingdom of Aberon. There, due to a defeat in the war, there had been a change of government. He spoke. Yes, he understood. He was full of information. Before he could finish speaking, Dylan spoke up, and something interesting happened. Doesn't he know about the news in the group? But it all started with the military festival. The protagonist shouted indignantly, but he wasn't interested. He had to give him what he asked for. He noticed that he was very impatient, and he shouted indignantly, "What is he talking about?" He handed him the documents and said, "Here." So why did he need information about Blue Dawn? The protagonist began to read the contents and said that a guild battle was planned. He was surprised. What? A battle? He joined the guild and didn't notify them. He replied, "That's not true. Nothing special. Just." Then he began to read the document with great interest, and Dylan asked, "How then? Why would someone who isn't a guild member get involved in guild squabbles?" He remained silent in response, and Dylan, irritated, said, "Mr. Zig, does he know what two things are the most annoying in the world? The first is when someone stops mid-sentence, and the second." Mr. Zig? He put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he was okay. At that moment, MC pursed his lip and started shaking. He said, "That freak." He remembered the events that happened before and asked, what was he doing here? The document said, Cage, Swordsman Mage, Guild, Blue Dawn, Leader. Location, Nambarine, Ruler. Rank, 78. Not long before that, MC asked in surprise, "A guild battle? A guild battle as well? With whom? And because of what?" The coach folded his arms and asked, "Didn't he say? He remembers Loki killed that fox or whatever his name was? He said he should wait, but he has the right to choose the format of the battle, right? Why agree to a fight to the death? They're wearing the Iron Cross. They can't win." And the coach said, "You little brat, what's wrong with him?" Naturally, they'd done their research before making their decision. Blue Dawn is already deeply in debt to the Iron Cross, so they won't get any significant support. And without their mom, Blue Dawn is no match for them. The protagonist thought, not everything is so rosy in life. Then the coach asked, "He's with them, right?" He was surprised. What? Why would he? But before he could finish speaking, the coach grabbed him in a chokehold and asked, "He says he'll go because they're from the same dojo." He knew it. That's why he'd already added his name to the contract list. The protagonist, perplexed, shouted, "What?" In the present tense, he inhaled loudly and said something like that. And Dylan put his hand to his face and said, "Red Tigers versus Blue Dawn. That sounds harsh." Yes, Blue Dawn owed Iron Cross a lot, but when it came to extermination, everything changed. Iron Cross would never miss a chance to get rid of the Red Tigers forever. At that moment, the protagonist's hands began to tremble, and Dylan, noticing this, called him over and asked, "What about official guild membership?" He looked at him and said that now was not the time to discuss such things, and he said that even though he was partly to blame, he had nothing to do with it. If he became a guild member, they would be able to officially protest their participation as a mercenary on the Red Tigers' side. MC looked at him in surprise, and he added, "It seems like he really wanted to participate, but he just can't, like that. Well, how does he like the offer?" Then the protagonist said, "Cage." He was surprised. "Who?" He asked. "Will Cage also take part in the guild battle?" He answered, "Of course. After all, he is the guild leader." Then the protagonist said, "Mr. Dylan." In the present tense, Sia shouted, "Daddy." She entered the hall and said that he forgot his lunch. No one was there. Meanwhile, Dylan laughed and shouted, "Great. The day has finally come." He folded his arms and added, "Everyone knows, right? A real fight awaits them today. They simply cannot lose." He stood in front of the guild members and added, "So, everyone is required to fight, as always, and return unharmed." "Who are they?" "They are the Red Tigers." Meanwhile, the guy approached Youngtaek, who was standing behind the counter, and asked, He apologizes. How much is 2 hours? He replied that those guys had rented out the entire cafe today. He's sorry, he should come next time. Sometime later, Abaran Kingdom, Belfast Square. Many people gathered in one place, and then a huge screen began to broadcast in front of everyone, from which Nam Gunhyuk pointed his finger and shouted that he welcomed everyone. Where there is a fight, there he is. His name is Gunhyuk, and today he will be broadcasting a guild battle. He was in a hot air balloon while a cameraman was filming him. He pointed to the side and said that right before them right now is none other than the strongest of the Arpedia world. The battle between the Red Tigers and Blue Dawn will take place here. Here they are, the Great Red Tigers, the strongest mercenary guild. It looks like the entire guild will be fighting. More than 100 people have come out. Then he looked ahead and said, and on the other side is Blue Dawn. His mouth opened in surprise and shouted, it can't be. They must see such a huge army. The cameraman said that according to their team, they have about 1,200 people. He clenched his fist and said, they must present to 100 members. As far as he knows, the guild has about 200 people. If that's true, that means they've attracted 1,000 mercenaries. Those are truly impressive numbers. He's amazed. Meanwhile, Cage slung his sword over his shoulder, walked forward and said irritably, there's no need to buzz and make a fuss. What's so special about mercenaries bought with money? He thought what was truly astonishing was the armor he already had from Behemoth. He also had a chestplate, one of the few mythical items on the server. Thanks to this alone, he could easily defeat an opponent 30 levels higher than him. He was no longer the weakling Guilford had cut in half in the war for the Barca's territory. If he could win this battle, his future would sparkle with the brightest colors, and he would destroy him, the Red Tiger. Then the host announced, only 5 minutes left until the battle began. Will the Red Tigers be able to defend their title as the Invincible Guild? At that moment, Guilford said, only cowards rely on numbers, but a real man knows how to deal with even 1,000 opponents. The man next to him said, this only applies to him, Captain, with his 45th place, or Cage, with his 78th. He thought that he didn't expect them to have so many people. A complete failure. At that moment, Guilford looked to the side and shouted, leave your fears behind. This is a fight for the honor of the Red Tigers, right, Loki? At that moment he thought, bad people, they tried to steal Popo. Then Guilford asked, by the way, where is Zig? He sent them equipment, but he himself was nowhere to be seen. The man next to him said that he definitely said he would come, but he still hasn't responded to the message. Then Guilford smiled and said, that bastard got scared and ran away. I'll have to teach him a lesson again after the battle. Okay, they'll start soon. Everyone prepare for battle. There were 30 seconds left until the battle. He said, it's time, go guys. He walked forward determinedly, and Legis, watching everything from the big screen, held Popo in her arms and said, Zig. She remembered walking into the room and saying, hey Zig, what's he stuck there for? We need to hurry. Huh? Where did he go? Then she walked forward and stepped on a note. She bent down to pick it up and asked, what is this? The note said he apologized, Zig. There were only 10 minutes left until the guild battle began. The legendary event was about to begin. They were closing soon. All the spectators and the assembled crowd raised their hands with bags of coins and shouted loudly, 100,000 gold coins for the Blue Dawn. Someone bet 200,000. The event host asked if anyone would bet on the Red Tigers. The return would be tenfold. The people around them suddenly fell silent, as no one wanted to bet on them. The host was also surprised by this silence, and the head of the third-rank merchant guild, Millions, the money dance, said, what difference does it make? Even 100-fold. Let them look into the distance. The difference in the army's size was visible on the field. They definitely couldn't overcome such a crowd. The people believed Millions was right, as the difference in numbers was too great. It looked like they would witness the Red Tiger's funeral today. They had been very foolish to accept a battle of extermination. At that moment, Lizzie clenched her fist in anger and started yelling loudly that they were stupid noobs. The battle hadn't even started yet. They wouldn't know the outcome until it was over. People turned to look at her in confusion, and one of the guys approached her and handed her a box, saying, so she wants to bet? She looked questioningly at it and also at the box, which only contained a few coins. This really scared her, and sweat began to pour down her face in horror. She turned around and replied that gambling wasn't her thing. The guy realized she wasn't so sure about this guild. Suddenly, someone raised a huge bag and shouted, 1 million. It was Dylan, who had bet 1 million gold coins on the Red Tigers to win. He was happy, and the people who noticed his smile were dumbfounded. He really wanted to bet 1 million on them? This was Dylan from Gold Rush, right? Why would he take such a risk? The guy who took the bag was barely holding it in his hands and asked in confusion, he knows there will be no returns, right? Dylan replied, of course. And at that moment, Millions turned to him and said he was losing his grip. Dylan smirked at his words and suggested they wait for the result. Then they would know the truth. At that moment, he turned to Lizzie and asked, is he right, lady? She asked again, is he talking to her? He must be right. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of many people. Everyone was waiting, including Lizzie, who was still holding out hope. She prayed that he had returned. If the Tigers lost, she would have to close her shop, and she really didn't want that. At that moment, Guilford activated Berserker mode and swung his sword once, initiating the battle. This sudden movement caused everything around to ignite. Many people from the opposing army were attacked and fell to the ground from such a powerful blow. One of his guild members spoke up. There he is, their boss. With this kind of success, they can win, right? The battle continued, and both sides fought back. One of them slammed his fist into the ground, sending several chunks of earth flying. He smiled and asked how long they would last. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and it was time to settle the score. Just then, a member of the Red Tigers approached him and announced, "It's him." The boy realized they recognized him. In peacetime, he's in charge of finances and numbering, but on the battlefield, he's known as the Mad Dog of the Blue Dawn. He's the strongest martial artist in Arpedia, and his name is Fuchs. But before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly struck in the face with a sharp weapon, causing the system to report him dead. The boy shouted, "That was a great hit, Loki." All these actions were visible to the crowd, who were shouting in amazement, demanding everyone pay attention to the Tigers' continued attack. Is it really quality, not quantity, that matters? But what kind of quality could it be? On the other team, a single Cage is worth something. Rank 76 is no joke for them. At that moment, Cage used his powers and struck, shouting, "Purgatory." With a single blow, he was able to attack an incredible number of opponents. After that, he used a 10-slash combo and continued to kill everyone around him. Guilford burst into tears at the sight and was stunned. He realized where he was, and Cage began laughing loudly and screaming for them all to die. At that moment, he sensed something was wrong behind him, as Guilford pounced on him from behind. Turning sharply, he managed to move a little further, and moments later, their powers collided, causing a bright explosion to appear in the sky. When the dust cleared, Guilford stood before his opponent and told him he shouldn't have reacted to his attack at his current level. He'd ripped off some decent equipment. Cage smiled and asked again, "This is their first meeting since the Longboat War, isn't it?" The system reported he had a flaming chest plate and a special skill called Explosive Defense. It activates a barrier that protects the wearer from deadly attacks and consumes mana. At that moment, he swung his sword again, but Guilford said this time it would be different. Cage jumped to strike from above, and Guilford managed to shield himself with his sword before suddenly looking around and realizing his subordinates were being scattered in all directions by the explosions. He cursed and realized that if he dealt with this kid alone, the others could wipe them out. Meanwhile, the protagonist stamped his foot and, looking into the distance with a joyful expression, announced that this was the Tazar Plain, the site of the guild battle. He wanted to turn everything there upside down. At that moment, he and his army began to help. A week ago, he was in the Wanderer's Tavern. Dylan approached him, and they discussed the ongoing battle. Zig frowned and mentioned Cage's name. Dylan asked again, what was he talking about? Cage would also participate in the guild battle? Of course, he was the guild leader, after all, but he remembered that this terribly terrible person decided to get him even in the game. Dylan approached him and offered him something special, causing Zig to thank him silently because he had given him a chance for revenge. He was no longer the Yuhan who endured their beatings. He would more than repay everything they had done to him. But to achieve revenge, he needed to think with his head, not his heart. Even he could overcome the level difference. Guild battles weren't one-on-one. If he brought an army of mercenaries, the opponents had no chance of winning. First, he needed to figure out how to deal with the difference in units. What should they do? His hands began to shake, and he strained his thoughts. Zig realized he wouldn't ask Dylan for help, but suddenly he froze and realized Dylan was right behind him. Dylan asked again, "What's wrong?" He saw his earring and asked where he got it. Guilford continued his fight, not giving up, but he knew any strong attack would be smashed against this man's chest plate, and the weakling was just stalling. At that moment, Cage realized he was cornered and was trying to overcome Guilford's defenses. At that moment, he approached his opponent, landing close and saying that he was impressed. He was holding his own well against his breastplate. That was exactly what he was going for. If Guilford focused on him, they would overwhelm everyone else with sheer numbers. Millions shouted with incredible satisfaction that at this rate, the Blue Dawn would emerge victorious. He continued laughing and said he was right. Dylan lost. He'd wasted 1 million gold coins. Serves him right. He'll learn to strut the peacock. Dylan replied that he was very noisy. That's why the money dance always came in third. People continued to watch the battle between Guilford and Cage, but he became distracted and asked Dylan again, what is he talking about? What does ranking even have to do with it? Let him just take a look. The difference in numbers is huge. The Red Tigers' only hope is Stormy Guilford, who is straining against Cage, and they can't attract additional troops. Any new, unregistered player who kills someone on the field will be judged, and he knows it, doesn't he? At that moment, Lizzie, who was watching the battle, was dumbfounded by what she saw, and her mouth dropped open in shock. The journalist shouted that the field had suddenly become more lively. At that moment, a very loud sound rang out across the battlefield. It was a deafening noise with a shaking air. Maybe it was an earthquake? It turned out to be Zig, who had arrived on the battlefield and started waving his hand, shouting that he apologized for being late. He left a letter, so everything was fine, right? Guilford, who saw his arrival, was dumbfounded and asked again. Zig, he certainly appreciated that he finally came, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence. Cage wondered, who is this kid? He feels like some kind of noob. The protagonist started shouting that the Blue Dawn freaks better get ready because he's the Red Tiger's trump card. Cage asked in confusion, he's the trump card? Guilford shouted back, no, that's not true. He wasn't even amused. He swung his sword sharply and demanded that someone quickly get rid of this idiot. His subordinates shouted that they'd heard his order and began to carry it out. Zig laughed loudly and replied that if that's the case, he'd suggest getting started, if they didn't mind. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong and asked again. What? Cage pounced on him with incredible speed and was already right up close. At that moment, Zig remembered his previous conversation with Dylan about the earring on his ear. As he'd already said, after the Kiev Principality lost the war, their government had changed, and now all power was in the hands of the Lizardmen. So he'd grabbed a souvenir from there. The Lizardmen apologized to Zig and said he'd like to help, but they needed to recover from the war. He was truly sorry. Zig was stunned by the memory and couldn't move as the tip approached his eye. The Lizard King announced that he could only send 1,000 soldiers to help him now, and at that moment, that very same lizard man from his army attacked the enemy right in front of the protagonist's face. He realized there were another 1,000 soldiers behind him. That would be enough to destroy their opponents. Zig shouted, everyone, attack! The lizard men rushed to destroy the Blue Dawn. The bloody battle continued with even greater interest. The presenter shouted, what's that? The operator realized it was the Lizardmen. He shouted back that he knew, but he was wondering what the Lizardmen were doing here after capturing the Principality and why the unknown player was leading the entire army. He had no idea what was going on while the protagonist had dealt with all the previous opponents. They were discussing how, judging by his appearance, he was a blacksmith. The presenter realized it was Zig. Zig was smiling, and people were asking, so this is the same Zig, the blacksmith from the Sia family who discovered the aerial fortress? They couldn't quite comprehend what was happening, but the blacksmith Zig appeared on the battlefield with a huge army of lizardmen. The situation changed radically. Everyone clutched their heads and began screaming in bewilderment. The Blue Dawn was in danger of being left with nothing, their victory literally slipping through their fingers. Lizzie was overjoyed by what was happening and exclaimed with joy, the real battle was just beginning. At that moment, the journalist captured Cage's displeased face, frowning and staring ahead in bewilderment. When he slammed his fist into the ground, the entire earth shook. At that moment, people cried out in fear. Is everything all right with Mr. Hyun-il? Blood appeared in his hand and he grinned and apologized, as it seemed he had overindulged a bit. If they allowed it, he would go to the restroom and return to them. Hyun-il left the VIP room and grabbed his phone. He replied that it was him. They asked, Behemoth, what do they owe him? He replied that they should begin Plan B immediately. At that moment, one of the journalists shouted that he couldn't believe his eyes. The Lizardmen were helping the Red Tigers, and they were also monsters, so they wouldn't get banned for killing characters in the war. People shouted in shock. How could this be? Was he a trainer or something? Did he have a special skill? Dylan turned mockingly to millions and said that, as far as he could tell, he couldn't guess the outcome of the war until it was over. Lizzie exclaimed in horror, what was this? Where did they come from? So, in the note he apologized for being late. He should write her normally, the idiot. She knew that would happen. At that moment, one of the knights asked Zig how he managed to pull this off, and didn't he run away? What kind of monsters are these anyway? Zig replied that he would explain everything later, but that they should end the war first. The knight agreed when he noticed an enemy attacking behind him. Their swords clashed, but the lizard immediately destroyed his opponent, thereby protecting the knight. He continued to stare at what was happening in bewilderment, and suddenly asked, did he just help him? Thank you. The lizardman replied that his ally's ally was his ally, so no thanks were needed. After these words, he ran off to help the others in the battle. The guy was shocked by what he saw and realized how cool it was. Meanwhile, Guilford continued to fight and shouted that he didn't know what Zig had done, but thanks to his lizard friends, the situation had radically changed. Cage shouted back, has the situation changed? That's crazy. He saw only a pathetic attempt to even the odds. The battle continued between them and bright flashes of light spread everywhere. Numerous lizard men continued to kill people, and Cage realized that the situation was dire. Why were they attacking them? It was dangerous to be here now. He needed to quickly deal with Guilford and get to the others. But at that moment, Zig appeared behind him and struck him with his sword. Cage realized the boy was nearby, but he didn't have time to escape the blow and gritted his teeth in pain. Could this really be the blacksmith? When he began to scream loudly, the system reported that the flaming breastplate had been restored and its strength had increased by 1. He was dumbfounded and asked himself again, what? The durability continued to increase by 1 while Zig was beating him, causing Cage to ask again, what was he doing? Zig frowned and didn't answer. Cage became enraged and shouted. He asked, what is he doing? He told him to get away from him right now. At that moment, Zig exclaimed, right now. He shouted that he understood everything and jumped up to pounce on his opponent. Cage realized something was wrong and realized it was a pathetic distraction. At that moment, a bright beam of fiery light emanating from Guilford's enormous sword approached their enemy. Cage exclaimed, what kind of stupidity is this? Have you completely lost your mind? His chestplate deflected all attacks. Zig shouted back, not all. The flaming chestplate has a special characteristic, a skill called Puma's Secret. To break through it, you can unleash a series of weak attacks and wait for its durability to decrease. But there's another way to trick Cage. He still couldn't figure out why his skill wasn't working. The protagonist used repair, During repairs, the chestplate skill didn't work due to a system bug. Cage realized what had happened and became extremely angry, and a moment later, the entire area was illuminated by a bright fiery light. Zig had told Guilford in advance that he should attack him while he was repairing it, but how did he know about the armor's weaknesses? That's right, this is what Bart swore before he captured the Dragon of Light. It was his. When the guild battle ends, he'll force him to confess who gave him this armor. At that moment, the system reported that Guilford had logged out. An awkward silence fell between them, and no one understood what had happened. The protagonist and Cage were dumbfounded by what they saw. Jackal also logged out, as did Loki, Dasik, and Jacob. Many people started dropping out, and Zig didn't understand what kind of joke this was. Cage frowned and was also scared. What was going on? Why had Guilford disconnected? At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the behemoth had given him one last chance, so he mustn't screw up. Cage realized what was going on and mentally thanked Heen-Il for it. It was all just a coincidence. The owner of the capsule cafe where the Red Tigers gathered was absent for some reason. Behemoth, as instructed, activated Plan B. The Red Tigers wouldn't be able to connect for a while. Instead, the Sun, also Moonantech, the guild representative and Iron Cross, was looking after the cafe. All these coincidences came together, bringing Plan B to fruition. At that moment, the protagonist was dumbfounded by what he saw and realized the gravity of the situation. Cage asked, how dare a freak like him force him to die like that? Did he want his brain to heal? The guys watching the broadcast reported that the Red Tigers were once again at a severe disadvantage. Another journalist asked, what is he talking about? Looking at the numbers, it was only the Lizardmen that gave them more brawlers. While their numbers were different, Blue Dawn had a ranker, Cage. At that moment, he defeated Zig, who jumped back. And given that Guilford wasn't on the field to stop him, the Red Tigers were in a very unenviable position. Sia, noticing what was happening, was terrified. Moreover, the battle conditions are such that it will end as soon as one side has no brawlers left. The Red Tigers currently have only one official player left, the mercenary Zig. Lizzie ran off in fear in an unknown direction. In other words, as soon as the blacksmith Zig dies, the Red Tigers will disappear. At that moment, Zig was wrapped in various chains and clutching his neck to keep from suffocating. At that moment, Cage asked, did he hear that? If he dies, they will lose Blacksmith. Zig didn't understand what was happening and where the leader had gone. Was this some kind of death sentence? Why did everyone suddenly split up? And how is that even possible? And what about the guild war? People kept shouting that as soon as the blacksmith Zig dies, the Red Tigers' defeat is guaranteed. He realized that it would all end with his death, but he couldn't die. The system reported that his mana was low, and the skill Hand of Death was deactivated. Because of this, Zig fell to the ground, and Cage, who approached him and looked down on him, thought about how he had wasted everything while messing around with Guilford. He didn't care. He didn't need any special skills to take down this noob. It was time for him to die right now. Cage frowned, surprised by something. He told himself to stop and realized this guy was as thin as a herring, and he had a nerdy face. He recognized him as Yuhan and asked, so his name is Yuhan? After a while in the city, the guy came out of the room and told the captain that everything here was also occupied. Guilford replied that everything was clear to him. They didn't yet know how long Zig would last. They had enough of wasting their time. Everyone had to log in as fast as they could. The guys asked him in bewilderment, what? Today was a day off. They wouldn't be able to get anywhere because of the traffic. What could they even be talking about? At that moment, Guilford picked up a bike and asked, what do they even need legs for? They had to grab their bikes quickly. Whoever logged in last would have to spar with him all weekend. At that moment, the guys were dumbfounded by this condition and rushed to their bikes to get home faster. Guilford was first among them, and in an incredible hurry. Zig, meanwhile, was unsure what to do, and Cage asked what was going on. He was the same in real life. Had he really decided to be a blacksmith in the game? He pressed the tip of his sword to the protagonist's head and said, true, the ways are inscrutable. He was amused to see him, but at that moment he swung his sword and threatened to die. At that moment, the protagonist exclaimed, the weapon shattered, and struck his opponent directly. He was stunned by the horror he felt, and his sword shattered into pieces. Zig started to run, turning around sharply, and realized that first he needed to get away from here. He wanted to hit Cage over the head, of course, but if he left now, he would lose the war, just like the Red Tigers. The lizard men who had risked their lives to help him would be dishonored. Because of this, he tried to deftly shake off the knights attacking him with various sharp movements and run as far as possible. Cage became angry and shouted that they should grab this freak. Everyone around him started running after him. The presenter asked with surprise, what was going on there? They should see how Zig is escaping. Even his heels were flashing. The battle suddenly turned into a chase. The knights caught up with the protagonist and tried to strike him with their swords from a distance. He deftly jumped in different directions to avoid being hit. People called him a nimble blacksmith. What a thrilling sight this was. Cage ran off with his subordinates to attack Zig. He shouted to attack him from a distance and shoot, calling them mindless cretins. Zig ran in an incredible hurry and wondered if he would now have to outrun them forever, or should he give up and lose if his friends never returned? There had to be a way out. He turned around and realized he could try this method. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up at the arrows approaching him. They flew at incredible speed, and Zig knew this was the end. Suddenly, he began to scream, "Great earthen wall." After casting the spell, he exclaimed, "Arrow barrage, guardian saint." Everything around him lit up with bright multicolored lights, and the protagonist realized he was saved. Cage wondered if this was magic. What was even going on here? The entire earth earth crumbled into tiny pieces, and at that moment, the Sia family rushed to the rescue. The entire team had arrived to protect the protagonist, who was dumbfounded and asked, how did they know about the battle? Irene turned to him and asked, is he even asking about this? Does he even know how many people are watching the online broadcast? They came to thank him, but he'd left immediately after the quest. Sia, terrified and tearful, asked if he was okay. Why hadn't he told her about participating in the guild war? No, why hadn't Loki and Dad told her? He didn't know what to say. And at that moment, the journalist shouted that more players had suddenly appeared on the field. Was that really allowed? He didn't quite understand why they were doing this, but they weren't breaking the rules. Users had simply decided to rush in during the battle, but neither Sia's family nor the Lizardmen were officially registered in the battle. This meant that the Red Tiger would face defeat if the blacksmith Zig died. At that moment, Cage turned to his subordinates and shouted, why are they frozen? All they have to do is catch this freak. They had to grab him before the Red Tigers returned. At that moment, his team rushed towards the arriving assistants, who held their swords and staves out in front of them. At that moment, the system reported that Guilford had logged in. Sia asked, everyone loses if Zig gets killed, which means he can't be allowed to die, right? Zig replied that was spot on, saying she'd have to run around until the Red Tigers returned. The guys replied, no problem, and they'd buy him some time. At that moment, Cage shouted at his subordinates, why are they frozen? They should catch this bastard. They need to do this faster before the Tigers return. All the knights returned to the battle with the new group. Afen shouted, using his magical air, a blast of energy. A bright beam of light approached his opponent, and the system reported that he had killed a player. He received the PK mark. At that moment, 3 opponents approached him from different directions, causing him to try to use his staff again, but his opponent shouted, Wind Spear. As the bright beam of light spread throughout the area, the system reported that Sia had killed a player and received the PK mark. At that moment, Irene also raised her sword and shouted, Holy armor, holy weapon, the Lizardmen must protect Zig. At that moment, all the Lizardmen glowed with bright sunlight, and Cage shouted, what are they doing, you brainless idiots? They should grab Zig quickly. They must attack. Zig was left alone, unsure what to do. Sia noticed what was happening and shouted that she wouldn't let them do this. She aimed her magic arrow in his direction and shouted for him to run. A bright beam of green light immediately destroyed several opponents, allowing the protagonist to escape some distance further. He shouted his thanks to her, and at that moment realized they would definitely return. The question was, would he live to see that moment? As a team, they would have won long ago, if only the leader were here. At that moment, Guilford appeared again on the battlefield and shouted for him not to be afraid because he was here again. Let those bastards attack him right now. At that moment, he found himself in the game space, but not on the battlefield, and he asked himself again, where is he? The system reported that Guilford had left the Tazar plain, the site of the guild battle. He would be automatically eliminated. Guilford was dumbfounded by what he saw and screamed, what? The protagonist continued to run, thinking that he needed to hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. He was already tired, but through clenched teeth, he knew that if they left, everything would be fine. Then suddenly, several knights were easily attacked and sent flying in different directions. The Lizardman shouted that he had come to help Zig. He thanked the Lizardman warrior, calling him the king of the Lizardmen. He had come to their aid and shouted for Zig to run. He thanked him again and broke into a run. Several knights ran after him again, but one of them leaped into the air, which the protagonist noticed and turned around. A moment later, a bright blue magical force shattered the group into pieces. It was Lizzie, who had defended her friend. Zig was very surprised by her arrival and asked what she was doing there. She shouted at him not to turn around and to run. When people noticed what was happening on the battlefield, they cried out in surprise. Dylan exclaimed that he should run. Meanwhile, the knights who had found themselves in the middle of the city continued to ride their bicycles as fast as they could. Guilford fled in an unknown direction, terrified. Zig knew he had to run, and Dylan shouted that he only had a little while to go before the Red Tigers arrived. At that moment, he froze and thought. Cage, who was in his way, asked, did he think he could play tag forever? Checkmate. Zig found himself right next to a cliff, completely surrounded by his opponents. Cage came closer and closer to him, saying that he had really gotten on his nerves, but victory would still be theirs. The ground beneath the protagonist's feet had already begun to crumble, and he realized he had nowhere to run. At that moment, he picked up his sword, and Cage looked at him questioningly. Suddenly, Zig leaped into the air and swung the weapon at his opponent, asking, who said that? Cage didn't know how to react, and at that moment Zig exclaimed, pray. When he slammed the heavy object into the ground, bright, lightning-fast beams of light pierced even the ground beneath Cage's feet, and the very cliff they were on began to become translucent, only to explode into tiny pieces a moment later. The guys continued fighting, aided by the Lizardmen. Suddenly, many players began to disappear right before their eyes. Sia wiped sweat from her face and exhaled in relief, asking, I think they figured it out? I wonder how Zig is doing. Did he escape? At that moment, Lizzie screamed loudly at Sia. When she ran up to her, Sia shouted her name and asked, is she here too? Lizzie shouted at them to run faster in that direction, because they were in danger. Sia was dumbfounded when she heard this. Meanwhile, the protagonist was opposite Cage, who decided that he was about to attack him, and victory was still theirs. Zig asked again, who said that? He didn't know which Yuhan he knew, but he personally never gave up. At that moment, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, shouting, Pray! When he struck the ground with his weapon, it began to split into small pieces and disintegrate into tiny pieces, after which, due to the bright rays of light, it began to disintegrate. Cage, along with his subordinates, couldn't stay on their feet and also began to fall. Had he really broken the ground under his feet? What was he planning now? Cage tensed up and screamed. Was he trying to escape from them again? What a coward he was. He hasn't changed a bit, he'll keep running for the rest of his life. But no matter how hard he tries, the outcome will never change. At that moment, Zig tensed up, and Cage yelled for the guys to grab him. He leaped high into the air and rushed straight toward the protagonist, shouting that there was a swamp of despair below. They would take almost no damage from the fall, and if they continued to catch up, this dumb idiot would only back himself into a corner. He blocked his own path, the moron. Cage was approaching his opponent, shouting that this way they would definitely win, when he suddenly stopped and asked himself again, a swamp of despair? Why did he even throw them off? At that moment, Cage yelled for everyone to stop, frightened, but it was too late, and Zig punched him right in the face. At that moment, after the attack, Zig replied that he had never intended to run away from the start. He came here on purpose. When he stepped on the ground, a bright magical hand began attacking the rest of Cage's subordinates, who tried to figure it out but were unsuccessful. Zig responded that it was a trap. Idiot. He gave him the middle finger, as Cage continued to fall into the swamp. Cage became so angry that he called him names, and the system reported that he had left the Tazar plane, the location of the guild battle. The player will be automatically eliminated. The Blue Moon Rover left the plane, the location of the guild battle, along with Aviko Summerland, along with Rosa, Paul, and Dok Sumcheon. The player will be automatically eliminated. When the protagonist realized he had won, he raised his hand and thought he had already dealt with his pursuers. If no one remained above, the Red Tigers would win. He continued to climb on the rope when he suddenly heard someone shout at him to stop. It was Cage, who activated the dead hand skill and grabbed his leg. Zig was dumbfounded by the sensation and was pulled down. He started falling and didn't understand how to fix it. Cage screamed that he couldn't do it and that he wouldn't lose. He climbed out of the swamp and continued screaming with incredible hatred that he would never lose to him. Zig understood that if he fell now, would it be considered a draw? No. Even if there was just one left, they lost. He continued falling headfirst and understood that this situation was dire. Cage also screamed with hatred, and when Zig got as close as possible to the swamp, the people froze. They didn't know what would happen next, and at that moment, Sia offered him her hand to catch him, and they held on. Zig was surprised to see her in front of him. Sia had saved him. She screamed at him to hold on tight, and all the guys came to his aid, grabbed his legs and arms, and pulled him along with them. They began to pull the protagonist and pulled him onto dry land, much to his surprise. They exerted incredible effort to pull Zig to the ground. The journalists were stunned and speechless, as were Dylan and millions. The system reported that the Red Tiger Guild had survivors. The Blue Dawn Guild had 0 survivors. All members of the Blue Dawn Guild had been eliminated. Red Tiger had won, and the protagonist was overjoyed. At that moment, often exclaimed with equal joy that the Red Tigers had won. Zig smiled and couldn't believe it. Everyone started clapping at the sight. Millions frowned and said that it was simply impossible. His money was gone. Dylan laughed and replied that Zig really did have a talent for surprising people. Zig, seeing the screen in front of him, realized that he had truly won and was overjoyed. Lizzie cleared her throat and turned the attention to herself because it was all thanks to her. He turned to her in confusion and asked, "What does this have to do with her?" Irene bumped into her and said, "Exactly. She didn't do anything." Lizzie got angry and started screaming, saying, if it weren't for them, he would have clearly died. They were completely out of their minds. At that moment, Sia approached Zig and touched him with her finger, and he looked at her with delight. Sia asked him to tell her next time if something happened. Did he understand? Zig felt embarrassed by the closeness and said, "Okay." Suddenly her hands began to shake from the force with which she squeezed his shoulders out of anger. He cried out, and Sia said she couldn't hear anything, and that he should speak louder. He replied that he would tell her. He promised to warn her. The lizard said that Zig was young, and youth was a good thing. Often asked, "So should they go now?" Suddenly, Cage climbed out of the swamp and stood straight up on the ground, yelling at them to stop. They were all so happy, the bastards. He was so angry that he managed to climb up and said that he wanted to close his eyes, but they were asking for it. Why did they even interfere in his fight? He turned to Zig and said, "Is he completely out of his mind? Let him come here, right now. They need to remember the good old days when he got his ass kicked." The guys were surprised that he said the name Yuhan. How did he know his real name, and what did all this mean? They asked Zig if he knew Cage. He didn't answer for a while, and Cage screamed. Of course, they hung out together a lot, didn't they? Looks like his buddies don't know a lot of things. All the guys were dumbfounded by what they heard, and Cage continued to say that the real name of this blacksmith was Yuhan. He was his toy. What a great punching bag he was. He remembered how they had a hard time finding the rope that time. They tied him to a chair with ropes in terrible condition. Did he want to play this game again? At that moment, Cage exclaimed loudly, and Zig shouted, "Enough, they should play. Let them do it his way. But if he lost, he would tell him where he got that armor." Cage asked with a smirk, did he think he could win? At that moment, Sia and everyone around him were stunned and waiting. Zig frowned and realized he must be disappointed. Sure, he was a dragon slayer, the strongest king, the new conqueror of the world. and no matter how strong and cool he was in the game, it didn't change who he was in real life. He knew everything was fine and he had nothing to worry about. He hadn't planned on making friends here anyway. Friendships only got in the way of playing and moving towards his goals. His goal is to catch the hacker, and all he needs to do is defeat the idiot and track down the location. Zig gritted his teeth in anger and abruptly took off, swinging at his opponent with incredible anger. But at that moment, Sia lost her temper and aimed her fist straight at Cage's face, landing a powerful blow. He flipped several times in the air and cried out in horrific pain. When he landed among the rocks, he clutched his head in pain, and Sia blurted out that she thought Yuhan was a nice, sociable guy who smiled a lot. It all happened because of him. He was the one who made him this way. Cage asked, "What did she just say? That idiot should stay out of their fight." Lizzie got angry at his tone and asked him again if he even knew who he was talking to. She hit him right on the head from behind with her hand and called him a moron with incredible fury. What would he even think, talking about such nonsense? Fen covered his face with his hand and said that he understood everything, despite his age, and that he had no sense of shame at all, and he needed to be taught a lesson, put in a cell and behind bars. One of the lizards didn't understand, but he really wanted to kill this man. At that moment, they all gathered around the cage to destroy him, but Zig shouted at them, "What's going on?" Sia exclaimed, telling him not to move because they would sort this out themselves. Cage asked in fear, "Are they coming at him in a crowd?" Cowards. They were having a one-on-one showdown with Yuhan. At that moment, Guilford finally arrived on the battlefield and asked, "What's going on here? Is the battle over already?" Sia exclaimed, "Dad, Cage did all this." She pointed her finger at him and screamed that he bullied Yuhan at school. Cage covered his face with his hands, and Guilford adjusted his mustache and muttered, "Did he really dare do this to his student?" He moved closer to his face and asked, "So he was the one mocking him?" At that moment, he pulled out several sharp weapons, and Cage asked them to wait. "What are they doing?" "Blue Dawn." "What are they doing?" "Blue Dawn." He waited for someone to come to his aid while Guilford swung his sword at him, and a moment later the system reported that the behemoth had ordered the disbandment of Blue Dawn. Cage realized the gravity of the situation and realized, no. At that moment, all the guys started beating him from different sides, right in the crowd, while Zig stood to the side, bewildered. They shouted that he was a freak, and if they saw him bullying Zig again, they would kill him for good. Who was he, and where did he live? Give them the address right now. A moment later, Cage died, and the system reported it. Sia straightened her hand and said that nothing special had happened. All the guys turned to Zig with smiles on their faces, and he was dumbfounded by what he saw. At that moment, he remembered the conversation with the man from the past who asked why he wanted to be alone. He remembered the expressions on Sia's face, Lizzie's, as well as the moments when he was grabbed by the crowd and tied with ropes. And now the guys picked him up and started tossing him above them. He smiled and didn't understand, really, why? Why did they do that? The guys continued tossing him and shouting with joy. Zig didn't understand what was happening, and a week had passed since his victory in the guild battle. If it had been an ordinary battle, the commotion would have long since died down, but the field between the Blue Dawn and the Red Tigers was no ordinary one. It was all because of the Blacksmith. He led the guild to victory thanks to his army of lizardmen. At that point, many players already knew him, but after the guild battle, he became a real star. Everyone shoved microphones in his mouth and demanded an explanation. After all, he was the king of repair, the discoverer of Mycenaean, the general of the lizardmen, the battle tactician, the killer of the Blue Dawn. "Let them greet Zig." The journalist held the microphone to his mouth again, and the protagonist greeted him and announced that his name was Zig. The journalist said they'd skip the introductions and get straight to the point. How? How did he command the lizardmen? Zig replied that he didn't command them, he simply asked them for help. His friends exclaimed in surprise because it was so cool. He's a genius blacksmith, and he even communicates with monsters, and he's good. The whole gang laughed at what happened. After a while, they approached the cafe and asked, "Is this the cafe? The capsule cafe that the Blue Dawn knocked out?" Sia replied that the owner apologized profusely and hired a new employee to replace his son. When they entered, they were invited in with smiles, and the guys were dumbfounded by what they saw. Lizzie was there, in human form, her mouth hanging open in astonishment. Zig frowned and asked who would have thought she would be the new employee. Lizzie asked again, why was he whining? What difference did it make where she worked? He replied that there was no difference. She just looked a little different. Lizzie replied, "Well, of course. Coloring and makeup cost money, actually. And time is money too. If that's enough for a chat, then let him go make gear." Zig replied, "Fine." After the battle, Millions made an unexpected deal with Dylan. They signed a contract according to which they would split Zig's gear supplies 50-50. And when Zig's reputation and Millions' business acumen came together, he could no longer sell weapons because there simply weren't any. And everything seemed to be going well. But when he resumed his work as a blacksmith, he remembered what happened on the battlefield. When Cage disappeared, all that was left was his armor. The guys noticed this, and Lizzie said that he decided to make excuses to the end, a typical example of a third-rate villain again. Cage muttered through the armor that he was mocking him, and it seemed to him, but he did everything against his will. Lizzie asked, what nonsense was he talking about? Was he not good with the word sorry? Was he really going to show off his pride until he melted? At that moment, he exclaimed, "Behemoth, ranker, 4th place in the top. Behemoth, it's all him." Sia asked, "Is that the one from the Iron Cross? But what does he have to do with it?" Cage replied, yes, even though the behemoth is Yahello. Zig was dumbfounded by what he heard and asked, what? After all, he was the student council president at their school. Cage replied, yes, and Yahello is the grandson of the Hucklam Foundation chairman. He came to him and asked him to discipline him for snitching on the school. And where did he get that armor? He took it from that jerk. It's all his fault, and he didn't do anything wrong. At that moment, bright flashes completely destroyed Cage, and he disappeared. A Bart's tablet appeared in Zig's hands, and he asked where Yahello got the Bart's equipment. Had he accidentally bought a stolen item, or had he? He remembered what had happened some time ago. Guilford had asked his subordinates if they had logged in from the wrong devices. They had answered, yes, right during the fight. They continued training, and suddenly Guilford grabbed the MC and shouted that if it weren't for the bug, they would have returned in a flash and smeared the Blue Dawn. He was incredibly angry and continued to hold him. He thought, wait, a bug? So something went wrong. The guys noticed what was happening and shouted to the director that Yuhan was about to die. He should stop right now. Zig wondered if Yahello could be a hacker. Then that explained everything. If he was a hacker, then it was quite possible that he had summoned the item. But why would he do that? To create it from himself? Did he know he was Bart's? No, that was impossible. How could something like this even happen? Suddenly, someone came into his shop and pulled back the curtain with his hand. Zig noticed and asked, is this Zig the blacksmith's shop? He covered his face with his armor and replied, no, he's in the next shop. Not here. Besides, it wasn't even business hours. The man grabbed his armor, opened it, and threw it down. Zig was dumbfounded when he saw the man in front of him, and he said, yes, they haven't seen each other in a long time. Zig couldn't react to this, and the guy came closer and said his name, Bart's.